Chapter 1756 Prize. Chapter 1756 Prize. In front of him was an old man with golden hair all over his face, looking ferocious and malicious. That appearance was simply a golden-furred Lion King. Yi Yuan was somewhat perplexed. Could such a boorish fellow really refine high-grade medicinal pills? The old man was also sizing Yi Yuan up, his gaze profound, no idea what he was thinking of. After a long time, the old man suddenly opened his mouth and spoke in a voice akin to a great bell. "Young man, just what goal do you have joining the priest temple?" Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Junior has long yearned for demon divine pills. Coming this time, I hope to be able to learn the demon race's alchemy techniques, and let my alchemy Tao improve further." The old man laughed loudly and said, "Ha, this old man believes your words. You and I belong to the same type of people. For the sake of alchemy, we can fling caution to the wind. However, your goal shouldn't be just this, right?" Yi Yuan discovered that this old man's personality was candid and straightforward, going straight to the point without beating around the bush when talking. He naturally had no need to cover it up as well, and said with a nod, "Actually, I came for my brother." Yi Yuan did not conceal anything, telling about the matter of finding white light with the help of the priest temple. After the old man heard, he laughed loudly and said, "I couldn't tell that you're still a lad who values friends. H.I+P. However, don't you feel that this old man will lose out a lot like this? You learned the demon race's alchemy techniques, and even deployed the priest temple's power. In the end, what benefits can this old man and the terrific lad get?" Yi Yuan knew that the other party was about to negotiate terms with him. If the terms were not agreeable, he would be in danger. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "What I can pull out is my alchemy skills. The reason why Senior is willing to discuss with me is probably that you had your eyes on this too, right?" The old man laughed loudly and said, "Kid, you're a smart person. I, Dichio, don't like to beat around the bush either. You stay in the priest temple for 5,000 years. This favor, I'll help with it." Yi Yuan naturally understood that 5,000 years was equivalent to selling himself to the priest temple. This kind of thing, he naturally could not agree to it. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Lord Hall Master, this he has my own matters and likely can't stay at the priest temple for long term. If Lord Hall Master insists on making me stay, this he can only stay for at most 300 years. 300 years was already the limit that Yi Yuan could give. If Yi Yuan had no ties or attachments, there was nothing wrong with staying 5,000 years here. This place was adjacent to the Sky Demon Mountain Range, the spirit medicines in abundant supply. To Yi Yuan, this place was really a paradise. But Yi Yuan knew that it was impossible for him to stay 5,000 years here. As expected, the moment Yi Yuan's words came out, Dichio's face turned dark, and he said, "Kid, are you messing with me? 300 years, what do I want you for?" But Yi Yuan smiled and said, 300 years is sufficient to pay back the priest temple's capital sunk. What an arrogant brat. To priests, 300 years is merely a snap of a finger. Your talent is pretty good, but giving you 300 years, what benefits can you bring to the priest temple? Or is it that you're simply fooling this old man? Amen? Dichio glared. A terrifying aura was emitted out. In an instant, Yi Yuan felt as if Mount Tai was bearing down from on top. Even breathing became very laborious. This was not realm suppression, but the real deal. Clearly, Dichio was really enraged. He felt that Yi Yuan was playing with him. 300 years, in the eyes of the average person, it was indeed too insincere. Under the tremendous pressure, Yi Yuan's bones creaked and rattled, his complexion deathly pale. But he said stubbornly, 300 years, I can create countless powerhouses for the priest temple. If you don't believe it, we can sign a heavenly Tao oath with 300 years as the date. Dichio was clearly moved and said coldly, "That works too. After 300 years, if I see your contributions, I'll help you find your brother then." Yi Yuan's face changed when he heard that. This old fellow was clearly someone who did not commit until success was certain. Not giving him some benefits, there's no way he would agree. But with his current strength, he could not do it all. This was awkward. Clearly, Yi Yuan overestimated this Hall master's patience. Over 300 years' time, to someone who had never come into contact with demon divine pills before, it was indeed just a very brief instant. Even though Yi Yuan already displayed his talent, his Dichio clearly still did not believe that Yi Yuan could do anything in 300 years. Senior, isn't there any room for further negotiation? Yi Yuan said with a pale complexion. Dichio smiled coldly and said, "What do you think?" Suddenly, Dichio's expression changed, imposing momentum suddenly disappearing, and he changed expressions and said with a smile, "Actually, it can also be discussed." The pressure on Yi Yuan's body suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving him stunned for a while. This old fellow still had a threatening and overbearing appearance just now. So why did he suddenly change? Dichio looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "How about this? We each take a step back. I don't need you to stay for 5,000 years, but you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath to forever retain my priest temple's priest status. If my priest temple needs you to refine pills, you mustn't decline. If my priest temple is in danger, you also have to lend your assistance." Yi Yuan was stunned again when he heard this, instantly understanding something. This Dichio was forthright and straightforward and could not think of such a roundabout idea at all. This way, it was equivalent to tying him to the priest temple for life. It was much more worthwhile than staying behind for 5,000 years. Furthermore, this also gave him the maximum degree of freedom. This kind of thing, Dichio's brain definitely could not come up with it. Just now, there must have been an expert giving guidance. It was just that he did not detect it. Inside this priest temple, talented men were living in hiding too. But this condition, Yi Yuan did not find it unacceptable. Yi Yuan had half of the demon race bloodline and was not averse toward the demon race. Moreover, if he could learn demon divine pills, his alchemy Tao strength would definitely make great progress. This way, Yi Yuan would indeed owe the priest temple a huge favor too. Being the priest temple's Dharma protector for life also did not seem to have anything wrong. Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, "Okay, I promise you. But if the priest temple is going to be detrimental to me, it's not within the restrictions." Yi Yuan did not have a grin and bear-it personality. The priest temple was a colossal system. Yi Yuan also did not dare guarantee that he could keep on being friends with the priest temple. Once someone was going to harm him, could it be that he still could not fight back? So before swearing the heavenly Tao oath, Yi Yuan naturally had to eliminate all hidden dangers. Dichio agreed very readily too and said with a smile, "However, the 300-year agreement must be counted." Yi Yuan nodded his head and swore the heavenly Tao oath in front of Dichio. The constraints of heavenly Tao oaths were too great on martial artists. Unless it was a last resort, no one was willing to swear it. But Yi Yuan had no choice but to do so in order to get White Light's news. Forget about swearing a heavenly Tao oath. Even if it was being beaten until his bones were crushed into powder, Yi Yuan would not furrow his brows no matter what. When Dichio saw Yi Yuan swear the heavenly Tao oath, he could not help laughing loudly and said, "Okay, from now onward, you're the temple's official priest. 300 years. This old man hopes that you won't disappoint me." Chapter 1757 This priest is a little impressive. Chapter 1757 This priest is a little impressive. Elderly, I have a question. On the high platform, an old man was currently giving a sermon to a group of priests when someone below the stage suddenly stood up to say. The priests below the stage were no less than 100 people. At this time, gazes looked over in unison. This person was wearing a priest's long robe, 4 stars hanging on his chest. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? Seeing this scene, the faces of all the priests revealed knowing smiles. The scalp of the elderly on the stage tingled, and he waved his hand and said, "If there are any questions, wait until after the sermon before asking. Don't need to say any more right now." These few years, Yi Yuan already became the most troublesome problem student of all the elders. Practically during each sermon, Yi Yuan would interrupt many times to raise his doubts. When it was many, it even reached more than 10 or 20 times. If it was just causing trouble, these elders giving sermons would just fling a slap over. But the problem was, each time Yi Yuan raised his doubts, it was all very reasonable. Each time would stump the elders until they were left tongue-tied. In the beginning, there were still some elders who were unconvinced and started intense arguments with Yi Yuan. But in the end, they were all disputed until rendered speechless by Yi Yuan. With a few incidents, when these elders were giving sermons, they were afraid that Yi Yuan would be present. As long as they saw Yi Yuan, they would be like mice seeing a cat, hearts drumming away. Yi Yuan completely ignored elderly and asked without caring. Zisho Longqin pill has a neutral temperament. When refining it, one should control the temperature, basing the 5 elements rules inside the spirit medicines as the foundation. Elderly, don't you think this should be the case? Yi Yuan's talking speed was very fast, pointing out the problems in the sermon that elderly talked about just now. When the other priests heard Yi Yuan's words, they all revealed thoughtful expressions. These priests all had their experiences too. At the start, they were all harboring the mentality of watching the show, watching Yi Yuan argue with the elders. But later on, they discovered that what Yi Yuan said was indeed very reasonable. After going back and experimenting, the quality of the medicinal pills really improved significantly. Hence, later on, as long as Yi Yuan opened his mouth, they would give their full attention to the lecture and benefited a great deal instead. Elderly said furiously, "Yi Yuan, are you the elder, or am I the elder?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course you're the elder." Elderly snorted coldly and said, "You still know that I'm the elder? I'm preaching and you're causing trouble. Where's the sense of propriety?" But Yi Yuan said, "Elderly can't say it like that. The more truth is debated, the clearer it gets. Since there's a problem, I naturally have to point it out. Could it be that you wish to let everyone go refine pills according to the wrong method?" Elderly was angered until his face was livid, and he said angrily, "Why don't you come and preach to them then?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "I don't have that ability. I came to learn," and casually raised his own questions. "Ha, Elderly, you continue." Elderly finally could not hold back and flicked his sleeves grandly and said, "Not preaching anymore." Finished talking, he left in a huff. Putting on the priest robes, Yi Yuan started his days of learning demon divine pills in the priest temple's halls. Even though he was very worried about white light in his heart, he also knew that he could only wait right now. In Yi Yuan's capital, to gain a foothold in the priest temple was alchemy Dao. Hence, he urgently needed to increase his strength currently. First time entering the Tianlu Pavilion, Yi Yuan learned a lot of knowledge about demon divine pills. But the refinement of demon divine pills, Yi Yuan still lacked a great deal. Hence, he was absorbing knowledge frenziedly every day right now. Yi Yuan was naturally not deliberately making trouble. But these elders preaching on Tao, the areas that they missed out were too many. Yi Yuan posing his own queries was also within reason. It was just that some of his questions were too tricky. Even those elders could not answer them too, so it was easy to anger the other party. "Yi Yuan, you're quite capable. Now that you angered elderly away, are you happy?" At this time, one of the priests stood up to question Yi Yuan. Who was it if not Qi Feng? Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Then you say, was I right or not?" Qi Feng could not help choking when he heard that. Yi Yuan said it very reasonably. He could not refute at all. If it could be refuted, elderly also could not leave in a rage. Even elderly could not do it. Qi Feng, naturally could not even more. Humph. Even if what you said was reasonable, you also have to pay attention to the ways and means. USCREWING like this, everyone doesn't get to learn anymore. Qi Feng said with a cold smile. Sure enough, with him instigating, the other people's unhappy emotions all came out. Although Yi Yuan's words were reasonable, now that even the elder was angered away, who would still come and preach to them in the future? This way, wouldn't Yi Yuan become a plague? God? Yi Yuan, you're a genius. We're all mediocre, all right? You're capable, don't come and listen to the elders preach together with us. Now that the elder left, are you going to come and preach to us?" Everyone clamored to get a word in, all expressing dissatisfaction towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan grinned and said, if it's just up to Elder Li's standard, it's also not impossible for me to preach to you guys." One sentence made everyone stare dumbfounded with their mouths agape. This guy was bragging, right? The moment Qi Feng heard, he smiled coldly and said, "All right then, you try preaching. Everyone, all come and listen to whether or not our temple's #1 genius can spout about some profound things. Some shallow truths everyone naturally all knew. Even if there was a gap between those sitting here, it also would not be too ridiculous." Therefore, Qi Feng completely did not believe that Yi Yuan could spout out some profound things. Being able to raise questions did not mean being able to preach to everyone. They were all 4-star priests, who could be much better than anyone. Yi Yuan smiled, walked up the high platform, and said in a clear voice, "Then next, I'll carry on talking from the place Elderly stopped just now." Hence, Yi Yuan started to speak eloquently without ceasing. At the start, everyone's faces all revealed disdain. But the more he said, the more serious the expressions on everyone's faces got. They finally knew that Yi Yuan was not joking around. The things that Yi Yuan said were even clearer and easier to understand than Elderly, and he also went straight to the point. Clearly, Yi Yuan's understanding of the Zisho Longqin pill was far from what they could compare to. Even though Yi Yuan's refinement of demon divine pills was still lacking, to talk about the understanding of pill formulas, 100 Elder Lis could not catch up to him even by whipping their horses. Moreover, medicinal pills of level 4 difficulty were still nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. Otherwise, he also would not have refined a peak superior grade Baki Lane pill so easily. It was just that some specifics of the refining methods, as well as proficiency and specific application areas of demonic attraction art, Yi Yuan was still lacking in some level of skill. What was truly difficult were level 7 and above medicinal pills. The group of priests was wholly enraptured listening. Their eyes became brighter and brighter. Clearly, they all had considerable gains. Even Qi Feng had long already forgotten to look at the joke too. He was focused on Yi Yuan's preaching. Oh, that's about it. These are some of the easy to fall into mistake areas that I sorted out myself. As long as you all practice hard, you should be able to increase the grade of the medicinal pills considerably, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Chapter 1758, Trash Missions. 1758, Trash Missions. There's no way to preach anymore. That Yi Yuan is simply bullying people to the extreme, going too far. The moment Elderly entered, he started bellowing. There were currently several elders in the house right now. Stonefeather, and I, Kuan, Kumu, and the rest were all present. When a few people heard Elderly's roars, they immediately knew what had happened. "Elderly, that punk is making a problem again?" And I, Kuan, said in a solemn voice. Elderly smiled coldly and said, "Otherwise, this old man hasn't even preached halfway, and that brat interrupted 10 times. 10 times. How to preach still?" Quite a few elders immediately felt the same when they heard it and criticized Yi Yuan. That Yi Yuan really has no respect for his elders. The last time I was preaching, it was Reb. Ted by him until I couldn't step down. Isn't that so? Ever since this brat became a priest, the temple hasn't had peace from top to bottom. Seems like each of us elders has a grudge with him. Each time we preach, he'll ask some strange and outlandish questions, really infuriating to death. These elders were all incomparably indignant, but the words expressed and the implied meaning all revealed a hint of helplessness. Because of Yi Yuan's questions, they really could not answer. The faults that Yi Yuan found, they also had no way of disputing. It was also precisely because so that even though they gnashed their teeth in hatred toward Yi Yuan, they could not do anything to him. No reason other than he was impressive. Not convinced, you debate it with him. The elders normally all stood high above the SES, receiving the wars. HI plus P in respect to priests and priest trainees. But Yi Yuan only came a few days, and completely crumble their settings. These elders naturally felt like they had no face. And Kuan snorted coldly and said, "This punk is simply too outrageous. Who does he think he is? At this rate, the entire priest temple will be turned upside down." Clearly, Kuan's sermons had also been questioned by Yi Yuan before. Furthermore, the number of times was not a few. Kuan was not pleased with Yi Yuan to begin now. Now, he could not bear the sight of him even more. The moment Elderly heard, he said, "Elder this punk must be taught a good lesson. Otherwise, his nose is almost pointing to the sky already." How to punish? Asking questions during sermons. This is a tradition since ancient times. Could it be that we're forbidding him from speaking? If this were to spread out, how will us elders still keep a foothold in front of priests? Kumu said, and Kuan suddenly grinned and said, "This brat, this old man has long wanted to take him down a peg or two." And Kuan's words immediately aroused the interests of the elders. "Elder you have a way?" And Kuan smiled and said, "Eternal chess game, ask not. Could it be that you all forgot about it?" The moment the elders heard, they immediately revealed knowing smiles. Elderly even laughed loudly and said, "Brilliant, Elder truly brilliant." Yi Yuan did not know that these elders were currently scheming against him. After preaching, he wanted to get missions. In the priest temple, wanted to earn contribution points, one naturally had to receive pill refining missions. For the same pill refining mission, the higher the quality of the medicinal pill, the more the contribution points obtained. In this half-over year, Yi Yuan would frequently take on some of the temple's pill refining missions. Presently, he was already more and more well-versed in refining demon divine pills. But Yi Yuan's pill refinements were different from the other priests. The other priests all turned their noses up at those low-difficulty missions. But what Yi Yuan took on in this half a year were all some extremely low-difficulty missions. Among them, some missions did not even have contribution points, because they were too easy. These missions, some missions that could not be resolved by capital cities below, or even counties. Reaching imperial cities, the difficulty of this level of missions were too low. No one cared about it all, but Yi Yuan completed each one with the greatest care. Lord Yi Yuan came again. "What level of mission do you plan on taking on this time?" The ones in charge of missions were a few priest trainees. They had long had some understanding of Yi Yuan's habits already. Even though they were very disdainful in their hearts toward this, Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was extraordinary. They naturally did not dare to slight him. Yi Yuan said, "I'll get 10 2-star difficulty missions this time." As he said this, Yi Yuan started choosing the 2-star missions he preferred more from the mission list. These missions that Yi Yuan picked were naturally pinpointed and not blindly chosen. If the mission did not have much help to his pill refining standard, he would not pick it. Just as Yi Yuan was choosing the missions, a cold laugh suddenly came from behind. Actually doing these trash missions that body does. What temple's #1 genius? I think that he's simply a knockoff, right? Yi Yuan turned his head to look, and it was a gray-robed youth. He could not help rolling his eyes as he said, "Whatever missions I pick is none of your business." A meddlesome busybody who doesn't understand anything. The gray-robed youth's face turned dark, and he said, "Brat, do you know who I am? To actually dare speak to me like this?" Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, "What has it got to do with me who you are? Do you think that I'm the same as you, poking into other people's affairs without knowing anything?" When the others heard Yi Yuan's words, each and every one of them was silent like cicadas in winter. Too domineering. The rest all recognized that this gray-robed youth in front of them was called Kong Yun, known as the #1 priest. Being repeatedly Ted by Yi Yuan, Kong Yun said angrily, "What a razor-tongued brat. The dignified temple's #1 genius is actually doing this sort of trash mission. Really making people die of laughter. This priest has been in close seclusion these few years. I didn't expect that such a ridiculous thing actually appeared in the temple." In reality, before Yi Yuan appeared, the temple's #1 genius, this had always belonged to Kong Yun. But last time, Yi Yuan one-shot Qi Feng on his second time, refining Demon Divine pills. This made the temple's #1 genius T. Tli quietly transfer hands. Kong Yun had always been in seclusion. Who knew that the moment he exited seclusion, his #1 genius T. Tli was gone. Upon inquiry, it turned out that a punk called Yi Yuan appeared. Today, Kong Yun came to get missions. Who knew that he just happened to run into Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan gave Kong Yun a glance and said coolly, "How many star missions can you take on?" The moment Kong Yun heard, this kid had the intention of challenging him. Haha, interesting, Kong Yun said proudly. With this priest's strength, all 5-star missions are nothing difficult. Why? Could it be that you want to compete with me? With just the likes of these trash missions? Ha ha. Regarding this, Kong Yun was still extremely confident. His closed seclusion this time, his alchemy Dao strength made great improvements. 5-star difficulty missions include some level 5 difficulty medicinal pills, as well as a small number of simple level 6 difficulty medicinal pills. With his current strength, he could basically sweep across 5-star missions. In this aspect, other priests could not do it at all. Yi Yuan looked at Kong Yun like he was looking at an idiot. He turned his head to that priest trainee and said, "Give me the 7-star difficulty mission list." Kong Yun could not help being taken back when he heard, bursting into laughter soon after as he said, "I heard that you've never done missions PAS. Sing 3 stars before in this half a year. You actually want to do 7-star missions now? Are you trying to spite me?" Haha, spitting also requires strength. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and settled on a few of the most difficult ones among 7-star missions before saying, "Tomorrow noon, I'll come a hand in the missions. When you complete these missions too, then come and raise a hue with me. Now, scram further away from me." Chapter 1759 Verification and Acceptance. Chapter 1759 Verification and Acceptance. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Kong Yun was angered until his expression was livid, while the others were silent like cicadas in winter, not daring to make sound. In punk, to actually dare be so arrogant in front of me. 7-star missions, I want to see how you complete them. Kong Yun smiled coldly and said, "This Yi Yuan is crazy, right? He actually wants to challenge 7-star missions. 7-star missions are what even elders might not be able to complete. That guy's posturing was done over the top, right? Isn't that so? Probably got carried away with the Tli of the temple's #1 genius, right? This half a year, he has never taken any mission that's SES 3-star difficulty. Jumping to 7-star all of a sudden, isn't this a joke?" Regarding Yi Yuan's actions, everyone was very disapproving of it. 3-star to 7-star. In between, this was an insurmountable gulf. 7-star missions, only elders would occasionally accept. Kong Yun came in front of that priest trainee and said with a grim face, "Let me take a look at what kind of missions he drew." The priest trainee did not dare to defy and handed the mission list to Kong Yun. The moment Kong Yun looked, his expression changed first. Then he immediately burst into laughter and said, "This brat is probably a fool, right? These missions, if he can complete them, Kong Yun, will pluck my head off and let him kick like a ball." Yi Yuan's move was too arrogant, throwing away all of his face. His loud laughter was also want to gain back some ground. Everyone was also very curious just what kind of 7-star missions Yi Yuan took on. There were many 7-star missions. There were easy ones and also difficult ones. Easy ones were merely slightly harder than 6-star missions. Difficult ones were even comparable to 8-star missions. Yi Yuan currently reached the front door. Hearing Kong Yun's words, Yi Yuan's figure paused, turned his head, and said, "I've remembered your words. I hope that you still have the courage to say such words tomorrow." Kong Yun laughed loudly and said, "You can rest sure that I'll say it one more time tomorrow, because these 10 missions, there's no way you can complete them." Yi Yuan just smiled and left with large strides. The others were all very curious. Some priests whose strengths were pretty good stepped forward and asked, "Brother Kong Yun, just what kind of missions did Yi Yuan choose?" Kong Yin sneered and said, "You guys see for yourself." When everyone saw the list, they immediately exploded. This number 75 mission, didn't Elder and I once accept it before? He seemed to have failed back then. Also, this number 367 mission, heard that quite a few elders accepted it. In the end, none of them completed it. These 10 missions, each one is impossible to complete. Is he mad? The 10 missions that Yi Yuan took on had basically all been accepted before by some or several elders. Furthermore, they all failed. This kind of mission, how could a person who just learned half a year of Demon Divine Pill refinement possibly complete them? Moreover, Yi Yuan had never before done 3-star and above missions. Directly doing 7-star missions now, wasn't this nonsense? Kong Yin smiled coldly and said, "A fool who overestimates his own strength. Even if he wants a posture, he also needs to pick something suitable." Everyone nodded their heads, agreeing with Kong Yun's words a lot. This showing off was over the top. At noon on the second day, Kong Yun had long arrived at the mission hall. Same as him, there were already quite a few people waiting here. "Kong Yun, heard that you were also kept in check by Yi Yuan yesterday?" Kong Yun turned around to look. It was Chi Feng. This guy heard that Yi Yuan took on a few impossible missions and naturally ran over to watch the show today. Being able to see Yuan get disgraced was also a very refres. Plussing thing. Kong Yun's face fell, and he said, "Being known as the temple's #1 genius, I even thought that he was some remarkable figure. Turns out that it was a fool." Chi Feng smiled and said, "May not be a fool, but being able to force him to this point, there's probably only you." Hearing Chi Feng's words, Kong Yun was also secretly pleased with himself in his heart. If he chose 6-star missions, I'd really still be a little worried. But he chose 7-star. Forget that he chose 7-star. He even only picked some impossible missions. I say, what is he if not a fool? Kong Yun said with a cold smile. Chi Feng naturally did not think that Yi Yuan was a fool, but he similarly did not think that these missions Yi Yuan chose could be completed. In my view, he probably won't be coming today. These missions are totally impossible to complete. However, 7-star and above missions need elders to come to verify and accept them. Elder Stonefeather already came. I want to see how he gives an account. Chi Feng said with a smile. Hearing that, Kong Yin also had a smile on his face. After today, the Tlea of the temple's #1 genius would return to him once again. Kang came. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan really dared to come. Haha, coming or not, he'll become the temple's laughingstock in the future. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Yi Yuan slowly walked in. Yi Yuan completely ignored the other people's gazes and walked straight to the place to hand in missions. "I'm here to hand in missions," Yi Yuan said coolly. That priest trainee hurriedly said, "Lord Yi Yuan, please wait a moment. I'll go invite Elder Stonefeather." Yi Yuan nodded his head. That priest trainee turned around and left. Haha, putting on appearance. These missions, if you can complete one of them, Kong Yin, will write my 2 characters upside down. Kong Yin scorned with a jeering smile. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a speechless look, "Yesterday, wanted to pluck your head for me to kick as a ball. Today, wanted to write your name upside down. The things that your parents gave you, do you not cherish them like so?" Kong Yin could not help choking when he heard that and said with a cold snort, "Stop pretending here. I want to see until when you can pretend." At this time, Stonefeather slowly walked out. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise too. This kid actually challenged 7-star missions all at once. Furthermore, it was all some extremely difficult missions. This was simply looking for abuse. Elder Stonefeather. Yi Yuan gave a bow to Stonefeather. Stonefeather nodded his head and said, "Heard that you picked 10 of the most difficult 7-star missions." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right, Elder Stonefeather, please verify and accept." As he said, Yi Yuan put 10 storage rings on the counter. Stonefeather's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, "10 missions, you completed them all?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since Yi Yuan drew them, I naturally have confidence in completing." "Elder, please." Stonefeather was slightly surprised in his heart. He picked up a storage ring, sinking his divine sense inside, and started verifying it. When Kong Yun, Chi Feng, and the rest saw this scene, they all had sneers on their faces. However, Stonefeather's expressions suddenly changed drastically, and he looked at Yi Yuan in shock as he said, This candle Ren immortal true pill was refined by you? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Elder Stonefeather must be joking. Could it be that there's still someone doing it on my behalf? When the others saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely surprised. Could it be that Yi Yuan really completed one mission? Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, Stonefeather picked up the second storage ring and checked it again. Following that was the third one, fourth all the way until the 10th. The expression on Stonefeather's face became more and more shocked and more incredulous. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was like he had seen a ghost. When everyone saw Stonefeather's rich expressions, each and every one of them was similarly extremely shocked. What in the world did Yi Yuan do to actually make Elder Stonefeather lose composure like so? Chapter 1760 Try, saying it again. 1760 Try, saying it again. Elder Stonefeather, this Kong Yun was long already not as calm as before anymore. Stonefeather, a 5-star high priest, actually lost composure like so. This was too abnormal. Stonefeather waved his hand dismissively and said, Don't talk to me. Let me calm down for a while. He held those 10 storage rings repeatedly, looked at one, and put another one down, examining each one carefully continuously. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them clicked their tongues in wonder. However, their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan became different. No idea how long had passed, said either. Stonefeather finally recovered from his shock. He heaved a long sigh of relief, calmed his emotions down, and said to Yi Yuan, I heard that you never received 3-star and above missions at all in this half a year. How are you able to complete 7-star missions all of a sudden? Same as everyone, Stonefeather was also very perplexed. He knew that with Yi Yuan's alchemy, Tao foundation, and talent, he should pick up demon divine pill techniques very quickly. But he completely did not expect that it would be fast to such an inconceivable extent. When he checked these 10 missions just now, they were all level 7 difficulty demon divine pills. Furthermore, they were very high difficulty, level 7 difficulty medicinal pills. Demon divine pills of this difficulty. Even the elders did not have confidence in completing within 1 or 2 times. Not only did Yi Yuan complete them, but he also completed them very perfectly. Each kind of medicinal pill reached divine grade. Refining level 7 demon divine pills to divine grade. This was simply a fairy tale-like thing. Even these 5-star high priests did not possibly have anyone able to do it too. This was the reason why he was so shocked. Yi Yuan said coolly, understanding one aspect, understanding all aspects. Refining high-difficulty medicinal pills might not need going up one level by one level when refining. As long as one lays down a solid foundation, they can naturally achieve mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject. Stonefeather's gaze turned intent, and he praised, a fine understanding one aspect, understanding all aspects. It's just that how many can do it to this extent? Yi Yuan, you indeed didn't disappoint me. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Many thanks, Elder Stonefeather. Stonefeather nodded his head and said to the priest trainee, Yi Yuan's 10 missions, give him 30,000 contribution points for each one. 3 to 30,000? Elder Stonefeather, is there a mistake? Kong Yun said with a look of disbelief when he heard this. What did 30,000 points per mission mean? He, Kong Yun, did not even have that many contribution points by taking on several dozen 5-star missions. One should not look at how Chi Feng gave away several hundred contribution points to Yi Yuan in the PSIT. Actually, this was already not a small sum. Accepting a 4-star mission, after completing it, one would only get several dozen to 100 contribution points. For Chi Feng to want to earn several hundred contribution points, he needed to do quite a few 4-star missions. As for 2,000 contribution points, Chi Feng had to strive for at least quite a few years. Now, Yi Yuan's one mission was worth 30,000 contribution points. This was too fake. Kong Yun's first reaction was that Elder Stonefeather did it on purpose, wanting to use Yi Yuan's achievement as a contrast. There's naturally no mistake. Yi Yuan's 10 missions. Each one was completed perfectly, awarding someone according to a 7-star mission's peak value. It's 30,000 for one, Stonefeather said coolly. Kong Yun's expression changed drastically, and he said in terror, Peak value? How is this possible? Peak value, only under the circuit, instances of completing divine grade, would the reward be given. Could it be that Yi Yuan's 10 missions all reached divine grade? Missions that even elders could not complete. How is this possible? Stonefeather's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, Kong Yun, could it be that you're questioning this elder? Kong Yun's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, dare not. I just, Stonefeather gave a cold snort and said, rather than being jealous of men of talent, why not spend more time on cultivation? IHP that today's events will sound a wake-up call for you all. Finished talking, Stonefeather turned around and left. Yi Yuan looked at Kong Yun and said with a smile that was not a smile, now, try saying the words you said yesterday loudly again. When Kong Yun heard that, his entire face became incomparably embarrassed. Said he was still pledging in all seriousness yesterday, saying that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to complete the missions. The reason why he dared to be so arrogant was that he was certain there was no way Yi Yuan could finish any of the 10 missions. But today, not only did Yi Yuan complete it, furthermore, he completed it in a terrifyingly brilliant manner, too perfectly. Seeing Kong Yun's appearance, Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said disdainfully, a coward who has the has to say, but doesn't have the as to act. If you don't have strength, don't posture in front of others. You'll get slapped. If you can complete 7-star missions, come in front of me to raise a hue at that time. Done talking, Yi Yuan swaggered off. Coming out of Tianlu Pavilion, Yi Yuan was stopped by the white-haired old man again. With the first time, there was naturally the second time, the third time. Ever since that time, each time Yi Yuan came out of Tianlu Pavilion, he would be stopped by the white-haired old man who sat down and debated on the Tao with him. Because he discovered that Yi Yuan's insights were extremely unique and could often set people thinking. Some areas of doubts and omissions he had in the past also had a feeling of becoming enlightened at once. Before encountering Yi Yuan, the white-haired old man thought that he had already thoroughly understood the Tianlu Pavilion CLA S6. All the way until that time, he tested Yi Yuan. He discovered that he actually still had many questions that he did not understand thoroughly. Of course, Yi Yuan was also willing to approach it with this white-haired old man. This old man's attainments in demon divine pills were absolutely extraordinary. To Yi Yuan, a novice, the white-haired old man's guidance tended to give him a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the moonlight. This kind of exchange was naturally greatly beneficial to the two. Yi Yuan's improvement being so fast was not unrelated to this white-haired old man. After a bout of intense discussions, the white-haired old man suddenly said, I heard that this half a year you questioned the various elders during their sermons, making them unable to step down. Yi Yuan smiled and said, that will depend on how you view the matter. Actually, I feel that raising questions when you have them, all can discuss together and improve together. This is a good thing. It's just that to some elders who have already been famous for a long time, face is clearly more important than strength. The white-haired old man burst into laughter when he heard it and said, well said. Those fools think that they are number one under the heavens, but they don't know that there's heaven beyond heaven, and that there's always someone better. Their alchemy Tao is merely but some superficial knowledge. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Junior always felt that talent can have differences, but attitude can completely have no differences. Hiding your problems and not taking remedial measures, one can only come to a standstill. The disciple doesn't need to be inferior to the master. The master doesn't need to be inferior to the disciple. Some of the students' insights can perhaps let the teacher have another bout of gains. It's just that they insist that I'm causing trouble, so I also can't do anything about it. The white-haired old man chortled with laughter and said, "You, brat, are really different from the rest. But I heard that they have already joined hands, planning to teach you a good lesson. You have to be a little more careful." Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, "Teach me a lesson? How so?" The white-haired old man lightly stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Have you heard of the eternal chess game Ask Not?" Yi Yuan shook his head, clearly not having the slightest clue about this. Chapter 1761 Eternal Chess Game, Ask Not. Chapter 1761 Eternal Chess Game, Ask Not. The white-haired old man changed to a fascinated expression and slowly said, 50 million years ago, my demon race's sacred ancestor, High Priest, attained Tao. In order to write the demon race's name, he went to challenge the human race's medicine ancestor, who knew that these two created a new path and actually integrated alchemy, Tao, and Go, playing an eternal chess game called Ask Not. When he heard that, Yi Yuan said in surprise, "Challenging the medicine ancestor, the demon race's sacred ancestor High Priest, was actually so powerful?" The white-haired old man's face fell, and he said with a black face, "What do you mean? Could it be that our demon race deserves to be worse than your human race?" Yi Yuan laughed awkwardly and said, "Hoo-hoo, Senior, don't blame me. Junior has always heard that the medicine ancestor is only half a step away from stepping into the realm of Tao ancestor. So I instinctively thought that the medicine ancestor is this heaven-span world's strongest alchemist." In reality, even Dustless was also not clear how powerful the demon race's sacred ancestor High Priest was. After all, in the eyes of these top characters, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was merely a junior too. When the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor High Priest played chess, the Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was still at no idea which faraway corner. There was also no Immortal Grove world. The white-haired old man huffed, but his expression became much more relaxed. Letting out a sigh, he said, "Actually, what you thought is also right. Even though the sacred ancestor High Priest was powerful, he was still a hair inferior to the medicine ancestor in the end. This game of chess, it was still the sacred ancestor High Priest who lost in the end." Yi Yuan was secretly startled. He completely did not expect that the demon race's sacred ancestor High Priest was actually so powerful to be able to contend with the medicine ancestor and alchemy Tao. In the notion that Dustless indoctrinated to Yi Yuan, the medicine ancestor was an invincible existence. It was completely impossible for there to be someone who could rival him in alchemy Tao. One had to know, he was an extraordinary person who had half a foot stepped into Tao ancestor realm. In alchemy Tao, he could be said to be standing at the apex of this world. However, the sacred ancestor High Priest could actually play with the medicine ancestor and only lose by a hair. This strength, you probably could not find a second one in the entire Heavenspan world. "Senior, losing is losing. Why was this chess game called Ask Not?" Yi Yuan asked. The white-haired old man glanced at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "I said that this was a chess game, but actually it was these two people's understanding of Tao. Back then, when he reached a dilemma, the sacred ancestor High Priest sat in front of the chess game for 100,000 years. In the end, his hair and beard turned white, and he was seriously injured and vomited blood. He finally opened his mouth and asked the medicine ancestor, just where did he lose? The medicine ancestor just smiled and said 4 words, "Ask not. Ask not." The name of this chess game also came from this. And then, Yi Yuan said, it was said that the sacred ancestor High Priest had always taken this to heart and wholeheartedly wanted to take revenge and redress hatred. But he also knew that his gap from the medicine ancestor. Hence, after the return to the demon race, he established the priest temple and took in disciples extensively, in hopes of being able to groom an existence who could contend with the medicine ancestor. At the same time, the sacred ancestor High Priest even reduced the complexity, engraving many copies of Ask Not, and distributed them to each priest temple. As long as someone could crack Ask Not, they would have the qualifications to directly enter the priest temple's headquarters, said the white-haired old man. So that's how it is. Looks like the elders want me to beat a retreat in the face of overwhelming odds against me. Yi Yuan smiled and said. The white-haired old man said with a smile that was not a smile, "Are you scared?" Yi Yuan smiled as he looked at the white-haired old man and suddenly said, "That day, when Home Master Di Chio wanted to kill me, it should have been Senior who helped me resolve my predicament, right?" The white-haired old man was slightly stunned, then immediately pointed at Yi Yuan and said with a loud laugh, "I knew that it couldn't hide from you, this brat." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Junior, thanks Senior for your life-saving grace. However, we've already known each other for more than half a year, and Yi Yuan still doesn't know Senior's name." The white-haired old man said coolly, "This old man has a single character name, Xiao. You can call me Senior Xiao." Yi Yuan said knowingly, "Senior Xiao goading me is hoping for me to go and attempt it?" Xiao smiled and said, "For 50 million years, those who could crack the simplified ask not were only 11 people. These 11 people are presently all disciples under the sacred ancestor high priest, and also the backbone of our demon race's alchemists. It's just a shame that these 11 people studied for tens of millions of years and are also unable to crack the real ask not. 50 million years and only 11 people. So how does Senior know that I can crack it?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. Xiao shook his head and said, "Even the ask not after simplification studies the mysteries of creation, opens up the mysteries of great Tao. Ordinary people can't pass it at all. A single misstep, and one will even lose their lives on their spot. You're endowed with unusual intelligence. Your views are unique. I think maybe you have a possibility of passing it. How about it? Have the guts to give it a try?" In this half a year, Xiao sat down and debated on Tao with Yi Yuan. The more they talked, the more he took advantage of the opportunity. And as time went on, he also became more confident in Yi Yuan's talent. Hence, that was why he supported Yi Yuan to attempt it. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "How can this kind of thing need Senior to goad? If I had long known that there was such a chess game, I'd probably have long been unable to stand it and went to attempt it." Hearing Yi Yuan said so, Xiao's expression became solemn instead, and he said, "Brat, I know that you're exceedingly talented, but don't look down on this ask not. For 50 million years, the geniuses who died under this ask not can probably drown an imperial capital when added up. This chess game was the game of two supreme powerhouses. The perils contained inside were naturally all-pervasive. This kind of chess game, dull talents were fine instead. But once those outstandingly talented ones get caught inside, integrating into the game between the two, it would be extremely dangerous, fatal pitfalls hidden everywhere. So, the higher the talent, the more miserably one would die instead. That and I Kuan resorting to this move was actually wanting to borrow ask not to kill Yi Yuan. After all, the talent that Yi Yuan exhibited, everyone all saw it. And I Kin did not like Yi Yuan, but it did not mean that he did not acknowledge Yi Yuan's alchemy talent. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Where the Tao lies, even if tens of millions oppose, I'll also march forward bravely. If I don't even have this bit of courage, how can I talk about achieving the great Tao?" Xiao smacked his thigh when he heard it and said with a big laugh, "Good. This old man indeed didn't misjudge you." When Yi Yuan found N.I. Kuan saying that he wanted to challenge Ask Not, N.I. Kuan was shocked inwardly. He was currently plotting on how to force Yi Yuan to challenge Ask Not. He did not expect that Yi Yuan delivered himself to the door. This act made him somewhat stunned. "You really want to challenge Ask Not?" N.I. Kuan said in astonishment. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't this precisely what you hoped for?" N.I. Kuan was taken aback and blurted out, "You know this too?" N.I. Kuan panicked, discovering that he divulged it. Wasn't this equivalent to admitting that this matter was him inciting it at the back? This kid was shrewd and crafty, really impossible to guard against. Actually, whether he admitted it or not, Yi Yuan did not care. This matter, Xiao already told Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he also would not know the dangers involved, and naturally would not know N.I. Kuan's diligence. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Elder N.I. Kuan, why don't we make an agreement? How about that?" N.I. Kuan's expression was somewhat ugly as he said in a solemn voice, "What do you want to agree on?" Yi Yuan said, If I fail, I won't speak again during the elders' sermons in the future. If I succeed by a fluke, all of the elders' sermons, everyone can speak freely as they Wisconsin age. Plus, what do you think? Chapter 1762, Yi Yuan 1, TB a chess piece. 1762 Yi Yuan 1, TB a chess piece. Where are you all going? You actually don't know such a major incident? That Yi Yuan, who's known as the temple's #1 genius, is actually going to challenge Asknot. What? Isn't this looking for abuse? Back then, Kwang Fei, who was known as an unrivaled genius, nearly died on the spot because he challenged Asknot. In the end, he recuperated for a full 100 years before barely managing to recover. Asknot is a vial of poison. Everyone knows that it's dangerous, but there's always someone who tries it. The more talented, the more it is so. Such a major thing. I have to go see. One person told 10, 10 told 100. The news of Yi Yuan challenging the divine game, Asknot spreaded throughout the entire priest temple very quickly. In the plaza, the elders were all present. Enai Kuan looked at Yi Yuan, a look of gloating over his misfortune. He naturally knew that these so-called geniuses were all proud. He was the same back then. Recollecting back then, he was also extraordinarily gifted, thinking that he was the #1 under the heavens. That was why he would go challenge Asknot. The outcome naturally need not be said. How similar was Yi Yuan's current appearance to his back then? Dichio looked at Yi Yuan and said in a Hoa, R.S.E. voice, Yi Yuan, you have to think clearly. Upon entering the chess game, life and death are unknown. The geniuses who died inside are too many to count. Yi Yuan said coolly, Lord Hall Master, please cast a spell. Dichio saw the decisive look on Yi Yuan's face and no longer urged him. A profound spell soared to the sky. A chessboard gradually became bigger, flying out of Dichio's palm and landing in the center of the plaza. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, but he only saw that stone chessboard was very ordinary. It was no different from an ordinary chessboard. On the chessboard, black and white chess pieces were crisscrossed, murderous intent faintly looming, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. Yi Yuan only took one look and was no longer able to leave. Yi Yuan was also a master in this aspect. Alchemy was dull and dry. When Yi Yuan was free and had nothing to do, he would play chess to temper his heart realm. As the saying went, a myriad of great Daos all led to the same goal. A tiny little chessboard actually contained the maxim of great Tao. Tian Yuan, one as chaos, crisscrossing in vertical and horizontal directions, deriving a myriad great Tao. Actually, this was a universe. Yi Yuan knew that this chess compet. 1. Time was actually the compet. 1. Time between the medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor high priest, the two people's Tao. Yi Yuan rapidly deduced in his mind and discovered to his amazement that the black pieces were already driven into an impa. SE. No matter where the next piece landed, it was a certain death scenario. No wonder the sacred ancestor high priest sat in front of the chess game for 100,000 years back then. No way to advance. Unable to retreat, the medicine ancestor already forced the sacred ancestor high priest to the edge of the cliff. This kind of chess game, there were actually 11 people who said it. Yi Yuan was extremely shocked in his heart. Even though it was the simplified Asknot, Yi Yuan could tell that this chess game was simply a certain death scenario. Those 11 people were actually able to the test how as stonies. Plussing was their talent? Scared? If you back out now, you can still make it. Enai Kuan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan, concede defeat. Don't overestimate your own ability. Elderly said with a smug look. The other elders were also cynical. Regarding Yi Yuan's actions that were ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, they were all disdainful toward him. Yi Yuan sneered when he heard that and said, You guys can't doesn't mean others can't. Since there are people who said the test, then there's naturally a ray of hope. Can't it can only be blamed you guys for being too stupid, unable to find a ray of hope. This bunch of old fellows wished that he would die in the chess game. Saying so was merely in order to trigger him. Why would he show these elders a good attitude? Insolence. Yi Yuan, who do you think you're talking to? Ni Kuan said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan looked at Ni Kuan and said with a smile, You scheme day and night to make me come and challenge ask not. Isn't it wanting me to fall inside? If I die, I'd also be someone who's about to die right now. What's the big deal about saying a thing or two about you? If I really make it through, scolding you a few words is even less a matter. Don't you agree, Elder Ni? Ni Kuan was taken aback when he heard that, but he immediately smiled coldly and said, Perhaps you'll be half dead? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, Then isn't that exactly to Elder Ni's taste? Ni Kuan burst out laughing when he heard it and said, I didn't expect that you're still pretty humorous. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly, leaped up, and landed on the chessboard. Buzz! Instantly, the situation suddenly changed. The entire chessboard was seemingly being activated. Waves of dense aura rose out of thin air. Each chess piece seemed to have come to life. In front of Yi Yuan seemingly became hordes of troops and horses. The two armies galloped and fought at close quarters, incomparably brutal. Even if Yi Yuan utilized the sun-moon heavenly pupil, it was of no use at all too. With his strength, he could not see through it all. Suddenly, two surges of aura that was formidable until it made people suffocate suddenly descended. Yi Yuan's complexion turned pale, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood with a cough. In front of Yi Yuan, an enormous figure rose from the ground up. A pair of enormous eyes cast toward Yi Yuan. This giant image was clearly in front of Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan actually could not see it clearly. This is the sacred ancestor high priest? So strong. Yi Yuan said while being in shock in his heart. Yi Yuan knew that this was merely a wisp of willpower transformed by the sacred ancestor high priest. But this trace of will was too powerful already. It actually made him have a feeling of being unable to match it. Lad, exterminate the medicine ancestor's will with my will. I will bestow upon you a transcendent lucky chance. The enormous image slowly opened his mouth, his tone matchlessly domineering. Done talking, a pair of enormous hands landed from the sky. Yi Yuan's expression changed. He felt that his own will was instantly crushed by a giant mountain, and was about to be crushed into a meat pie. Unparalleled willpower. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said angrily, You want me to submit and let me become a chess piece in your hands? This is simply a certain win game. It's merely in order to let the challenger accept your will. That's all. The giant image said without the slightest emotion, So what? Can't even withstand this seat's will. So how can you become an existence that transcends the medicine ancestor? Yi Yuan's expression flickered incessantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, I, Yi Yuan, won't be a chess piece. Yi Yuan's challenge was to clear the hurdle with his own strength, and not rely on other people. He had never needed to take on other people's will before. The giant image snorted coldly and said, Powerhouses all start from chess pieces. In this place, it's not up to you. This seat is the chess game's sovereign. This simplified ask not was set up by the sacred ancestor high priest in the first place. This chess game was controlled by him and not the medicine ancestor. Only the true ask not was a chess game controlled by the medicine ancestor. In this place, if the sacred ancestor high priest wanted you to live, you live. If he wanted you to die, you would die. Yi Yuan sneered and said, My Yi Yuan's fate has always been grasped in my own hands. A chess piece, I won't deign to become it. Even if you're the sacred ancestor high priest, it won't do too. The giant image gave a cold snort and said, What an arrogant and unruly punk. Not accepting my will, the outcome is only death. The sacred ancestor high priest's voice was incomparably cold, as if killing Yi Yuan was merely a matter of waving a hand. Yi Yuan's gaze was cold as he said in a chilly voice, In that case, go ahead and try. Want a position and go. Chapter 1763 Replacing. Chapter 1763 Replacing. At this time, the outside world saw another scene. The moment the chess game started, everything would be hidden. The chessboard radiated a brilliant light, projecting above the sky, forming an enormous chessboard. Similarly, two giant illusions were currently facing each other in the sky. The momentum is Stonies. H.I. plusing. The chess game already started for a long time, but both parties still did not move. Stonefeather frowned and said, "What's going on? It hasn't started until now." And I, Kuin, said with a gloating face, "This brat wouldn't be unable to withstand Lord's sacred ancestors' will, right? Looks like this brat has an excess of talent, but is lacking willpower." What this simplified ask-not tested was the alchemy Tao will of the priests. The more firm one's Tao-seeking heart was, the more steps one could take. Now, Yi Yuan could not even take a single step. It clearly showed that his willpower was weak, and he was completely unable to withstand the sacred ancestor, High Priest's peerless will. Below, in the crowd, Xiu's brows were also knitted together. What's going on with this kid? Could it be that he's really unable to even withstand Lord's sacred ancestors' initialmost will? Could it be that I misjudged him? Clearly, he was also extremely perplexed by this scene. But Kong Yun laughed loudly and said, "This kid wouldn't have been directly crushed by Lord's sacred ancestors' will, right? Genius? What a joke." The chief own by the side also smiled coldly and said, "If he was directly crushed, then it will really become the biggest joke in the history of the demon race. Such a genius actually couldn't even withstand the initialmost will. It's also considered unprecedented and unrepeatable, right?" Outside, many people were all gloating over others' misfortune. But inside, ask not, Yi Yuan had a resolute look, welcoming that powerful virtual image. Not being a chess piece, one must have the strength that crushes all life. You are no good. Since you cling obstinately to your own course, then suffer this seat's wrath. The moment the giant image's voice faded, it was as if the whole world collapsed. A powerful willpower directly crushed over toward Yi Yuan. This burst of willpower descending was like the sky collapsed, heaven and earth changing colors. At this time, the soul-suppressing pearl emitted a gentle energy, wrapping Yi Yuan's divine soul up. Although this willpower was strong, it was not the real Ask-Not after all. With Dustless's current ability, he could completely isolate this willpower. But who knew that Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, "Senior, you don't have to be like this. In terms of willpower strength, Yi Yuan, absolutely don't lose to anybody, even if it is the sacred ancestor, High Priest." The moment these words came out, the soul-suppressing pearl's power pulled back like tidewater. That willpower, which could topple mountains and overturn the seas, directly scoured over toward Yi Yuan's divine soul. Buzz! Yi Yuan only felt his mind go into a daze, his entire person akin to being thunderstruck, spewing out a mouthful of blood once more. "Kneel!" A thunderous voice ordered Yi Yuan's divine soul. However, Yi Yuan was like a stubborn rock in a waterfall that stood firmly. No matter how powerful this will was, he simply remained immovable. Yi Yuan, don't even kneel to heaven. So why would I kneel to you? If I'm not even a match for a wisp of your remnant thought, how can I save my lover? Yi Yuan gritted his teeth. A surge of stubborn willpower surged to the sky. Gradually, the imposing momentum on Yi Yuan's body actually became stronger and stronger, and actually faintly showed signs of withstanding the sacred ancestor's will. This was a compet. 1. Tian of willpower. Yi Yuan entered the heaven-span world in order to save Mu Lingxue. For this, he must walk up to the summit of the heaven-span mountain, and also must have absolute strength. Living 2 lives, experiencing MPY roads, Yi Yuan would not really entrust his hopes onto the Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan understood the logic. The one who could truly save Mu Lingxue was only him. Therefore, he could not lose to anyone. All beneath Tao ancestors were ants. Someone as powerful as the sacred ancestor High Priest was also merely a chess piece. Furthermore, Yi Yuan possessed the lesser Heavenspan mountain and created a peerless cultivation method. His horizons were absolutely not what the average martial artist could compare to. He faintly had a feeling that even Dao ancestors might also be chess pieces in this world's overall situation. He, Yi Yuan, was unwilling to be AWN. He wanted to dictate his own destiny. This clash of will, the hardest was the initialmost one. Once pulled through, it was far from as intense as at first. A soft cry of surprise came from the void. It clearly felt very surprised at Yi Yuan not being crushed into pieces. Looks like this seat underestimated you. Since that's the case, suffer this seat's wrath. The giant image gave a cold snort. Pointing his enormous finger, a majestic power of great Tao carried powerful will and rumbled toward Yi Yuan once more. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, a hint of cold smile flash. I plus ing across the corners of his mouth as he said, "This is your Tao? Indeed powerful. It's just that to me, it's merely thus." Yi Yuan put his two hands together. Civ Tai Chi diagram suddenly unfolded. Tai Chi Great Tao diagram. How is this possible? Shock appeared for the first time in the giant image's words. He was seriously unable to understand how a junior who was just Divine Lord realm could cultivate the Tai Chi Great Tao diagram. This sort of thing. Bang! The sacred ancestors' Great Tao and Yi Yuan's Tai Chi Great Tao diagram emitted violent collisions in this stretch of void. The earth quaked and mountains swayed. At the same time, the outside world's chessboard similarly gave off intense quaking. It was as if the chessboard was about to collapse. Xiu's expression changed drastically, and he revealed a thick look of disappointment as he said, "This? He really can't even lay down a single chess piece? Ha ha. This kid actually boasted shamelessly about wanting to challenge Asknot. In the end, he actually didn't even set down a single piece. What a hoot." And Cohen said and laughed loudly. The other elders also secretly shook their heads. Clearly, they felt that this was a farce. Kong Yin also had a mocking look as he laughed loudly and said, "What's called overestimating your own ability? This is called overestimating your own ability. Didn't put down a single piece and was wiped out by Lord Sacred Ancestor's will. This time, it's really unprecedented and unrepeatable." Chi Feng laughed hard and said, "Our tyrant origin imperial city has to keep this secret well. Otherwise, it will be really disgraceful." Bang! Right at this time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest Phantom suddenly shattered, turning into motes of starlight, dissipating between heaven and earth. Xiu's expression changed, and he said in surprise, What's going on? Logically speaking, this game should have already ended. Why is the Medicine Ancestor's Phantom still there, but Lord Sacred Ancestor's Phantom actually crumbled? His skill was profound. What he saw was naturally far from what others could compare to. This scene seemed to be different from his understanding. It seemed to be somewhat unusual. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk. Gaze looked towards the void in amazement. The place where Sacred Ancestor High Priest shattered originally. A figure was actually gradually condensing. How is this possible? Xiu looked towards the sky in incredible shock. That figure gradually condensed. Judging from the outline, it was actually exactly similar to Yi Yuan's. That enormous chessboard's two sides were now replaced with the Medicine Ancestor and Yi Yuan. Same as Xiu's expression, everyone below all had astonished looks, being taken by surprise by this sudden change. Chapter 1764, A Lousy Chess Move. Chapter 1764, A Lousy Chess Move. Looking at that gradually solidifying phantom, everyone was shocked to the core. Different from the Medicine Ancestor's vagueness and illusoriness, Yi Yuan's figure appeared extremely solid. One look, and you could tell that he was Yi Yuan. What's going on here? Why did the one playing with the Medicine Ancestor become Yi Yuan? Are you kidding me? Yi Yuan is actually going to replace Lord Sacred Ancestor and play with the Medicine Ancestor? Never heard of anyone who could replace Lord Sacred Ancestor. When the world happened inside the chess game, why would such a thing happen? At this time, the priest temple was in shock. The sacred ancestor, high priest, and medicine ancestor had already played for 50 million years. In the long river of history, the geniuses who had challenged ask not before were Oh, D knows how many. There were even 11 people who really succeeded in challenging. But it had never been heard of that someone could replace Lord's sacred ancestor and play against the medicine ancestor. This kind of thing, saying it out, no one would believe it. Today, it actually really happened before their eyes. How could this not surprise them? However, this was not over yet. Opposite, the medicine ancestor's aura started to skyrocket. An aura of great Tao spread out between heaven and earth. When everyone saw this scene, their faces could not help changing suddenly. Shio had a look of shock as he muttered, "This." Without Lord's sacred ancestor's absolute suppression, the medicine ancestor's Tao ACCU mutations are fully released. This is a showdown between Yi Yuan and the medicine ancestor. How in the world did this kid do it? Shio knew that this was just the ask not after simplification. The medicine ancestor's Tao ACCU mutations were less than 1% of the true ask not. But even so, it was also not what the average person could imagine. Otherwise, there also would not be only a scanty 11 people who could pass the test in 50 million years. However, the tests in the past were all the sacred ancestor high priest forcefully suppressing the medicine ancestor's Tao ACCU mutations with his absolute power. Just as Yi Yuan said, this ask not was a certain win situation in the first place. The only problem was whether or not the challenger could bear his willpower oppression. However, once the medicine ancestor's Tao ACCU mutations lost the suppression, that was the real medicine ancestor. Even though it was just an extremely tiny portion of the medicine ancestor's Tao ACCU mutations. Everyone was uncertain what it meant. But without a doubt, for Yi Yuan to be able to replace him, it was not what the average person could do. Could it be that Yi Yuan wiped away Lord's sacred ancestor's will? And Ai Kuan was startled by this thought of his that jumped out and immediately denied his idea. This was something impossible. Back then, he had experienced firsthand the might of Lord's sacred ancestor's will. That kind of might simply made people unable to give rise to the slightest thought of resistance. If, say, his own will was an ant, then Lord's sacred ancestor's will was a tall mountain. Between the two, resistance this relations. H, I, plus P did not exist at all. There was only submission. Yi Yuan's current strength was even lesser than his back then. How could he possibly wipe away Lord's sacred ancestor's will? But in Ai Kuan's heart, there was a different voice continuously creeping. Within the chess game, a 100,000-foot giant towered opposite Yi Yuan. The aura was more than 100 times stronger than before. Interesting. I didn't expect that in this world. There's actually someone capable of releasing a trace of this seed's residual Tao ACCU mutilation under Wing's hands. You are probably the first in these 50 million years, right? Above the sky, a pair of eyes like two bright beacons in the dark night cast toward Yi Yuan. Those eyes overlooked the world, even if it was just a trace of residual Tao ACCU mutilation. It did not even count as a remnant thought. This kind of eyes that was like looking at an ant made Yi Yuan very uncomfortable. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I've long heard that the medicine ancestor's alchemy Tao is unparalleled under the heavens. Today, this Yi wishes to ask for advice." That phantom revealed a hint of surprise and said with a faint smile, "Ask for advice? Hoo-hoo, Junior, you're not qualified enough." His words were full of contempt. Medicine ancestor, he was the proud medicine ancestor. Even though this was like a residual Tao ACCU mutilation from 50 million years ago, his pride was still irreplaceable. He was the man who stood at the apex of this world's alchemy Tao. Actually, the ones he looked down upon were more than just Yi Yuan. Even the sacred ancestor high priest from 50 million years ago, he probably thought nothing of him as well, right? Ask not two words already expressed this contempt without any doubt. Most likely, This was also the true reason why the sacred ancestor high priest reflected on the bitter lesson and resolved to Serpa. S, the medicine ancestor, right? This humiliation to the sacred ancestor high priest, this kind of proud demon race powerhouse, it was probably not so easy to wash away. However, the current Yuan could also truly feel the might of this medicine ancestor before his eyes. Without the sacred ancestor high priest suppression, this medicine ancestor in front of him was even stronger than that sacred ancestor high priest from before. Towards this pride, Yi Yuan was naturally very disdainful and said coolly, "Haven't competed yet, so how do you know that I'm not qualified enough?" Finished talking, he did not wait for the medicine ancestor to answer either and pointed out. A black chess piece condensed out of the void. Smack! A crisp sound echoed throughout the world. A surge of great Tao aura crept out. When the piece landed, the entire chessboard flashed with a piercing light. Two powerful auras rose to the sky. It was as if all of the chess pieces came to life. On the whole board, hordes of troops and horses galloped, winds howling heavily. Two great Tao auras fought each other in close quarters, rending each other. Neither was willing to give in half a step. Within an extremely tiny SPAC, the melody of great Tao manifested in its entirety. The medicine ancestor's gaze turned sharp, and he cried out in shock, "Tian Yuan, Jr., you have such courage. This is digging your own grave." Smack! Above the void, light flashed. Yi Yuan's phantom landed a piece, going straight for Tian Yuan. Below, everyone exclaimed in shock, "Tian Yuan." When An Cohen saw this scene, he smiled coldly and said, "This kid is a total layman, playing Tian Yuan in such a final phase of the game. What difference is there from courting death?" Dichio also shook his head and said, "Took the field shockingly. I was still wondering how greatly different this kid was. I didn't expect that he was actually so bad. With this defeat, it's likely hard to survive." Yi Yuan's chess move was seen as a wasted move by everyone. This ask-not game was actually set up anew by the sacred ancestor, high priest himself, after going back many steps. Each step had its set routine. Putting it bluntly, it was retracting a false move in chess. As long as one could withstand the sacred ancestor's will, they could become a chess piece in the sacred ancestor's hands, walking on step by step until they won. Except few could withstand the willpower of that many steps. But now, Yi Yuan's move completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Of course, there were many people present who knew chess. This step landing in everyone's eyes was a wasted move. One had to know how Estoni's plusing the sacred ancestor high priest chess prowess and Tao ACCU emulation was. The steps that he derived were definitely the most perfect steps. Now, Yi Yuan actually wanted to blaze another trail. Furthermore, he even played a lousy move. How could they not be surprised / black and white? Tian Yuan was a hotly contested spot. This game was also a fierce struggle launched revolving around Tian Yuan. But no one dared to take Tian Yuan first. Even a medicine ancestor did not dare to, because that way, there would be no path to retreat. But Yi Yuan did it without the slightest hesitation. One Tian Yuan is a chess move and go. Chapter 1765, Breaking Out of the Cock. Open in and becoming a beauty turfly. 1765, Breaking Out of the Cock. In and becoming a bee. Turfly, digging my own grave, is it? If you have the capability, bury me. Yi Yuan stared into the sky, the corners of his mouth revealing faint mockery. The other party was merely a trace of residual Tao ACCU emulation. Really don't know where his confidence came from. Humph. Ignorant junior, since you're wholeheartedly seeking death, then this ancestor will send you on your way. The medicine ancestor's voice carried thick, sullen anger. Smack! A white piece landed. The situation suddenly changed on the entire chessboard again, only to see the white piece turn into thousands of martial artists Russ. Plusing over, their momentum imposing. On Yi Yuan's side, The black pieces also transformed into countless black-clothed martial artists. Both sides launched a dreadful slaughter. Except the medicine ancestor was indeed worthy of being the medicine ancestor. His white pieces already took the advantage. This piece landed. It immediately launched an encirclement against Yi Yuan's Tian Yuan and already showed trends of turning his advantage into victory. Smack! Yi Yuan landed another piece without the slightest hesitation, seemingly without going through any thought at all. But this piece did not unfold around Tian Yuan, but instead landed 10,000 miles away. It was completely unrelated to that Tian Yuan move earlier. Ignorant. Now, you know how foolish that move just now was, right? However, you already don't have regret medicine that you can eat. Placing a piece, this round has started. The medicine ancestor's words were full of ridicule and disdain. While talking, another piece landed. The white-clothed martial artist's imposing momentum grew even stronger and soared significantly once more, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was all the white-clothed martial artist figures, their momentum extremely shocking. Smack! Yi Yuan landed another piece and said with a faint smile, "In my dictionary, there's no word regret. Wait until you defeat me before bragging." Above the sky, the two people played off. The white piece's odds of winning grew higher and higher. The black pieces were at a disadvantage to begin with. Now, it was even encroached upon by the white pieces little by little. When the priests of the temple saw this scene, each and every one revealed disdainful looks. This Yi Yuan is too weak. His Tao isn't worth mentioning at all in front of the medicine ancestor. Yeah, this is called overestimating your own ability, right? What kind of existence is the medicine ancestor? Even Lord's sacred ancestor wasn't his match. What right does he have? Medicine ancestor. Even in the demon race, he was also a figure at the absolute summit of this world. Unless one reached the sacred ancestor high priest realm, otherwise anyone challenging him, that was an act of overestimating their own ability. This game had nothing to do with strength, only alchemy. But in this world, whose attainments in alchemy could be mentioned in the same breath with the medicine ancestor. Hence, Yi Yuan was out and out overrating his own ability. And Ai Kuan looked at the gradually losing black pieces and said with a cold smile, "This game is the showdown of Tao. The most pieces lost, the greater the medicine ancestor's Tao ACCU, mutilation's impact on him. According to this current trend, it's likely one-sided. This brat is dead for sure. Wouldn't die if he didn't seek death. The chess path that Lord's sacred ancestor deduced, who can Serpa? S it in this world? Yet, he took unnecessary actions, insisting on playing against the medicine ancestor himself. This is really courting death. You look at his chess moves, not only was it not thought through, it doesn't have any methodology at all. It's simply messing around." Elderly said with a scornful look. And Ai Kuan smiled and said, "Geniuses are all proud." But he also doesn't weigh who his opponent is. On the chessboard, Yi Yuan placed his pieces extremely quickly, without thinking at all. Black versus white, each step was doubly cautious. Back then, this game that the sacred ancestor, high priest, and medicine ancestor, two people played, lasted as long as 100 years. And the final piece, the sacred ancestor, high priest, even sat dully for 100,000 years. This was longer than the lifespan of mortals. Xiu looked at that game of chess and could not resist shaking his head slightly as he sighed and said, "This boy is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, unwilling to submit to anyone. Too tough, and it's easily broken." Xiu was shrewd with age. Although Yi Yuan was immersed in the chess game, he already saw through many things. Yi Yuan was unwilling to be APAWN. That was why he seized control of the black pieces. Now, facing the medicine ancestor, this kind of peerlessly powerful expert, how was there the logic of not being defeated? Smack! Right at this time, Yi Yuan landed another piece. Xiu's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. And men, what's going on here? That Tian Yuan move came to life. Xiu looked at the chessboard, eyes full of disbelief. He suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan's initial most lousy move actually connected all of the dead positions together, goodness knows when. The originally self-alienating move actually became a brilliant move of chess unknowingly. After several dozen rounds, the medicine ancestor already slaughtered Yi Yuan until he threw away his helmet and coat of mail in a state of confusion. On the chessboard, the black pieces were deathly still everywhere. But after Yi Yuan placed this piece just now, all came to life. One pool of stagnant water after another finally converged at the Tian Yuan area, connecting to form a vast ocean. The situation suddenly changed. The medicine ancestor stopped. The medicine ancestor's fingers condensed a piece, but did not land it for a long time. Amen? What's going on? Why did the medicine ancestor stop? Another few pieces, and Yi Yuan will utterly lose, right? The white pieces already took the absolute initiative. There's nothing to consider already, right? Many priests and trainees whose chess prowesses were lacking did not see through the marvelous aspect of that Tian Yuan move at all. However, Di Chio and the group of elders, each and every one of their faces changed drastically. Looking at that black piece in the center of the chessboard, their eyes were full of shock. At this time, the black piece at Tian Yuan was akin to a blazing sun in the dark night, incomparably dazzling. No one could have expected that that seemingly useless chess move actually revived all of the declining trends at this time. And Ai Kuen's face was ashen as he said in shock, "How'd he do it?" Everyone had this question in their hearts. How in the world did Yi Yuan do it? You? How did you do it? On the chessboard, the medicine ancestor asked everyone's question. From the medicine ancestor's tone, one could also hear that his current shock was not the least bit less than those people outside. He sized himself up that Dao magical arts were extremely formidable. Each step was the development of Dao. With his accomplishments in Dao, he actually fell into Yi Yuan's trap and did not have self-awareness. This kind of means, how could he not be shocked? This was a game of chess, but also a showdown of Dao. The chess players understood heaven and earth clearly, developing great Dao. Each step contained heaven's secrets. He was the medicine ancestor. Being able to do this was not surprising. But Yi Yuan, a mere divine Lord Realm Jr., was still 108,000 miles away from great Dao. Why did he have to be able to do it to this step? No, wait. Yi Yuan's Dao was even more profound than him and went even deeper. Thinking now, before Yi Yuan placed his piece, he had probably seen through the entire chess game already. Hence, that was why he would land the piece on Tian Yuan without the slightest hesitation. And it was precisely this Tian Yuan move that reduced the situation he masterminded with painstaking effort to naught. This move was too amazing. The crucial piece from a wasted chess move to reviving the whole board. This Tian Yuan move simply completed the transformation of breaking out of the cock. Oh, in and becoming a bee, Terfly. He could only be convinced, because Yi Yuan saw what he could not see. Yi Yuan looked at the medicine ancestor and said coolly, "This is a showdown of Dao. Being able to do it is naturally because I'm standing higher than you, and I can see further than you. Honestly speaking, you somewhat disappoint me." Chapter 1766, 12th Person. 1766, 12th Person. These words were domineering. If let the people outside hear it, that was absolutely a sentence like a bolt out of the blue. Except, the current Yi Yuan was indeed very disappointed. Ever since learning from Dustless that the Heavenspan world's strongest alchemist was the medicine ancestor, Yi Yuan wanted to compete with him one day very much. But this battle today was not fun. That Tian Yuan move, landing already determined the outcome. This was simply a game of unequal strength. Of course, this was not because the medicine ancestor's strength was not strong, but because this simplified ask not was too weak. The true ask not. The current Yi Yuan could not contend with it at all. Most likely the moment he entered the game, he would be obliterated. Although this medicine ancestor in front of him was powerful, in front of Yi Yuan's Dao, it was still not enough to look at. After all, he had already comprehended the Tai Chi Great Dao diagram. His comprehension of Tao was far from what the average alchemist could compare to. Came with ardent hope, but discovered that his opponent was too weak. Yi Yuan was naturally disappointed. Junior, you're too arrogant. I'm just a trace of Tao ACCU. Mutilation that the true self left behind in Ask Not. The might of the true body is not what you can imagine at all. The medicine ancestor said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I naturally know this. I'm still not arrogant to the point where I believe I can defeat the medicine ancestor. It's just that in the future, I'll have to play a match with him. The medicine ancestor snorted coldly and said, truly an arrogant and ignorant junior. The true body's realm, ants can't imagine it at all. Even Wing is also not worth mentioning in front of him. In this world, it's impossible to Serpa. S the true self. This medicine ancestor in front of him was just a wisp of residual thought left by the true self. It did not even count as an avatar, but his confidence in his real self was stronger than anyone else. In his consciousness, the medicine ancestor was the strongest in this world. It was forever impossible for someone to replace him. And this was likely the true self's own thought as well. Yi Yuan sneered when he heard it and said, talents appear from generation to generation. Your way of thinking is really laughable. Medicine ancestor is just other people's honorific Tli, and not a real Tao ancestor. The medicine ancestor was full of sullen anger when he heard it and said, Junior, you dare to blaspheme the true body. It's unforgivable. Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard it and said, I was just stating a fact. Place your piece. The medicine ancestor gave a cold snort and said, bratty child, this ancestor doesn't believe that I can't take care of you. Smack. After ruminating, the medicine ancestor placed his piece again. Once this chess game started, the winner must be determined. This was the rule set by the sacred ancestor high priest. Yi Yuan only relied on his will to take control of the authority of placing the pieces and was not able to dictate the direction of this chess game. After all, this Ask Not was made by the sacred ancestor high priest. Smack! Yi Yuan similarly landed a piece without thinking. Just like this, the two people started an intense confrontation once more. It was just that now, the situation was already completely reversed. Yi Yuan's offense was akin to toppling mountains and overturning the seas. The medicine ancestor was unable to resist at all. Directly ate a huge swathe. My God. Is this going to exterminate and spare none? This Yi Yuan is also too ruthless, right? Too frightening. I heard before that those who cleared this Ask Not were merely able to win the medicine ancestor by half a move. But this Yi Yuan, at the outside world, there was a series of exclamations. Yi Yuan's offensive became fiercer and fiercer, killing until the white pieces threw away their helmets and coats of mail, losing large areas of land. Those elders, priests, trainees were all stunned. When they mocked Yi Yuan's lousy chess move, they never would have thought that this game of chess would actually develop to such a point. It was dead silent on the plaza. Only those one chess piece after another flashed like one S-H-I plus Ning star after another. Bang! Suddenly, medicine ancestor's figure directly shattered, like when the sacred ancestor high priest shattered previously, dissipating between heaven and earth. Only did everyone abruptly startle awake. Yi Yuan won. No deadlock, no ending in a tie. What there was just a one-sided big victory. When that Tian Yuan was connected, everything was already destined. Whose? H. Plus all of the light dissipated with a loud bang. On the chessboard, Yi Yuan's figure was revealed. Everyone looked towards that slightly skinny figure, eyes full of disbelief. The 12th person. In the crowd, someone suddenly murmured, 12th person? What 12th person? The 12th person. Everyone did not react at first to what this 12th person meant. But very soon, they came to realize the truth. Yi Yuan already became the 12th person to pass. Ask Not in 50 million years. Xiao looked at that figure and said in wonder, 8 million years. Finally, Another genius who can pass. Ask not appeared. Furthermore, his talent is even greater. The first 11 people were merely chess pieces in the sacred ancestor's hands. They could only bear the sacred ancestor's will and could not resist at all. But Yi Yuan's Tao heart was firm. Not only did he shatter the sacred ancestor high priest's will, he even slaughtered the powerful medicine ancestor until he threw away his helmet and coat of mail, with the army in utter disarray. Such strength, such talent, was simply unprecedented throughout the ages. Ha ha! Good! What a fine Yi Yuan! This Hall Master indeed didn't misjudge him, didn't expect that my tyrant origin imperial city actually produced such a genius. Suddenly, Dichio let out a burst of wild laughter. After 8 million years, the demon divine region produced a genius who cracked ask not again. He, as the tyrant origin imperial city's priest temple's hall master, naturally rendered great merits. Furthermore, this was also a great honor. One had to know, 8 million years' time, how many geniuses rose and fell, sunk and floated. But Yi Yuan's light was too dazzling. And I Kuan and Elder Li and the others' faces were ugly to the extreme currently. Them letting Yi Yuan go challenge ask not was actually in order to harm him. Who knew that Yi Yuan Pies said ask not so perfectly? With this, Yi Yuan soared to the sky in one bound, his status equivalent to the sacred ancestor high priest disciples. This ident. 1. One sentence could determine their life and death. The two exchanged a glance and discovered that they had a feeling of digging a pit for themselves to jump, feeling incomparably bitter. At this time, in the distant human territories, the medicine ancestor who was currently in close seclusion suddenly startled awake. What's going on? Why? Do I sense a threat? The medicine ancestor said with a frown. Toward this feeling that came suddenly, the medicine ancestor was extremely surprised. Reaching his level of realm, apart from Tao ancestors, body could threaten him at all. But now, he actually had this kind of feeling. That wisp of residual consciousness was not connected to his body at all. He did not know the events that occurred in Ask Not. However, that was a wisp of his residual consciousness after all. Residual consciousness being annihilated, he was naturally hit by a sudden impulse. It was just that he could never have dreamed that this threat would originate from a divine Lord Realm martial artist. At virtually the same time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest also suddenly snapped open his two eyes, his eyes revealing rays of brilliance. He opened his mouth and said with a faint smile, 50 million years, I waited for it. I didn't think that someone could actually wipe away my will and defeat the medicine ancestor. Chapter 1767 Powerful Opponent. Chapter 1767 Powerful Opponent. Congratulations, Master. After 8 million years, someone finally cleared Ask Not again. Wonder what kind of talent this little junior brother of ours has. In front of Sacred Ancestor High Priest, a middle-aged in blue appeared very respectful. But his face had a look of joy. Clearing Ask Not. This was a great, joyous matter in the Demon Divine region, because anyone knew that clearing Ask Not, the Sacred Ancestor High Priest would take them in as a disciple. This was absolutely a great event in the demon race's alchemy world. The Sacred Ancestor High Priest slowly opened his mouth and said, You haven't publicized this matter, right? The middle-aged man in blue froze. Master's attitude seemed to be somewhat off. No. When GMO got this new, I came to report to Master straight away and haven't had time to tell the others yet. Wing said coolly, This matter, don't publicize it anymore. Just take it as if nothing happened. GMO could not help being taken aback when he heard it and said in surprise, Master, why is this? Wing smiled and said, He's different from you all. GMO froze when he heard that and said with uncertainty, Different. He could not figure out, didn't they all clear Ask Not? What was different? Master selected disciples with Ask Not as the standard, attempting to be able to groom an existence that Serpa said the medicine ancestor one day. This matter, The entire demon divine region knew about it. Now, there was another such genius, but Master did not seem to plan on taking him in as a disciple. This made him very puzzled. Wing slowly got up, walked to a chessboard in the corner, and said coolly, "GMO, you all think that I cut out and simplified this ask-not chess game in order to find a talented person. Then have you all thought before whether I found him or not?" GMO was caught off guard by this sudden question. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he said, "Master's meaning is that actually us 11 fellow apprentices aren't considered to have pious sitter test at all?" Wing slowly turned around and looked at GMO as he smiled and said, "The 11 of you are indeed my demon race's alchemy Tao geniuses that are hard to come by in a million years. It's just a pity that with your talents, it's very hard to Serpa. S Master." GMO was incredibly shocked in his heart. His understanding in these few million years was suddenly subverted. The 11 of them fellow apprentices had always viewed Master as their goal. But over 50 million years past, said, even eldest senior brother was also unable to reach Master's height. Just as Master said, for them fellow apprentices to want to Serpa. S Master, it was virtually impossible. This was not something willing or not, but can or cannot. Could not even Serpa. S Master, let alone talk about Serpa. Sing the medicine ancestor who towered above all life. Master, your meaning is that he can Serpa SSU? GMO said with his eyes full of shock. Wing smiled and said, "Can Serpa S or not, I don't know. After all, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? But, at least up to this point, he's stronger than you all." This time, GMO was not shocked. His gaze was full of unwillingness to submit. One had to know, the 11 of them fellow apprentices, each of them was someone who had the ability to rule the world. After all, in 50 million years, only 11 of them emerged. But hearing Master's tone, they were completely not worth mentioning in front of this kid. The pride of a genius made him very unconvinced in his heart. "Master, just where is he strong?" GMO asked. Wing gave him a glance and said smilingly, "I know that you're unconvinced in your heart, but he did what all of you couldn't accomplish." Plus, GMO's face changed, and he said, "Could it be that he shouldered all of your will?" Wing laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and shook his head as he said, "All of my will? That isn't my true test for you all. Among the 11 people, your talent is the highest, shouldering 90% of this seat's will, completing Ask Not. But even all of it isn't what I desire to. My true intention is shattering my will and replacing it." Shattering Master's will? In this world, apart from the medicine ancestor, how can someone possibly do it? GMO's expression suddenly changed. The words that Master said made him very perplexed. His master was the demon race's strongest alchemist, not one of. Being able to shatter his alchemy Tao, well, what kind of heaven-defying thing was that? Apart from the medicine ancestor in his youth, who could still accomplish it in this world? Who knew that? Wing just said coolly, "If he can't even crush my will, what qualifications does he have to go and challenge the medicine ancestor? Since the heaven-span world's ancient times, only a medicine ancestor emerged to this date. I can surmount all of the human race's alchemists, but can't Serpa S the medicine ancestor." Tanic waves surged in GMO's heart. Honestly speaking, he had never thought about this before. In fact, the more he cultivated, the more he felt that Master was too lofty beyond reach. But Master being inferior to the medicine ancestor was an incontestable fact. Then just how horrifying was the medicine ancestor's strength? Could it be that in this world, there was actually really someone capable of shattering Master's will? Then Master's meaning is that he did it? GMO drew a deep breath and said. Wing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a smile, "Not only did he do it, he even defeated the medicine ancestor. Even though that medicine ancestor isn't worth mentioning at all. In regards to his realm, he's an undefeatable existence. However, he won." Wing ignored the great shock in GMO's heart and continued. "What I'm looking for has never been some disciple, but a powerful opponent who can stand on par with me. Powerhouses look down upon the world, but who would know that the more one reaches my level of realm, the more fuzzier it actually is. Why did the medicine ancestors say, "Ask not 2 words to me"? Because those 2 words are the true gap between me and him. If I can see clearly this "ask not 2 words," I might be able to be his match. It's just that talk is cheap, but doing it is even harder than ascending to the heavens. Speaking up to here, Wing's 2 eyes revealed rays of brilliance, and was boundlessly heroic for a moment. Invincibility is the loneliest. I think that the medicine ancestors' thoughts are the same as me, right? Therefore, I need a powerful opponent. Only a powerful opponent can let me improve further. Understand? GMO was completely unable to use words to describe his emotions. This place was too crazy. The world was envious of the 11 of them. But who could have thought that the 11 of them were merely masters of abandoned pieces? They only barely managed to have the qualifications to be master's disciples. But what master needed was an opponent. GMO was shocked for a long time. Finally, it turned into a bitter smile and said, "Master, then have you never thought before, what if you lose?" Wing smiled very brightly, and said, "This seat won't lose." GMO looked at Wing with great surprise, feeling that this master before his eyes was totally different from the one he knew. The master in the past, that was an existence high above the clouds. Nothing could move him. But now, he was like a hot-blooded young man, bursting with youthful vigor anew. Master's spirit was burning. Chapter 1768, Tianlu Pavilion's 5th level. Chapter 1768, Tianlu Pavilion's 5th level. In short, this matter is settled. If someone reveals half a word to the outside world, kill without mercy. Inside Tianlu Pavilion, Xiao seethed with killing intent. Opposite him, Dichio was full of doubts and puzzlement. He completely did not expect that what he got was actually such an order. Cracking "Ask Not" was a grand event of the demon race. Virtually everyone knew about it. But why did everything change when it reached Yuan here? "Your Excellency, can I ask why?" Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "How can Lord Sacred Ancestors' thoughts be what you and I can conjecture about? We only need to obey orders." Dichio was helpless and said with a nod, "Yes, Dichio obeys the command." After Dichio left, Xiao held a white light ball in his palm, his expression complicated. It was only to see him lightly press his palm, and then a ball of light merged into SPAC. Before long, Yi Yuan's figure appeared in Tianlu Pavilion. "Senior, you're looking for me?" Yi Yuan bowed and said. Xiao nodded and said, "These few days, you've been in close seclusion all along. How's the harvest?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Honestly speaking, the harvest isn't big." When Xiao heard that, he had a strange look on his face. No matter who it was, as long as they did not die and ask not, they would have some harvest. Some people, after coming out, their alchemy Tao strength would advance by leaps and bounds, even reigning supreme in a city. This depended on talent. All Tyrant Origin Imperial City's elders had basically cleared Ask Not. One had to know, inside Ask Not contained the Tao of the Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest. These two heaven-span worlds' apex alchemy Tao experts. But Yi Yuan actually said that there was not much gain. This was too depressing. Yi Yuan said that he did not have harvest was naturally not, because his comprehension ability was poor, but that his strength was too strong. The Tao contained in Ask Not could not give Yi Yuan much comprehension at all. But these few years, Yi Yuan still learned quite a bit of things from Ask Not. After all, those two were the heaven-span world's top powerhouses. "Senior Xiao, don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. You should be able to tell that Ask Not's effect on me isn't big." Yi Yuan saw Xiao's look and explained with a smile. For such a long time, Yi Yuan more or less had some understanding of Xiao's alchemy Tao strength. Even though he had never exhibited it in front of him before, just based on some of his views, it was far from what those elders could compare to. You should be able to tell that his strength already far surpa. Said the level of Ask Not. Xiao heaved a sigh and said, "Knowing is knowing, but these words still make this old man have an impulse to beat people. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Senior didn't find me in order to beat me up, right?" Xiu smiled and said, "You said ask not's test. In the future, all of this Tianlu Pavilion's floors will be open to you at any time, especially the 5th level. I believe that there are things that interest you." When Yi Yuan heard that, his eyes could not help lighting up, and he said in pleasant surprise, "Are senior's words true?" In half a year's time, Yi Yuan had always remained on the first 3 floors. The books here were already pretty much digested by him. Even the 3rd floor was Xiu letting him enter through the back door. That place was a place that only elders could enter. As for the 4th floor, even if Yi Yuan and Xiu's relations, H.I. plus P was very good, he was not willing to open this back door either. He did not expect that clearing ask not actually still had this kind of benefit. Even Xiu was not willing to let him enter. This showed that the books on the 4th floor and above were definitely all extremely precious stuff. Such things, probably only the hall master, a person of this level, could go in. Yi Yuan did not even know that inside this Tianlu Pavilion still had a 5th floor. Now, not only could Yi Yuan enter the 4th level, he could even enter the 5th level that had never been heard of. How could this not surprise him? Xiu smiled and said, "Why would I lie to you? Go on." Yi Yuan did not say a word and went straight up to the 4th floor. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Xiu shook his head and said, "This kid actually kept his mouth shut about the matter of acknowledging a master. In this world, how many people want to acknowledge the sacred ancestor as master? But he seems to hold it in disdain. Cloud pendant, heavenly sunbow pill. Isn't this the demon race's supreme jade void pill? Also, these alchemy techniques are all extremely powerful treasures. And these demonic attraction art methods are truly exquisite." Yi Yuan lingered on the 4th floor, viewing those CLAs. 6, gasping in admiration again and again. Although this 4th floor's CLAs 6 were far lacking in quant. 1. Tied them downstairs, they were clearly more than a grade higher than those below. With Yi Yuan's eyesight, he could naturally discern that these CLAs 6 should be the demon race's most precious batch. Even though these CLAs 6 were all used by divine Tao rank 4 or 5 powerhouses, without a doubt, they were extremely precious. If these CLAs 6 were in a human race, it would not be easily shown to people at all. For Yi Yuan to be able to have today's accomplishments, it was largely due to benefiting from Immortal Grove's legacy. Although he had long already said his predecessor, the pill formulas that Immortal Grove left behind, alchemy techniques, etc., the significance to Yi Yuan naturally went without saying. Clearly, in the demon race, these things were similarly incomparably precious. Browsing entirely the 4th floor's CLAs 6, Yi Yuan entered the 5th level impatiently. He very much wanted to look at what kind of things were actually even more precious than the 4th floor's CLAs 6. The 5th floor's SPAC was stark empty. Only a white light ball suspended quietly in the air. Yi Yuan was very curious and pressed his palm on it. Buzz. In an instant, countless information entered Yi Yuan's mind. This is the sacred ancestor, High Priest's legacy? Yi Yuan's mind was shaken and came to his senses very quickly about what this S of information was. However, these inheritances don't seem to have his comprehension toward the Tao. Instead, they're the demon race's most basic stuff. Could it be? In these legacies, there were medicinal property explanations of countless spirit medicines, detailed interpretation of alchemy techniques, and also the demonic attraction art's supreme arts. Even though the content had common aspects with those at downstairs, they were a totally different concept. These things were a top alchemist's lifetime comprehension toward the alchemy Tao. For an alchemist to want to corroborate the great Tao, they must walk out a path that belonged to him. Just like Yi Yuan, even with heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's inheritance, he still walked out an alchemy path belonging to him. And the sacred ancestor High Priest's inheritance was clearly much higher rank than heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's. These two were not on the same level at all. In an instant, Yi Yuan seemingly understood something. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, "What a daring sacred ancestor, high priest. He wants to let me grow up and become his opponent, spurring him to break through the shackles from there. Looks like this isn't what the world thinks at all. What he's finding is a person capable of shattering his will, and not a chess piece in his hands." Ha! Most likely even the medicine ancestor also didn't expect that the sacred ancestor high priest actually has such boldness, right? Perhaps in the future, he can really become the second medicine ancestor. Who knows? Chapter 1769, White Lights News. Chapter 1769, White Lights, News Obtaining Sacred Ancestor, High Priest Inheritance. Yi Yuan's attainments in demon divine pills could be said to have advanced at a tremendous pace. This legacy was too valuable to Yi Yuan. After several years, Yi Yuan's attainments in demon divine pills finally reached the pinnacle. At the same time, his alchemy Dao strength also had a significant improvement. In this period, the temple gathered some level 8 and 9 difficulty spirit medicines. Yi Yuan took action and refined them. Furthermore, the demon divine pills he made, the lowest was also divine grade. The priest temple's upper echelons were naturally extremely shocked by this, especially Di Chio. Back then, he did not believe that Yi Yuan could create much value for them within 300 years at all. But now, he finally knew that he was ridiculously wrong. On this day, Di Chio came to find Yi Yuan and apologized when he opened his mouth. "Aha, Yi Yuan, this hall master apologizes to you about what happened that day. You fulfilled your promise. Looking at it now, it was my temple that earned big from you." Di Chio laughed loudly and said. Di Chio's personality was frank and straightforward. Admitting his fault, he did not have the slightest hesitation either. With his ident, being able to do this was truly not easy. Even though he wanted to kill Yi Yuan that day, Yi Yuan could also understand Di Chio's thoughts. After all, he still had human blood flowing in his body. To an alchemist who had never come into contact with demon divine pills before, 300 years' time was indeed not long. Hence, he smiled and said, "Hall Master doesn't have to be like this." This he knows that the request that day was indeed somewhat brusque. Di Chio chortled and said, "Fine lad, I knew that you weren't a petty person, giving a plum in return for a peach. Coming to you today, I actually have some news about the matter you entrusted to me." Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, and he said with a worried look, Is he okay?" But Di Chio's brows furrowed together, making Yi Yuan's heart abruptly twitch. "Okay or not, I can't say either. But the odds are likely against him rather than in his favor." Di Chio said. Yi Yuan's complexion turned deathly pale. Di Chio did not leave him hanging either, recounting the entire sequence of events. Although finding someone was like searching for a needle in a haystack, even in the demon divine region, pure white tiger bloodline was extremely rare too. The priest temple was indeed well deserving of being one of the demon race's most colossal forces. Through the news given by Yi Yuan, they finally found White Light's news within a few years. It turned out that White Light had been living in Tiger Bright Imperial City all along these few years. Tiger Bright Imperial City could be said to be the gathering ground of the Tiger Clan. There were many Tiger Clan powerhouses in the city. The White Tiger Clan's bloodline was similarly extremely in the Heavenspan world. So after coming to the Heavenspan world, White Light's cultivation speed was actually not slow. It was just that compared to Yi Yuan, it was still much slower. But arriving at the demon race, and arriving at Tiger Bright Imperial City, he relied on his bloodline talent and strength, and became an indispensable young powerhouse of Tiger Bright Imperial City. However, Tiger Bright Imperial City was different from Tyrant Origin Imperial City. The Sky Demon Mountain Range in the vicinity of Tiger Bright Imperial City had a very strong faction. Both parties would frequently clash. Not long ago, Tiger Bright Imperial City and that faction had another conflict again, and White Light took part in the operation this time. White Light teamed up with another Tiger Bright Imperial City's young genius and beat the other party's leader to heavy injuries and on the verge of death. No one could have expected that this leader who was injured was actually the son of that faction's chieftain, Heavenly Tiger King. With this, a big hole was poked in the basket. The Heavenly Tiger King was enraged and sent out all of the fierce beasts under his command, surrounding Tiger Bright Imperial City until not even water could seep through. Yet, this Heavenly Tiger King's strength was stronger than Tiger Bright Imperial City Lord. After both parties exchanged blows, Heavenly Tiger King injured the City Lord and threatened that if they did not hand over the culprit, he would directly slaughter the city. Hence, White Light took the initiative to step up. Heavenly Tiger King took White Light away. That was how the Beast Tide retreated. Dichio let out a sigh and said, "Speaking of which, the two of you brothers are loyal people. Actually, the one who took action and injured the Heavenly Tiger King's son wasn't White Light. But he and Black Pupil are good brothers. So he took the initiative to step forward, bearing the blame on Black Pupil's behalf." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he asked, "How long ago was this?" Dichio said, "This was just a few months ago. But I've heard before that Heavenly Tiger King's name. He's very savage and cruel. If he didn't have some scruples, he might have really slaughtered the city. That brother of yours, White Light, is fraught with grim possibilities." Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said to Dichio with clasped hands, "Home Master, this matter brooks no delay. I'll set off now and head for Tiger Bright Imperial City." Dichio did not stop either and said, "There are transmission arrays between priest temples. You can go over through the transmission array." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with clasped hands, "In that case, thank you very much, Lord Home Master." Imperial cities were mostly independent. Under normal circumstances, there were no transmission arrays, just like the relations Hi+P between Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and Utmost Peace Imperial City back then. If there was a transmission array, that would be equivalent to self-destruction. But the demon race's priest temples spanned all over each imperial city. It was still permitted for them to set up some small-scale transmission arrays internally. Of course, this transmission array naturally had strict rules for usage too. People apart from the priest temple were absolutely not allowed to use it. Sing through the transmission array, what was supposed to be a several years' journey, Yi Yuan only used half a month's time and reached Tiger Bright Imperial City. Yi Yuan pays respect to Hall Master Jin Hua. Coming out of the transmission array, a man dressed in Hall Master long robes came up to welcome. Yi Yuan naturally knew it in his heart and bowed to him. Although Dichio did not say that Yi Yuan cleared "Ask Not," the words in the message he transmitted to him expressed Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. Jin Hua was not a fool. He naturally understood what it meant. Hence, he personally came to welcome Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was unfamiliar with this place. His greatest reliance was the priest temple and naturally had to be more courteous to Jin Hua. When Jin Hua saw Yi Yuan, he could not help slightly revealing a look of surprise. Nodding his head, he said, "Your little friend Yi Yuan? I heard that your talent is outstanding and can already refine level 8 and 9 Demon Divine pills." Yi Yuan understood in his heart and said with a nod, "That is kind praise from Home Master Dichio. If Home Master Jin Hua needs this Yi to put forth my strength, this Yi will naturally carry out my obligations." Jin Hua smiled, very satisfied with Yi Yuan's behavior. Clearly, talking with smart people was very easy. However, he was also secretly shocked in his heart. He even thought that Yi Yuan was a peak rank 4 powerhouse. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was only a 5th Firmament Divine Lord. Could this bit of strength really refine the Cloud Pendant Heavenly Sunbow pill? Dichio seemed crude and careless, but he naturally also would not be as simple as he portrayed. Even though the relations Hi+P between priest temples was much closer than between imperial cities, asking people for help naturally had to promise some benefits. And Yi Yuan was the biggest benefit. He already hinted in the news he sent over that he could have Yi Yuan refine some level 9 difficulty medicinal pills. Hoo-hoo, then I'll have to trouble little friend Yi Yuan. I heard Dichio say that you and White Light are life and death brothers? Jinhua asked casually. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "We're good brothers that have braved countless dangers. Lord Hall Master, I heard that he also has a good brother in Tiger Bright Imperial City, Black Pupil. I wonder if you can tell me about this person?" Chapter 1770 Set Up. Chapter 1770 Set Up? Ha. Brother Ye's alchemy skills have truly reached the acme of perfection. In my view, with your strength, there's no problem pa-s. Sing ask not. In the restaurant, a demon race youth faced Yi Yuan, a flattering look on his face. Yi Yuan took a sip of wine and said coolly, "Brother Black Pupil's words are flattering a little too over the top. During these 50 million years, only 11 people have cleared Ask Not. Your words are plussing me in the fire pit." Black Pupil seemed slightly awkward as he laughed and said, No matter what, Brother Ye's alchemy standards are the most formidable that I, Black Pupil, have seen to this day. If not for you, it's probably impossible for me to break through to late-stage rank 4 within a short time." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Black Pupil is too modest. With your talent, I was merely adding flowers to embroidery." Yi Yuan made a compliment very deftly. Black Pupil was indeed very pleased with himself. To talk about talent, if I, Black Pupil, admits to being second in Tiger Bright Imperial City, no one will identify as first," Black Pupil said with a proud face. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said in strong agreement, "This Yi just arrived here. But I heard that there's still a pretty talented one in the city. What's he called again?" Black Pupil's expression changed, but he still said, "White Light." Right, called White Light. I heard that punk overestimated his own ability and actually wanted to compete with Brother Black Pupil," Yi Yuan said with an unhappy look. Black Pupil's expression was slightly unnatural as he shook his head and said with a sigh, "What's Brother Yi saying? White Light is my close brother. He's currently thrown in prison. I'm also very pained about it." The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he was unhappy. His face turned sullen as he said, "Brother Black Pupil is treating me as an outside. Forget it. Don't talk about this at this time. This one is also pretty much drunk. This he will take his leave first." As he said, Yi Yuan was really going to get up and leave. Black Pupil got a fright and hurriedly pulled Yi Yuan and said, Don't. Brother Yi, it was all Black Pupil's fault. Let's sit down and slowly talk. Yi Yuan sat down with an unhappy look and said, "Black Pupil, I felt that your talent is pretty good. That's why I made friends with you. Do you think that just anybody is qualified to become friends with me?" Before coming, Yi Yuan already had Jinhua spread that word, saying that he could refine level 9 medicinal pills. Prior to this, Yi Yuan already refined a medicinal pill and helped Black Pupil successfully break through his bottleneck, reaching late-stage rank 4. In reality, when Yi Yuan heard about this incident, he felt that there was something very fishy. If they were really close brothers, how could he possibly watch Heavenly Tiger King capture White Light away passively? If it were Yi Yuan, he would rather die himself than let Heavenly Tiger King capture White Light away. This matter, it was Now said to the outside world that it was all done by White Light. But the news held by the priest temple clearly did not stop there. Even though the temple did not care about the affairs in the city, with their standing, the eyes and ears in the city naturally could not be avoided. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan came out of the transmission array, he asked about it. Setting up this plot today was in order to bait him. In terms of cunningness, 10 Black Pupil was not Yi Yuan's match too. With a few interactions, Black Pupil already took Yi Yuan to be a good friend that could be confided in. Coupled with Yi Yuan intentionally or unintentionally saying that he wanted to help Black Pupil refine the Cloud Pendant Heavenly Sunbow pill, he naturally became even more docile and obedient towards Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan never mentioned the matter of White Light all the way until today did he casually mention it. If Black Pupil really took White Light to be a brother, then it was Yi Yuan who misunderstood. White Light standing up for a brother, he naturally had nothing to say. But if there was really something fishy in between, then he would not be courteous. Black Pupil knew that Yi Yuan had the ability to refine the cloud-pendant heavenly sunbow pill and was naturally willing to make friends with Yi Yuan. Even if they did not become friends, he could not offend either. One had to know, one medicinal pill from Yi Yuan could let him break through to rank 5. How could this sort of person be offended? Sure enough, Black Pupil had an ingratiating look as he said, "Brother Yi, calm your anger. One look, and you're a clear-headed person. Either way, that brat is already dead, so there's nothing that can't be said. That punk indeed didn't know how to appreciate favors. That's why I did a small trick and eliminated him." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help saying with great interest, "Oh, in that case, that son of Heavenly Tiger King, it was you who deliberately took action to severely injure him?" Black Pupil smiled and said, "That's of course. I originally wanted to directly kill him, but I didn't expect that this guy had COARS, skin and thick flesh, and actually didn't die. White Light, that fool, actually really stood up for me and shouldered this matter." While talking, Black Pupil had a contemptuous look on his face. Yi Yuan had already inquired before. This Black Pupil normally addressed White Light as his brother and took on quite a number of things for White Light. Quite a few demons in this city found White Light an eyesore. As long as Black Pupil ran into them, he would definitely cuss the other party out. Looking at it now, these were probably arranged by Black Pupil. Yi Yuan had a smile that was not a smile when he heard it and said, "Brother Black Pupil, you treated your own brother like that. You wouldn't stab me in the back one day too, right?" The moment Black Pupil heard, he hurriedly said, "What's Brother Yi saying? I, Old Black, am not this kind of person. Actually, I've hinted to that White Light to leave many times and not compete for the position of Young City Lord in Tiger Bright Imperial City with me. But he wouldn't listen. I only came up with this scheme out of helplessness. Brother Yi, you opened your heart up to me. I, Black Pupil, only take you as a friend in this lifetime." The smile on Yi Yuan's face grew increasingly thicker, making Black Pupil feel a chill run down his back. Brother Yi, what's with you?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Then do you know that White Light and I are also close brothers who stand or fall together?" Black Pupil's expression changed when he heard it and said with an ugly expression, How is this possible?" Yi Yuan's face recovered tranquility, and he said coolly, "White Light has stuck together with me and depended on each other for survival from birth. Now you actually stabbed him in the back. What do you think I should do?" Black Pupil's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "You deliberately tricked me?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "You're not considered too dumb yet. White Light, he's pure-hearted and really took you, this kind of venomous person, to be a friend. But how can I, his big brother, let you get off scot-free?" Black Pupil's expression changed several times. Finally, it turned into a cold smile, and he said, "With the likes of you, you're as dumb as that brother of yours. Since you suspect me, you actually still help me to refine medicinal pills and help me break through. Heh, go die." While talking, Black Pupil's aura skyrocketed. The strength of late-stage rank 4 erupted in its entirety, him pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood there and pointed a finger out very calmly. Bang! Black Pupil's body was akin to being struck by lightning, suddenly flying out backward. Fresh blood was spewing wildly in the air. Landed on the ground. He looked at Yi Yuan in horror, face revealing a panicky look as he said in disbelief, How is this possible?" Yi Yuan looked at Black Pupil coolly and said, "White Light doesn't like to show off, so he definitely didn't tell you why he'd leave my side and come to Tiger Bright Imperial City from afar. The strength that you rely on isn't worth mentioning in front of me at all." Chapter 1771 Russ.H.I. Plus-ing Heavenly Tiger Mountain Alone. Chapter 1771 Russ. H.I. Plus-ing Heavenly Tiger Mountain Alone. Black Pupil's expression changed several times. Suddenly, his figure moved, suddenly vanished. H.I. Plus-ing, shuttling into the void. Yi Yuan had long expected it. Taking a step high into the air, a finger tapped out once more. It was only to see a trace of crack ripped in S.P.A.C. Black Pupil's figure was directly sent out. Black pupils constricted, and he said in horror, spatial law. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, don't need to worry, I won't kill you. Take a trip with me. Black pupil's expression changed, and he said fearfully, where are you bringing me? Heavenly Tiger Mountain. Black pupil had a look of alarm and said in panic, I'm not going. You're courting death. White Light already died, so what's the point of doing this now? The current Yi Yuan had a calm look, but those who knew him well knew that he was very angry. Suddenly, Yi Yuan unleashed a finger again. You crippled my cultivation. You'll die a horrible death. A scream came from Black Pupil. That finger of Yi Yuan's just now directly made his inner world shatter. The current Black Pupil was already an out-and-out cripple. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a grim look, my brother's life is tenacious, so he won't die. If he really died, I'll make the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried with him. As for you, there's absolutely no hope to get lucky. Black Pupil's entire body trembled, revealing a look of despair. Suddenly, he let out a wild laugh and said, just the likes of you will make the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried for him? What right do you have? Yi Yuan slowly walked over, hauling Black Pupil up. Taking a stride out, he directly left Tiger Bright Imperial City. You sent a message out with a secret art just now, right? Don't harbor delusions anymore. No one will come and save you. As Yi Yuan sped along, he said coolly. Black Pupil's expression changed, and he said in disbelief, you want to scare me? My grandfather is Tiger Bright Imperial City's Grand Elder. Late-stage rank 5 powerhouse. You crippled my cultivation. He'll definitely shred you into pieces. Yi Yuan cast him a pitiful glance and said coolly, then you see if anyone will come and save you or not. Time slowly trickled by. The two people got closer and closer to Heavenly Tiger Mountain. However, there were still no activities at the rear. Black Pupil's heart gradually sunk to the bottom. He seriously could not understand why grandfather would not come and save him, and where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Thinking about Yi Yuan arriving at the border of Sky Demon Mountain Range, Black Pupil finally knew that Yi Yuan was not scaring him, but he really had the confidence. But why? He was merely a 5th Firmament Divine Lord Martial Artist, so why would grandfather not dare to come? Why? Black Pupil bellowed unwillingly. Yi Yuan said coolly, didn't you say that with my strength, there isn't any problem pious? Sing ask not. Black Pupil's pupils constricted, and he said in disbelief, you really pious, said ask not? This isn't possible. If you pious, said ask not, why doesn't the entire demon race have any news at all? Yi Yuan said, that's because I'm different from those people in the past. Black Pupil's entire body trembled. His mind was in disorder. He previously said these words just to be to Yi Yuan up. No one had cleared ask not for 8 million years already. Although Yi Yuan was very formidable, he did not believe that Yi Yuan had the ability to clear it at all. But now, even his grandfather did not dare to chase after. Very clearly, a powerful force stopped him. At least, City Lord His Excellency did not have this ability and strength. Then, it was really Lord's sacred ancestor? Extreme terror after long deliberation. The deeper Black Pupil thought, the more despaired he got. This one is Yi Yuan, requesting an audience with Heavenly Tiger King. Yi Yuan stood in the air and said in a clear voice, his voice ringing throughout the whole Heavenly Tiger Mountain. Black Pupil was scared until his legs were quaking. This guy's nerves were really too plucky. Suddenly, several powerful auras stepped into the air and pounced over toward Yi Yuan two people. 7 to 8 fierce beasts with powerful auras directly took action indiscriminately. Black Pupil was scared until his complexion turned ashen. These 7 to 8 fierce beasts, each one was several times stronger than him. Now, Yi Yuan and he were both dead for sure. This guy's head really had a problem to actually dare so be insolent in Heavenly Tiger King's territory. What was this if not tired of living? Yi Yuan's face fell. His figure immediately became vague and insubstantial, directly Russ. H.I. Plussing into the beast horde. Bang, bang, bang. Black Pupil only felt the divine essence around him disperse frenziedly. Even though Yi Yuan battled 7 to 8 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts by himself, he actually did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Was this guy a freak? His combat power was actually so strong. Just what kind of monster was White Light's brother? Suddenly, a surge of remorse welled up frantically in his heart. He discovered that he had done an extremely foolish thing and provoked the person that he least ought to. Divine Dragon trampling heaven. Nirvana Seal. One powerful move after another spewed forth. Yi Yuan sent each one of those fierce beasts packing back into the heavenly Tiger Mountain. Yi Yuan stood in his air and called out in a clear voice once more, "I'm Yi Yuan, requesting an audience with Heavenly Tiger King." With this, no more fierce beasts rushed out. Before long, a black tiger rose into the sky. A powerful aura instantly enveloped Yi Yuan and Black Pupil. "Punk, who are you? To dare act wildly at my Heavenly Tiger Mountain?" said the black tiger in human language. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I want to meet Heavenly Tiger King." The black tiger gave a cold laugh when he heard that and said disdainfully, "Brat, your strength is decent. But why would Lord Heavenly Tiger King want to see you?" Yi Yuan said, "I can treat Tiger Heart." But the black tiger burst into laughter when he heard that and said, "Tiger Bright Imperial City even sent over a 5-star priest, but he was at a loss on what to do. Just the likes of you, a little brat still wet behind his ears, can treat Tiger Heart's injuries?" The terms of Heavenly Tiger King's retreat was naturally not just handing over White Light. There was also having the priest temple send people over to treat his son, Tiger Heart. In the end, Tiger Heart's injuries were too severe. Even the priest temple could not treat him. Yi Yuan said coolly, "They are inferior to me. Treat the dead horse as if it's still alive. Either way, you guys don't have other choices." The moment the black tiger heard, he said in great rage, "Brat, what are you saying?" Angry was angry, but the black tiger did not make a move. Because he knew that Yi Yuan's words were harsh, but the logic was not wrong. This brat suddenly appeared and even dared to say such big words. He likely did not say it carelessly. It would have nothing to do and treat their own life as a joke. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not react, the black tiger said unhappily, "Since you came to treat Tiger Heart, then what are you still waiting for? Come with me." But Yi Yuan did not move and said coolly, "I want to meet Heavenly Tiger King. Otherwise, I won't treat him." The moment the black tiger heard, he immediately said in a great rage, "Brat, since you already came, it's no longer up to you now." Yi Yuan said with a calm look, "You can try. I can treat Tiger Heart. Similarly, I can also make him unable to pray for life, nor beg for death. If you don't believe it, you can give a try." The black tiger's face fell, and he said angrily, "Brat, you dare?" Seeing that Yi Yuan did not react, the black tiger immediately crumbled and gave a cold snort and said, "Kid, you wait here. I'll go and ask for Lord Heavenly Tiger King's opinion." Chapter 1772, Grievous News. Chapter 1772, Grievous News. "Human, you wanted to see me?" In front of him, a majestic, enormous tiger, a full person's height, talked in human language. His gaze stared intently at Yi Yuan, his body radiating a terrifying aura. Thud! Yi Yuan did not show the least bit of fear, stretching out his hand and lightly puss. H.I. Plussing, he pushed Black Pupil in front of Heavenly Tiger King. "This is the culprit who seriously injured Tiger Heart. I can help you treat Tiger Heart, but I need to see White Light first," Yi Yuan said coolly. Heavenly Tiger King's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Punk, are you negotiating terms with me? Do you think that you have the capital to negotiate terms in front of me?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said calmly, "I'm not discussing terms with you, but I am giving you a chance. I hope that White Light had better be fine, otherwise the entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain will be buried for your foolishness." At this time, Just the late-stage rank 5 fierce beasts by Heavenly Tiger King's side were as many as 7 to 8. This Heavenly Tiger Mountain, the rank 5 fierce beasts were no fewer than several dozen at the very least. When these fierce beasts heard Yi Yuan's word, each and every one of them exchanged glances, their expressions very amused. This human brat in front of them was actually threatening Heavenly Tiger King? This kid likely lost his mind, right? Ha ha! Heavenly Tiger King, have been entrenched in Heavenly Tiger Mountain for as long as several tens of thousands of years. Even Tiger, Bright Imperial City Lord, I have killed one before too. There's never been a guy who dared to say this kind of wildly arrogant words in front of me. Kid, you're very courageous. Heavenly Tiger King let out a wild laugh. Clearly, Yi Yuan's words, he listened to it like a joke. If not for Yi Yuan saying that he could treat Tiger hard, he would have long smacked him to death with one palm. But Yi Yuan had a serious look as he asked in a solemn voice, "How is White Light?" Heavenly Tiger King waved his paw carelessly and said coolly, "Relax, he's currently locked up by me and suffered a small loss. But he's fine. You just have to treat Tiger hard, and I'll immediately release him." Hearing this, Yi Yuan's heart eased up and he said coolly, "As long as White Light is fine, everything can be discussed. Lead the way." Under Heavenly Tiger King's lead, Yi Yuan came to a cave. On the simple and crude stone bed, a bright-colored tiger lay there, breath fleeting like gossamer. Heavenly Tiger King's face fell, and he said, "Kid, don't let me find out that you're toying with me. You will know the consequences." In truth, he did not harbor much hope in Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan only had divine Lord Realm strength. Tiger Bright Imperial City's high priests all came, and they all said that they were powerless to remedy the situation and had him wait to collect the corpse. But he loved his son dearly. Since Yi Yuan said so, he could only have Yi Yuan give it a shot. Yi Yuan ignored Heavenly Tiger King and went straight to the edge of the stone bed and pressed his palm on Tiger Heart's body. Traces of thick divine essence probed into Tiger Heart's body. Yi Yuan's brows knitted tighter and tighter, hatred towards Black Pupil welling up even more in his heart. This guy attacked really viciously. Tiger Heart's insides were virtually beaten into mush by Black Pupil. The vitality within his body almost already dissipated fully. Even using medicinal pills, Tiger Heart was completely unable to digest it too. It was also no wonder that those 5-star high priests were all helpless. This kind of situation, to the average person, it was basically waiting to die. Heavenly Tiger King appeared, slightly fidgety as he asked, "How is it? Is there hope?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "This guy is tenacious too, to actually be able to hold out until now. You rest assured. As long as he doesn't die, I can bring him back to life." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Heavenly Tiger King's heart inexplicably eased up. Yi Yuan took out a purplish-black medicinal pill. Supporting from under with his palm, the medicinal pill suspended above Tiger Heart. Yi Yuan's divine essence poured out trace by trace, guiding the medicinal strength of the purplish-black medicinal pill into Tiger Heart's body. The moment Heavenly Tiger King saw this, his gaze could not refrain from turning intent as he said in surprise, "This kid has such terrifying control. What kind of visual prowess did Heavenly Tiger King have?" Yi Yuan's control over divine essence was too terrifying. No need to talk about him. Even those high priests from the priest temple absolutely could not do it to Yi Yuan's degree as well. Tiger Heart was only hanging in there with one breath and was totally unable to refine the medicinal strength himself anymore. If he could still consume medicinal pills, 5-star high priests naturally would not be at their wits' end. At least, prolonging his life was still doable. Previously, that high priest also said before leaving that Tiger Heart was not without hope. It was just that no one had that kind of fine control to ferry the medicinal strength into Tiger Heart's body. Even Hall Master Jean Hua could not do it too. Now this rank 4 little fellow actually did it. This kid indeed has some capability. His control over divine essence is simply brilliant to the max. That black tiger from earlier marveled in admiration. Heavenly Tiger King said excitedly. Haha, truly, heaven doesn't want my child to die. The black tiger was a little worried as he whispered, Your Majesty, this kid wants that white light we. Heavenly Tiger King's face turned black, two eyes glaring as he said in a solemn voice, Wait for him to finish treating before talking. Talking about this now, do you want to die? The black tiger was startled inwardly and hurriedly withdrew, not daring to speak anymore. Yi Yuan's treatment lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Under everyone's marveling gazes, Tiger Heart's vitality went from nothing to something and gradually grew stronger again. Although this process was extremely slow, the people present were all experts and could naturally feel the changes in Tiger Heart's breathing. A smile unconsciously spilled out on Heavenly Tiger King's ferocious-looking face. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's palm pulled back, the treatment suddenly stopping. Heavenly Tiger King's face changed, and he asked, Kid, what's the meaning of this? Yi Yuan slowly got up and wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. This method of ferrying medicinal strength was seriously too energy-consuming. Even he also felt very strained by casting it continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. But the reason he stopped was naturally not because of this. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Tiger King and said coolly, Tiger Heart's current situation, living another few months, is an issue. I can continue to help treat him, but I have to see white light first. The reason why he helped treat Tiger Heart unconditionally was just in order to let them know that he had this strength. But his goal was white light. Not seeing white light, he would not continue taking action. Regarding Heavenly Tiger King's conduct, Yi Yuan had long inquired about it. Heavenly Tiger King's words, he naturally would not believe completely. Heavenly Tiger King's expression changed, and he said, This king said that as long as you treat Tiger Heart, this king will naturally release him. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I want to see white light first. Heavenly Tiger King's expression became incomparably ugly, and he involuntarily looked toward the black tiger. Yi Yuan's face fell, immediately having a foreboding premonition. He said in a chilly voice, Just how is white light? If you dare to deceive me, your son can forget about ever getting well. Heavenly Tiger King knew that it could not be hidden anymore and gave a cold snort as he said, He's dead. Buzz. Yi Yuan's eyes went black, staggering, nearly falling to the ground. His head suddenly exploded, endless sorrow instantly filling his whole body. Pooh work. Yi Yuan's anxiety struck his heart, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood mist. Chapter 1773 Magic Eye Grotto. 1773 Magic Eye Grotto. Yi Yuan's eyes turned blood red, berserk killing intent becoming corporeal, dispersing in all directions grandly. You really killed him? Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan's murderous aura naturally could not pose any harm to Heavenly Tiger King. In fact, the way they saw it, Yi Yuan's anger was simply laughable. Heavenly Tiger King laughed loudly and said, Looks like your relations. I plus P with that white tiger is really very deep. But your anger is utterly meaningless to this king. This is a world where the weak are prey and the strong feast. If you don't have the strength, even if you have monumental grievances, you also have to suppress it in your heart. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, his gaze icy cold as he said in a cold voice, I ask you, did you really kill him? This kid is probably really a fool. He still can't see the current situation clearly. A rank 4 brat actually dares to threaten our Heavenly Tiger Mountain. This tone is also too big. That punk called White Light actually dared to beat young Patriarch Tiger Heart to severe injuries. So serves him right to die. The fierce beasts following the Heavenly Tiger King all revealed teasing gazes. To them, these powerhouses occasionally toying with weaklings was also something pretty good. Heavenly Tiger King burst into laughter and said, Why? Killed then killed. Could it be that you'll really make our entire Heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried in death? Brat, not that I'm looking down on you, but just the likes of you? Now, go and treat Tiger Heart obediently. If you dare to have any devious thoughts, this king will make you unable to beg for life nor plead for death. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's entire person recovered tranquility. His body stopped trembling. His pair of eyes looked at the heavenly Tiger King, not carrying the slightest emotion. The current Yi Yuan already could not use words to describe his rage. A cold light flashed. The Junyi sword already arrived in Yi Yuan's hand. He walked over step by step toward the heavenly Tiger King. The heavenly Tiger King's eyes were full of amusement. Nt, as he said with a cold smile. Kid, if you don't treat Tiger hard today, the consequences aren't what you can bear. Bang! All of a sudden, the heavenly Tiger King's aura was released fully. The powerful aura made the entire mountain forest tremble. Even his subordinates were also all on tenterhooks, consciously retreating. The heavenly Tiger King already had 1 foot stepped into the threshold of rank 6. The might of his imposing momentum, ordinary powerhouses could not withstand it at all. Even Tiger Bright City Lord was not his match either. It could be seen how terrifying his strength was. However, this powerful pressure had not closed in on Yi Yuan yet, but the heavenly Tiger King's eyes already revealed a look of horror. His powerful aura was actually being suppressed back. His figure suddenly froze there. Which lord arrived? Please reveal yourself. No one answered him. The heavenly Tiger King had a look of shock on his face. He completely could not feel any aura. But now, he could not even move his fingers. He could only helplessly watch Yi Yuan approach him. Same as him, none of the other fierce beasts were able to move as well. The heavenly Tiger King suddenly startled awake, only then remembering the words Yi Yuan said before. He said that he was going to make the entire heavenly Tiger Mountain be buried with white light. He only took it as a joke previously. He did not expect that this divine Lord Realm human brat could actually find such a terrifying helper. Looking as Yi Yuan drew close step by step, the heavenly Tiger King finally sensed the arrival of death. He currently could not even perform divine essence body protection. It was as easy as flipping his hand over for Yi Yuan to want to kill him. Looking at Yi Yuan's cold eyes, heavenly Tiger King did not think that the other party would show mercy. Hey, Chang'an, maybe white light isn't dead. Heavenly Tiger King said rather feebly. Yi Yuan's figure paused, not carrying the slightest emotion as he said, "You only have 3 breaths of time. If you can't convince me, you die." Heavenly Tiger King broke out in cold sweat. He had never felt before such tremendous pressure. Actually, after white light was captured by us, he was thrown in a magic eye grotto. That place is the Sky Demon Mountain Range's Forbidden Land. As long as the person goes in, they have never come out alive before. So, he might still be alive right now. Talking to the back, Heavenly Tiger King's voice became weaker and weaker, saying that white light was still alive. Even he himself did not quite believe it. If white light still had a trace of possibility of being alive, he would not deceive Yi Yuan either, saying that white light was just being locked up. However, Yi Yuan's bone-piercing icy aura immediately thawed significantly. An additional trace of hope appeared in his eyes. As long as it was not Heavenly Tiger King killing him himself, then he still had a glimmer of hope of survival. Yi Yuan believed all along that white light was not such an ill-fated person. Following Yi Yuan putting away the Junyi sword, the murderous aura on him dissipated considerably. That lofty suppression force on Heavenly Tiger King's body also disappeared along with it. Heavenly Tiger King was shocked in his heart. He was completely unable to imagine what kind of strength the other party had to be able to make him unable to even use demonic divine essence. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Tiger King coldly and said, "Speak, what's the deal with this magic eye grotto? You should be clear that you don't have a second chance." Dare not. Heavenly Tiger will definitely say all that I know and say it without reserve. How did the current Heavenly Tiger King still have any metal of a hegemon of a region? In front of Yi Yuan, he was like a well-behaved little kitten, meek to the extreme. He knew that that powerhouse hiding in the dark only needed a thought to be able to kill him. Heavenly Tiger King deliberately shrunk his body, becoming half a size shorter than Yi Yuan. He carefully paid attention to his wording before slowly saying, "The Sky Demon Mountain Range under our Empyrean Cloudridge command has 3 forbidden lands: Purple Void Summit, Cloudsea Bamboo Forest, as well as the Magic Eye Grotto. Purple Void Summit is the roosting place of Empyrean Cloudridge, while the other 2 are death zones. No one knows what's inside the Magic Eye Grotto. But I heard that back then, there was a rank 6 great demon who had once gone in before. However, he never came out again. Since then, no one dared to enter anymore." Speaking up to here, Heavenly Tiger King could not resist sneaking a peek at Yi Yuan, but discovered that Yi Yuan was still emotionless, unable to discern what he was thinking at all. Suddenly, Yi Yuan turned around and walked over toward Tigerheart again. The Heavenly Tiger King looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and discovered that he actually started treating Tigerheart again. Under Yi Yuan's marvelous skills, Tigerheart's heart grew in strength little by little. After 5 days, Tigerheart appeared in front of the Heavenly Tiger King bar, with vitality and vigor. Until now, the Heavenly Tiger King still did not quite dare to believe it. He said to Yi Yuan gratefully, "Many thanks, Your Excellency." Yi Yuan had a cold face and pointed at Tigerheart as he said, "Don't be in a rush to thank me first. He has to enter the Magic Eye Grotto together with me." The Heavenly Tiger King did not have time to be happy yet, and his tiger body trembled as he cried out in shock, "This! How can this do?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "If I'm unable to come out, that person naturally won't eradicate your Heavenly Tiger Mountain. Your son will be buried in death for me and my brother. This is the karma that you planted yourself, so you have to bear the consequence." Yi Yuan was clearly in his heart. Wing wanted to find an opponent that could rival him, and not nurture a worthless wretch who grew up in a greenhouse. If not for the sake of rescuing White Light, Yi Yuan also would not make the temple send an expert over. As for entering the Magic Eye Grotto, that was clearly impossible. And if Yi Yuan died inside the Magic Eye Grotto, everything was naturally dropped. Chapter 1774 Void Realm, Sundered Boundary. 1774 Void Realm, Sundered Boundary. Heavenly Tiger King had a pained look on his face. He really regretted it greatly now. If he had long known what would happen today, why didn't he wait longer? At least, Tigerheart did not really die, right? Upon entering the Magic Eye Grotto, it was completely impossible for a person to survive. It was said that even Empyrean Cloudridge did not dare to enter deep inside. Right at this time, Tigerheart suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Father, let me go." Heavenly Tiger King's tiger body trembled, looked at Tigerheart, and said, "If you go, there's no possibility of coming out again." Tigerheart let out a sigh and said, "Father, Tigerheart, living a second life, is overwhelmed with many emotions. This matter was us harming the innocent in the first place. We were at fault first. Lord Yi Yuan's loyalty is mind-boggling, not scrupling to enter the Magic Eye Grotto for his brother. What do I, Tigerheart, have to fear? If His Excellency dies inside, I'll accompany him. This is what his father and son owe him." In an instant, everyone within the cave did not seem to know Tigerheart anymore. In the past, Tigerheart was arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone and everything like a child who never grew up. But experiencing life and death this time, it was as if his entire person had changed. Yi Yuan glanced at Tigerheart rather surprisedly, also not expecting that he would actually take the initiative to request to enter with him. But very soon he understood. Between life and death, one could have a great awakening. The current Tigerheart was like him back then, entering the Magic Eye Grotto this time. If he did not die, Tigerheart would definitely have great accomplishments in the future. Heavenly Tiger King had a conflicted look. Finally, he still heaved a long sigh and said, "Forget it. You go with him." Standing in front of the Magic Eye Grotto, Yi Yuan seemed to see a primitive behemoth currently opening its gaping maws, wanting to swallow this mountain in one bite. The light outside was clearly very good, but such a large cave, one actually could not even see the entrance of the cave. Inside was endless darkness. The heavenly Tiger King looked at that cave entrance and said with a fearful look, "This place is the magic eye grotto. No one has ever known what's inside, and no one dares to go in as well." Clearly, he also felt the terror of this magic eye grotto. Yi Yuan nodded his head and slowly walked over toward the magic eye grotto. Tiger Heart said to the heavenly Tiger King, "This child is going. Father, take care." Finished talking, Tiger Heart jogged along and followed behind Yi Yuan. Stepping into the magic eye grotto, the figures of a human and a tiger were seemingly directly gobbled up by the enormous mouth, disappearing. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes. When he looked back, how was there still the Sky Demon Mountain Range's shadow? "Your Excellency, we seem to have come to another S.P.A.C." Tiger Heart said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Looks like this so-called Magic Eye Grotto is an entrance to another S.P.A.C. Furthermore, this entrance is one-directional. We can't go back anymore." Tiger Heart could not help being overjoyed when he heard that and said, "In that case, this place isn't a death zone. Then Brother White Light should still be alive?" But Yi Yuan did not have any joy on his face. Clearly, he was not as optimistic as Tiger Heart. "This place isn't a nice place, but there's always an additional glimmer of hope. But I hope that I can find him. You should be able to break through to late-stage rank 4 after you eat it. Wait until after you break through, then we'll set off again." While talking, Yi Yuan threw Tiger Heart a medicinal pill. Tiger Heart said in surprise, This is a Void Spirit Divine Grade Blazing Sun Sky Flame pill. Could this medicinal pill be refined by your excellency?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "If I didn't have this bit of ability, could I bring you back to life?" When Tiger Heart heard that, he said in Bara, Sedley, haha, makes sense. However, doesn't your excellency blame me for harming Brother White Light?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "This wasn't your original intention. I was angry at your father maligning the innocent indiscriminately. Moreover, every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. This matter can't be blamed on you." The moment Tiger Heart heard, he could not resist saying, "Actually, Father," Yi Yuan waved his hand and interrupted, "You don't need to explain. If White Light is fine, everything is naturally easy to discuss." Tiger Heart did not dare to say any more words and could only secretly pray for White Light to be okay. He swallowed the demon divine pill that Yi Yuan gave and started breaking through in close seclusion. To the demon race, the bottleneck from middle stage to late stage was even harder to break through than the human races. Hence, the standing of priests in the demon race carried decisive weight. Even if the heavenly Tiger King really wanted a Ma's Sacred Tiger Bride Imperial City, he also did not dare to do anything to the priest temple. Otherwise, he would die without even knowing how he died. Tiger Heart's strength was similar to Black Pupil's and White Light's. Presently, White Light's strength already reached peak middle stage rank 4 as well. In between this, they likely could not dispense with a bout of lucky chances. Now, Yi Yuan produced the Void Spirit Divine Grade Blazing Sun Sky Flame pill the moment he took action. Helping Tiger Heart to break through was naturally something that was achieved without extra effort. After Tiger Heart went into meditation, Yi Yuan set up an array formation, isolating his aura. He then started surveying the vicinity. This place was a region of bleak and desolation, quarry rocks and craggy rocks. Furthermore, this place was completely in darkness, unable to see one's fingers when the hand was stretched out. "Senior, what place is this?" Dustless had vast experiences and knowledge. Facing this kind of unknown place, Yi Yuan naturally had to consult him. Dustless shook his head and said, "I've never seen this kind of place before as well. But looking at it, it's like a sundered boundary between the Heavenspan world and the Void Realms." Void Realm? Sundered boundary? It was still Yi Yuan's first place hearing these terms and could not help but wonder. Dustless said, "The Heavenspan world has existed for D knows how many hundreds of millions of years already. The small worlds left behind are too many to enumerate. Small worlds will gradually die along with the Pa-S, Sage of Time. But some major powers can connect their small worlds with the Heavenspan world, becoming one with the Heavenspan world. At the same time, it stands independent outside of the Heavenspan world. This kind of small world is extremely stable, and people won't easily die. They will leave behind their legacies and descendants there, living and propagating. Places like this are called void realms. And the place of transit between void realms and the Heavenspan world are known as sunder boundaries. This kind of place is very unique and will tend to give rise to some powerful existences. Yi Yuan was surprised inwardly, not expecting that the Heavenspan world still had this kind of place. The world was truly so big that there was nothing to be surprised about. However, he frowned and said, "No wonder I keep feeling that this place is threatened by a crisis of danger. Looks like this sundered boundary likely has some powerful existence." Dustless nodded and said, "I'm afraid so." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's face changed. A black shadow tore across the night sky, heading toward Tiger Heart, who was currently at the juncture of breaking through. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan brandished his long sword and actually reached first despite launching later, stabbing at that black shadow. Bang! That black shadow was directly hacked by Yi Yuan's one sword. Ow, how! The black shadow emitted yelping cries when it felt pain. Yi Yuan's face fell, only then, discerning that this was a ferocious black wolf. The might of its strength actually already reached late-stage rank 4. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was secretly shocked. This black wolf was actually completely unscathed, taking on a sword from him. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked. This hungry wolf had bloodshot eyes. Saliva was dribbling down its mouth, as if it was currently in a state of rampage. But right at this time, one dark shadow after another suddenly appeared in the darkness. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked around. Tiger Heart and he were actually already surrounded by hundreds of fierce beasts. These fierce beasts' conditions were the same as that black wolf's. Chapter 1775, Fierce Fighting with Fierce Beasts. Chapter 1775, Fierce Fighting with Fierce Beasts. Yi Yuan's pupils shrunk. Among the hundreds of fierce beasts, there was one with an extremely ferocious, imposing momentum. It actually already reached peak late-stage rank 4. This kind of strength was in existence rivaling a 9th firmament divine lord. Currently, Yi Yuan was already at the 5th firmament divine vortex realm. Even facing 8th firmament divine lord powerhouses, he did not fear in the least bit too. At this time, a sky thunder raging ox beast had an outer appearance similar to that of a reckless bull, but its aura was comparable to that of a 9th firmament divine lord. With Yi Yuan's movement technique, if he really wanted to escape, this sky thunder raging ox beast might not be able to catch up. It was just that right now, Tiger Heart was currently at a critical juncture of breaking through. Once he left, the other fierce beasts would definitely attack and chomp on him until not even dregs remained. If it were others, their first thought at this time would be to run away. But this was Yi Yuan. Seemingly feeling the powerful pressure from the surrounding fierce beasts, Tiger Heart's aura became disorderly. His breakthrough had reached the most critical juncture. Once something went wrong at this time, his realm would fall if it was minor. If severe, his foundation would be damaged, and it would be hard to recover to the peak again. Right now, you don't need to think about anything. Focus on breaking through, and leave the rest to me. The sooner you break through successfully, the sooner we can break free. Yi Yuan's words were transmitted into Tiger Heart's ears. Very soon, his aura became much more stable. Yi Yuan looked at ferocious fierce beasts and let out a sigh as he said, "Looks like I can only risk it and wait for Tiger Heart to break through successfully." Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yi Yuan. It was precisely Ning Tianping. Following the increase of Yi Yuan's strength, the times when Ning Tianping could help Yi Yuan were already not much. These few years, he had always been cultivating in close seclusion inside the Purple Extreme Hall. Under Mo Li Fei's devoted training, and with the help of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, he already broke through the bottleneck presently. He successfully became a 7th firmament divine lord. Your Excellency, this. The moment Ning Tianping came out and saw such a shocking scene, he could not resist changing expression agitatedly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You stand guard over this guy. Don't let fierce beasts come close. Leave the rest to me." Ning Tianping's face changed, and he said, "But Your Excellency, that fierce beast is too strong." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'm not risking my life with it either. So afraid of what?" "Yes, Your Excellency." Ning Tianping gritted his teeth and said, facing such a perilous scene, but he could only support from the sidelines, how unwilling. Yi Yuan brandished his long sword, figure shooting out like lightning, becoming erratic in the air. The moment he attacked, it was the certain kill spirit concealing sword. Pucci. That black wolf previously was directly cleaved into 2 halves by Yi Yuan's sword, dying until he could not be deader, while his attack also successfully aroused the wildness of all of the fierce beasts. Roar, roar, roar. In the silent wilderness, hundreds of fierce beasts bellowed frenziedly, appearing extremely horrifying. Yi Yuan attracted all of the fierce beasts all at once. In the beast horde, Yi Yuan's figure flickered indeterminately, shuttled back and forth in S, P, A, C. The moment he made his move, a fierce beast was killed. But right at this time, that peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast attacked. Roar. It was only to see that sky, thunder-raging ox beast roared. The surroundings immediately turned into a sea of lightning. Yi Yuan's expression changed. This lightning was too strong and actually had the effect of freezing S, P, A, C, making his spatial law unable to execute smoothly. One had to know, Yi Yuan's greatest reliance was spatial law. If his movement technique was being restricted, he would really be dead. This sky thunder-raging ox beast was clearly not so simple. Roar! With another roar, that sky thunder-raging ox beast took a step, figure turning into an afterimage B, U, T, ting over toward Yi Yuan. This fierce beast was incomparably fast, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. Pucci! Those sharp bull horns directly stabbed 2 large holes in a late-stage rank 4 demonic beast. At the critical moment, Yi Yuan broke free from the restraints of the lightning and escaped into the void. Far away, when Ning Tianping saw the scene just now, he turned pale with fright. Only after seeing Yi Yuan dodge this horrifying blow did he let out a sigh in relief. Poor! Yi Yuan directly spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Clearly, that blow earlier, he was still injured by the power of loss. Yi Yuan did not dare to stay, fighting as he left, avoiding that area of lightning. He believed that this kind of horrifying lightning power, it was impossible for that sky thunder-raging ox beast to release it frequently too. Ning Tianping's complexion was white as a sheet, his heart almost jumping out. He had not seen Yi Yuan take action for very long. So many years had said, and Yi Yuan's strength had become increasingly terrifying. A divine lord realm who still had the strength to counterattack under the encirclement of so many fierce beasts. One likely could not find a second person, right? Suddenly, his face changed. A handful of fierce beasts sprinted over toward his side. Immediately, Ning Tianping raised his long sword and guarded Tigerheart. Fortunately, Yi Yuan restrained the vast majority of the fierce beast's attention. Those that headed over here were merely some of the weaker fierce beasts. Presently, under Mo Li Fei's guidance, Ning Tianping's strength also grew with each Sing Day. Wandering among more than a dozen fierce beasts, he did not fear in the slightest too. Even though he could not accomplish Yi Yuan's casual killing, ordinary fierce beasts could not get close to him as well. At Yi Yuan's side, the fierce beasts could not be killed finish. Those that he could casually kill off were all some of the weaker fierce beasts. But those fierce beasts whose strength Serpa said late-stage rank 4. Hence, wanting to kill them was not so simple anymore. But even so, there were also 7 to 8 dead bodies of late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts at this time collapsed on the ground. As for weaker fierce beasts, Even more collapsed on the ground, falling into a heavy encirclement. Yi Yuan also felt unprecedented pressure. Suddenly, Yi Yuan discovered that there were two late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts that already rushed to Ning Tianping's side. He could not help being greatly alarmed. With Ning Tianping's current strength, he absolutely could not block those two late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts' assault. Moreover, he was already quite occupied with things. Whose H plus 2 terrifying sword lights arrived with a howl. Two fierce beasts fell to the ground at the sound of it. But right at this time, that sky, thunder-raging ox beast also shot an electric ball out of its mouth. In order to kill those two fierce beasts, Yi Yuan opened the gates wide at this time. It was already too late to want to avoid. But this scene, Yi Yuan had long expected it. Blue patterns flashed on his body. Golden light erupted. Bang! Yi Yuan forcefully suffered this blow, his entire body akin to being struck by lightning, fresh blood spraying wildly as he directly flew out several thousand feet away. Right at this time, Tiger Heart's breakthrough finally completed. Seeing the corpses of the fierce beasts all over the ground, Tiger Heart's heart was greatly shaken. This was all done by Lord Yi Yuan? Just how terrifying is his strength? Tiger Heart had never thought that a human's strength could actually be daunting to such an extent. Facing the encirclement of a peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast, as well as a large number of fierce beasts, he was actually still able to counterattack so sharply. Lord Yuan's strength was really too horrifying. One had to know he was just a 5th firmament divine lord. You dumb tiger, what are you still stoning for? Quickly go save his excellency. Ning Tianping's eyes could not help turning bloodshot when he saw Yi Yuan getting injured. Seeing that Tiger Heart was actually in a daze there, he could not refrain from bellowing loudly. Chapter 1776, Give to You. Chapter 1776, Give to You. Tiger Heart suddenly trembled. His figure suddenly shot out explosively. Breaking through to late-stage rank 4, Tiger Heart's speed increased explosively, arriving at Yi Yuan's side in a blink of an eye. He directly hauled Yi Yuan up and left. Getting hit by only a single move, Yi Yuan's insides were in upheaval, already sustaining serious injuries. But at this time, Ning Tianping fell in a heavy encirclement and found it very hard to break free. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed his injuries. Waving his hand, it was a dozen over rays of sword light, directly hacking those fierce beasts into pieces. Go! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, pulling Ning Tianping and getting on the tiger back together. Behind them, a group of fierce beasts was in hot pursuit. Fortunately, Tiger Heart's speed was extremely fast. Those fierce beasts could not catch up for the time being. Are you all right, Your Excellency? Ning Tianping asked with a concerned look. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm fine. I'll recover from my injuries first. As he said, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill and immediately started recuperating from his injuries on Tiger Heart's back. That blow from the sky, thunder-raging ox beast, was extremely heavy. If it were an ordinary 5th firmament divine lord, they would have long been slaughtered. This heavenly Tao tattoo is indeed powerful. Otherwise, even if I have the 9 transformations golden body, I probably couldn't withstand this blow either, right? Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion in his heart. Entering the Heavenspan Mountains realm fog that time, and obtaining this Heavenspan Mountain tattoo, he truly benefited endlessly. After a short while, Yi Yuan's complexion gradually became rosy. Your Excellency, that bunch of fierce beasts are like crazy, chasing us all the way and not letting us go. Tiger Heart said. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly, and he said, These fierce beasts seem to want to force us to a certain place. I feel that they seem to be controlled by something. From the beginning, Yi Yuan felt that the states of these fierce beasts were not right. The moment these words came out, Tiger Heart and Ning Tianping's expressions both changed drastically. Then what should we do? Ning Tianping said worriedly. Yi Yuan mused for a moment, his eyes revealing a firm look as he said, Since someone wants to meet us, then let's make a trip. Ning Tianping and Tiger Heart were naturally very worried. But since Yi Yuan made a decision, they still carried it out firmly. Yi Yuan naturally did not want to go through dangers. But if white light was thrown in, then he very likely encountered danger too. Since that was the case, he had to take this risk. Just as they were running, a gloomy and dark cave entrance appeared ahead. Before approaching yet, a gust of wind directly blew over, making the three people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Your Excellency, what a terrifying wind. There's likely an extremely powerful existence inside here. Ning Tianping said. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, "Go in." Tiger Heart did not hesitate in the slightest. With a few lunges, he dashed straight in. Your Excellency, those fierce beasts didn't seem to have chased in. Tiger Heart said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Looks like it was someone who wanted us to enter this place. Come, let's go in. I want to take a look and what the L this place has." After Yi Yuan, three people's figures disappeared, for the five figures appeared at the entrance of the cave. These few people were each riding him out. That rank 5 evil spirit inside, we were just vexed over being unable to deal with it. I didn't expect that there were 2 suckers who delivered themselves to the doorstep, said one of the gray-robed men. The gray-robed man rode a white tiger, his aura seemingly very powerful. It's still eldest senior brother, who is brilliant. Evil spirits like to possess humans the most. Once it seizes possession of those 2 scapegoats, it will definitely be in a period of weakness. At that time, we'll be able to sit down and reap the spoils without lifting a finger. The Een Spirit Stone and the 9 Een Soul devouring GRAS inside this black spirit cave will be ours. Beside the gray-robed man, a girl dressed in a fiery red long skirt said, "Haha, as long as we get these 2 items, our spirit-controlling sect will definitely take first place in this trial." Another person said. The gray-robed man continued saying, "Speaking of which, that 5th firmament divine Lord guy has such powerful strength. Under the encirclement and assault of hundreds of fierce beasts, he could actually make a full retreat. If his realm was a little higher, I'm afraid we won't even be his match." Speaking of this, the other few people's faces turned slightly apprehensive. Yi Yuan, 3 people's actions had actually always been under their surveillance. But the combat power that Yi Yuan exhibited made each and every one of them extremely shocked. A 5th firmament divine lord was actually still able to make a full retreat under the encirclement and suppression of a group of late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. What was even more frightening was that there was even a peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast inside. At first, they only wanted to scare Yi Yuan and force Yi Yuan away. As for Tiger Heart's life or death, they did not care at all. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually did not escape, and instead rushed into the beast horde alone. Fortunately, that peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beast strength was quite powerful and could still suppress Yi Yuan. Otherwise, it would really be tough for them to operate. Even so, they were also startled by the combat power Yi Yuan displayed. The face of the woman in red clothes also revealed a look of surprise and said, "The cultivation method that this guy cultivates is different from ours. He likely came in from the Heavenspan world. Could it be that the Heavenspan world's martial artists are all so powerful?" The gray-robed man shook his head and said, "Impossible. That kid is definitely a top prodigy in the Heavenspan world. Sword Dao law fused with 3rd firmament spatial law. Such talent is rare in the world. Even in the Heavenspan world, it's absolutely impossible for him to be an unknown person too. He must be a major faction's top disciple. However, this has nothing to do with us. Either way, he's dead for sure. Let's go in. I reckon that kid had already been taken possession of right now. Dragging it on won't be good for us." Finished talking, the few people entered inside the cave together. This cave was very similar to the Een Wind Den that Yi Yuan entered back then, but the evil spirits inside were clearly much more powerful compared to the Een Wind Denver. However, the strengths of the spirit-controlling sex people were also extremely strong, especially the gray-robed man. His strength already reached half-step celestial deity realm, the strongest existence among the party. Ordinary evil spirits could not approach him at all. The party gradually went deep in and also became especially careful. Suddenly, two figures appeared ahead. The gray-robed man focused his eyes and looked. Who was it if not Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping? The gray-robed man swept a glance around the cave and discovered that there was indeed no longer that rank 5 evil spirit, and was immediately overjoyed. "Haha, you two fools, indeed seized possession of these two humans. Now, I'll send you guys on your way. The Een Spirit Stone and the 9 Een Soul devouring GRAS. S are our spirit-controlling sex," said the gray-robed man as he laughed loudly. Right at this time, an icy-cold aura came out from Yi Yuan's body. He suddenly opened his mouth, looked at the gray-robed man, and said, "You deserve death." The gray-robed man was indifferent and said coolly, "I deserve death? Ha. If you were at your prime, I'd be somewhat scared of you. This appearance right now, best forget about this kind of threatening." Yi Yuan's gaze was icy cold, his body emitting waves of gloomy and cold aura. A terrifying figure drifted out of Yi Yuan's body. The gray-robed man's expression changed drastically, and he said in disbelief, How is this possible? You weren't possessed?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Like to be possessed so much? Then I'll give him to you." Well, I don't know why 2 instead of 3. Maybe Tigerheart wasn't considered since they were riding on his back? Chapter 1777 Big Brother is here to pick you up. 1777 Big Brother is here to pick you up. The gray-robed man revealed a look of shock. He was seriously unable to imagine how a 5th firmament divine lord escaped the fate of being possessed. Furthermore, looking at this appearance, this evil spirit was actually even being used by Yi Yuan currently. A little brother. Actually, this was all a misunderstanding, the gray-robed man said with an ugly expression. He never would have thought that the scheme he designed meticulously actually buried him alive currently. Not only was this kid not possessed, he actually even used this evil spirit to deal with him instead. One should not look at how he was currently a half-step celestial deity, because in front of a rank 5 evil spirit, it was still not enough to look at. That was an existence that could rival celestial deity realm. Misunderstanding? Those fierce beasts outside were all controlled by you, right? Driving us in was in order to have this rank 5 evil spirit seize possession. Don't tell me that this wasn't your doing. Yi Yuan said coldly. The gray-robed man's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually even guessed this. Little brother, you guys should be both in the Heavenspan world, right? Bamboo Grew Void Realm doesn't allow the appearance of the Heavenspan world's humans. We're all the spirit-controlling sex disciples, having a trial in this sundered boundary. In order to seize the Een Spirit Stone and 9 Een Soul, devouring GRAS inside this cave, that's why we made this decision. Our spirit-controlling sex status inside the Bamboo Grew Void Realm is very high. As long as, little brother, you let us off, our spirit-controlling sect will definitely keep you safe. The gray-robed man's eyes swiveled as he blurted out more information. He was certain that Yi Yuan was a genius who was inexperienced in the affairs of the world. This time, he likely came out to train. That was why he strayed into the sundered boundary. This kind of people, intimidating with threats and beguiling with benefits a little, it was very easy to fall for it. Either way, Yi Yuan was completely clueless about the Bamboo Grew Void Realm's affairs. Sure enough, when Yi Yuan heard the gray-robed man's words, his expression changed slightly, and he said, "Want me to let you all off?" "Also can. But you have to promise me a condition." The moment the gray-robed man heard, he could not help being wildly elated in his heart, secretly thinking that this punk was indeed easy to hoodwink. He hurriedly said, "Whatever condition little brother has, feel free to speak up. Just take it as we offended little brother and making an apology to you." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Your mount is pretty good, I want it." The gray-robed man's expression changed, his face revealing a look of reluctance. When Yi Yuan saw his expression, he immediately turned cold and said, "Why? Can't bear to part with it?" The gray-robed man had an awkward look. This white tiger's bloodline was extremely pure. There was a lot of room for future development, not like his other mounts. For this, he expended considerable effort. The gray-robed man thought, this kid knows good stuff to actually want my white tiger the moment he opened his mouth. Forget it. Hold him steady first before talking. As long as I trick him back to the sect, wouldn't this white tiger still be mine? I'm not hiding from little brother, but I really can't quite bear to part with it. But just now it was indeed our fault. Then I'll bear the pain and give it to little brother. The gray-robed man had a reluctant look as well, lightly patting the white tiger. The white tiger came to Yi Yuan's side very obediently. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's heart was full of monstrous killing intent. It was just that he did not reveal a single trace of it. That was right, this white tiger was none other than precisely white light. The reason why he did not take action for so long was also precisely because of white light. Yi Yuan recognized him the moment he laid eyes on him. But very clearly, white light did not recognize him. Or should he say, he was unable to recognize Yi Yuan at all. Yi Yuan did not understand the spirit-controlling sect's methods and did not dare to easily show it. The current white light was like a docile kitten. If the gray-robed man made him go east, he absolutely would not head west. Without a doubt, he was controlled by this spirit-controlling sect's disciple with some kind of method. At the thought that his brother was actually at the mercy of others like so, the killing intent in Yi Yuan's heart was practically about to burst his body. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest clue about the bamboo groove void realm. If this spirit-controlling sect's method had some unique aspects, a moment of impulsiveness would harm white light instead. Although Yi Yuan was confident, it was not to the point of arrogance yet. He did not have confidence that he could get rid of this beast-controlling method. Yi Yuan lightly stroked white light's fur, revealing a very pleased expression. "Man, indeed pretty good. What you should do, don't need me to teach you, right?" Yi Yuan frowned and said. The gray-robed man chuckled and said, "Little brother, don't blame. This beast is a transformed demonic beast and doesn't listen to taming. That's why I used the Dark Soul Pearl to suppress his beast soul. Originally, I planned on bringing him to the spirit-controlling sect to tame him properly and make him form a spirit-beast contract with me. Since little brother likes him, then I'll give the Dark Soul Pearl together to little brother." The gray-robed man had a smile on his face, as if very sincere. When doing a favor, go all the way. Either way, this Dark Soul Pearl would still return to his hands in the end. When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help saying with great interest, "Oh, your spirit-controlling sect is indeed a little interesting. This kind of means isn't commonly seen in the Heavenspan world. I wonder how you plan on taming him?" The gray-robed man chortled loudly and said, "These demonic beasts are all inherently lowly beings. Want to tame him? One naturally has to teach him a good lesson, then continuously suppress his beast soul with my spirit-controlling sect's secret art. Even if he's the reincarnation of Buddha's warrior attendant, he'll also have no choice but to submit in the end." The moment Yi Yuan heard, flames of fury flared up in his heart all at once. He virtually used all of his strength before controlling his anger. "Oh, so that's how it is. Then what's that Dark Soul Pearl? How to use it?" Yi Yuan was like a curious baby at this time, continuously inquiring about the spirit-controlling sect's methods. The gray-robed man was patient, silently chanting the spell. A surge of boundless soul force gushed out, entering straight into white light's sea of consciousness. Then, Yi Yuan saw a dark black pearl slowly fly out. And right at this time, white light's eyes finally turned from turbid to clear. When he saw Yi Yuan, his entire body could not help trembling, tears bursting out. "Be big brother." Yi Yuan's face finally revealed a radiant smile. Lighting stroking that soft fur of white light, he revealed a trace of a tender smile and said, "All right, everything is over. Big brother is here to pick you up." When the spirit-controlling sect's people saw this scene, their countenance could not help changing, especially the gray-robed man. His expression became extremely ugly. "Punk, turns out that you guys know each other. You tricked me?" At this point, how did the gray-robed man still not know what Yi Yuan's goal was? It was just that he never dreamed that Yi Yuan actually knew this white tiger. Not only did he know that this kid was clearly aiming for the white tiger, he thought that he deceived Yi Yuan, but he did not know that he had been led by the nose by Yi Yuan all along. He regretted in his heart. It turned out that he had a trump card in his hands, but he gave it to the other party for free. Big brother, along the way, White Light had suffered no idea how much hearts. I plus P. Being overcome by sorrow at this time, he could not control anymore and dug into Yi Yuan's embrace like a child, bursting into tears. Yi Yuan hugged White Light's head and said, Big brother knows that you suffered a lot of hearts. I plus PS. You rest A.S. Assured, Big brother will help you square the accounts one by one. Now, start squaring it from here. Chapter 1778, Heavenly Ghost Incarnation. Chapter 1778, Heavenly Ghost Incarnation. You just said earlier that demon races are inherently lowly beings? Yi Yuan's eyes turned sharp. His gaze looking at the gray-robed man was icy cold. The gray-robed man's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, So what? If you dare to kill me, it's absolutely impossible to escape out of the sundered boundary. I, Sikong Xiao, am the spirit-controlling sect's core disciple. If you dare kill me, the spirit-controlling sect won't let you off. At this time, the gray-robed man could only rest his hopes on that the spirit-controlling sect prestige could suppress Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said coldly, Who cares who the H.E.L. you are? If you dare to humiliate my brother, there's only one outcome, and that's death. While talking, Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred. That evil spirit's aura suddenly erupted. A chill that penetrated to the bones instantly made the temperature in the cave plummet to freezing point. Kid, do you really think that we're lambs waiting to be slaughtered? Our spirit-controlling sect is far stronger than you imagine. Sikong Xiao gave a cold laugh, powerful soul force spewing out. When his fellow disciples saw the situation, their expressions became incomparably ugly. Senior apprentice brother Sikong, we really have to use this move? Yeah, senior apprentice brother Sikong. Using this move will fall back several minor realms. Clearly, the side effect of this move was immense. Otherwise, Sikong Xiao also would not wait until now before using it. Sikong Xiao gave a cold laugh and said, If cultivation realm is gone, it can be cultivated again. Losing your lives, can you all still revive? At this point, do we still have a choice? It was not that the rest did not understand this logic. It was just that their own strength was cultivated bitterly. Once it fell, wanting to cultivate it back would have to expend countless times again. This undoubtedly needed immense courage for them. But this time, they clearly had no options already. The group of spirit-controlling sect disciples' soul forces virtually burst forth at the same time. These soul forces actually produced a strong resonance. Yi Yuan looked at this scene with a cold face and said coolly, Kill. The evil spirit emitted a shrill screech, pouncing over toward the spirit-controlling sect disciples. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Sikong Xiao's mouth, and he said, How can the might of my spirit-controlling sect be what an ant like you can imagine? A measly evil spirit. Do you really think that you could take down us? O guardian of the sect, spirit-controlling sect disciple, Sikong Xiao offers a sacrifice with soul force and divine essence to summon the guardian sacred beast. The other disciples and Sikong Xiao were the same, chanting away. Those divine souls dispersed in the air underwent a bizarre change at this time. An enormous claw that seemingly came from great antiquity probed out of the void. This enormous claw gave off a powerful aura. It was actually a level stronger than even the evil spirit. Rumble. Two mighty rank 5 powerhouses directly collided together. But that enormous claw was clearly a notch greater, directly smacking the rank 5 evil spirit flying with one claw. That evil spirit's aura immediately withered significantly. Then, an enormous beast covered in silver scales all over slowly stepped out of the void. The behemoth's body gave off an unfathomable aura. Ning Tianping's face changed, and he said, This is the beast soul of a silver-scale, single-horned beast. What a powerful beast soul! The auras of Sikong Xiao and the rest immediately wilted considerably after this behemoth appeared. But Sikong Xiao was incomparably excited and said with a big laugh, "Punk, you forced me. This silver-scale, single-horned beast is our sect's guardian sacred beast, a former rank 7 powerful existence. Now, suffer his wrath well." Tiger Heart actually started shuddering in front of this silver-scale, single-horned beast's beast soul. Even White Light was also deathly pale, akin to facing a great enemy. "Your Excellency, this silver-scale, single-horned beast is too powerful. It's not what we can rival at all," Tiger Heart said tremblingly. Yi Yuan looked at that beast soul and said with a cold smile, "Guardian Sacred Beast? A rank 7 powerful existence, but you guys actually wiped away the consciousness of his beast soul and imprisoned him inside the sect, making him unable to reincarnate for all of eternity, guarding the sect generation after generation. This kind of sect, how vicious." Dustless saw through with one glance that this beast soul was merely a small portion of the main body. Clearly, with the strength of these people in front of them, summon at this kind of power was already the limit. However, the baleful aura on this beast soul was very strong. It did not willingly defend the sect, but it was the spirit-controlling sect that imprisoned it in a certain place with a special method, offering it up for the sect disciples to control. This kind of method was extremely cruel. The beast soul would never reincarnate for all of eternity. Rank 7 divine beast, that was a powerful existence comparable to heavenly Empyreans. Each one was an incomparably proud existence, to actually be controlled by a bunch of trash. This was simply the trampling of dignity to a rank 7 divine beast. Sikong Xiao gave a cold laugh and said, "So what? In the eyes of our spirit-controlling sect, fierce beasts and divine beasts are merely slaves provided for martial artists to control. They only need to obey our orders and do things. So what if a rank 7 divine beast, isn't it still a brutish animal?" Sikong Xiao was not ashamed in the slightest, but took pride in it instead. A rank 7 divine beast, what kind of proud existence was it? It actually became a brutish animal out of his mouth. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of a chill, and he said in a cold voice, "Survival of the fittest in natural selection. This in itself has no cause for much criticism. But your spirit-controlling sect conduct is too cruel, going against nature and reason, being worse than even animals. You deserve death." Sikong Xiao burst into laughter when he heard it and said, "It's just too bad that you can't kill me. That evil spirit of yours is too weak." Yi Yuan pursed his lips and said with disdain, "Although this divine beast is strong, it's just a pity that you guys are too weak. The beast soul summoned is merely just initial stage rank 5. Sikong Xiao smiled and said, "Dealing with that trash evil spirit of yours, it's enough. Guardian Sacred Best, tear that punk into pieces for me." Roar! An earth-shaking roar echoed out. That silver-scale, single-horned beast raised its enormous claw and smack over towards Yi Yuan. This claw carried a realm suppress that shocked the soul, powerful to the extreme. Even though it was just initial stage rank 5, he was once a rank 7 powerful existence after all. The kind of pressure that came from the depths of the soul made people shudder. Even first firmament celestial deity martial artists absolutely could not survive by a fluke under this claw. In comparison, Yi Yuan's evil spirit was much weaker. Go to H.E.L.L. A fool who overestimates his ability. Yi Yuan looked at this scene coldly, his face not having the slightest change in countenance. Right at this time, an even more powerful soul force than the silver-scale, single-horned beast suddenly burst forth. Ghost Tao 100 Runes, 21st Tao, Heavenly Ghost Incarnation. That evil spirit's body suddenly expanded more than 10 times, raised a ghost claw, and smashed over toward the silver-scale, single-horned beast. Bang! Sikong Xiao's expression changed drastically. looking at this scene in disbelief, only to see the guardian's sacred beast that they took great pains to summon dissipate with a loud bang under this punch. This evil spirit was suddenly more than 10 times stronger than before. Pooh, pooh, pooh. With the guardian's sacred beast being defeated, these spirit-controlling sect disciples suffered great damage to their minds, all spurting fresh blood wildly, bodies flying out backward. Sikong Shio's expression was struck dumb with amazement as he looked at this scene and said, This is impossible. How can this evil spirit be so strong? Chapter 1779 Humiliation. Chapter 1779 Humiliation. The guardian's sacred beast was actually defeated, blasting away an initial stage rank 5B soul with one punch. This kind of strength simply made people shocked. One had to know, this rank 5 evil spirit was not considered powerful. Even human first firmament celestial deities could defeat him. But the guardian's sacred beast was actually directly killed in one shot. This is your greatest reliance? What laughable pride! Yi Yuan's words were full of contempt. This beast's soul was indeed powerful, but in front of the present dustless, it was still not enough to look at. Following Yi Yuan's strength gradually becoming stronger, the soul-suppressing pearl also recovered a lot of power. Although this rank 5 evil spirit was powerful, it did not unlock intelligence. After Dustless appeared, he directly subdued the evil spirit. Previously, it was all the evil spirit fighting instinctively. But just now, Dustless controlled the evil spirit's actions through the soul-suppressing pearl. With his ghost Tao attainments, the power of this punch, even a second firmament celestial deity would also find it hard to resist, let alone the B-soul that Sikong Shio summoned. The faces of the spirit-controlling sects people revealed despair. Only at this time did they deeply experience Yi Yuan's might. Sikong Shio's face was ashen. Right now, they used their final trump card. Not only did they could not kill Yi Yuan, but their cultivation realms were also greatly damaged instead. The current Sikong Shio, his realm already fell to 7th Firmament Divine Lord. Even without borrowing the evil spirit strength, Yi Yuan could easily kill him too. White Light, I'll leave this guy to you. The humiliation that he gave you, get back 1,000 times over. Yi Yuan turned around and said to White Light with a smile. The current White Light already recovered to human form. He looked at Sikong Shio, eyes spewing fire. Walking out of the Immortal Grove world, he had yet to suffer such unprecedented humiliation before. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he gritted his teeth and said, Thanks, big brother. This guy's life, I'm taking it. Sikong Shio was aware that he would not get away. Hearing that, he laughed wildly and said, Lowly animal, turning into a human form also can't change the fact that you're lowly. Just the likes of you also want to take my life? Rage was written all over White Light's face as he said in a solemn voice, Big brother has done it to this extent for me. If I still can't kill you, I'm also not fit to be his brother anymore. Scoundrel Sikong, prepare to die. On White Light's body, the white tiger pressure virtually turned corporeal. It was only to see him turned into an afterimage, shooting over towards Sikong Shio. Sikong Shio gave a cold laugh and directly brought out the Dark Soul Pearl and said, Reckless and blind fool, don't you forget, the Dark Soul Pearl is still in my hands. Whose? H. Plus his voice had yet to fade when a beam of sword light said through the void, SLAs. H. I. Plussing directly on the Dark Soul Pearl. Clank. The strength of this sword was tremendous, directly hacking the Dark Soul Pearl flying, breaking free of Sikong Shio's grasp. Right at this moment, White Light's figure already arrived. Bang! White Light's punch smashed solidly on the right side of Sikong Shio's face, directly knocking him to the ground. Half of his face became distorted. The current White Light already reached the level of late-stage rank 4 as well. This punch was thrown in anger. How great was its power? Sikong Shio's eyes rolled back, clearly being smashed dizzy. White Light naturally knew that the Dark Soul Pearl was in Sikong Shio's hands, But he likewise knew that Yi Yuan would not let Sikong Xiu have an opportunity to attack. White Light's trust in Yi Yuan was unconditional. Leaving his back to Yi Yuan, he was too at ease. White Light did not stop, following up with his victorious pursuit, pummeling Sikong Xiu. Taking advantage of the initiative, how could Sikong Xiu, who originally had strength matching White Light's, still have any power to resist at this time? Yi Yuan just wanted to let White Light vent the grievances in his heart. He naturally would not give Sikong Xiu any chance for a fair fight. Yi Yuan picked up the Dark Soul Pearl and could not resist sizing it up. Senior, this thing also seems to be a soul-type divine Lord Mystic treasure. It's quite mysterious. Yi Yuan communicated with Yi Yuan in his consciousness. Dustless nodded and said, "This object is refined specifically to target beast souls. It possesses extremely strong suppression effects, able to make the demon race's beast souls produce the thought of submitting uncontrollably." Yi Yuan played with it for a while and suddenly said, "Senior, this thing is a soul-type divine Lord Mystic treasure. Then can you alter it?" The moment Dustless heard, he immediately understood Yi Yuan's meaning and smiled as he said with a nod, "Although beast souls and divine souls are two different forms, they are essentially the same. This old man just has to slightly add something extra, and it can naturally work." The moment Yi Yuan heard, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. "White Light, all right." Hearing Yi Yuan's yell, only then did White Light stop and spat fiercely. "Big brother." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Vented your anger yet?" White Light grinned and said, "Feels much better." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Let you watch a show. It will feel even better." White Light's eyes lit up, faintly revealing a look of antic. 1p Asian. Yi Yuan came to the half-dead Sikong Xiu's side. Lifting his hand, he drove the Dark Soul Pearl into his divine soul. At the same time, a mysterious power also entered his divine soul along with it. Immediately, Sikong Xiu's eyes became hollow. When his fellow disciples saw this scene, their faces could not help changing drastically. That red-clothed girl said, How is this possible? The Dark Soul Pearl's effect on humans is extremely weak. Senior apprentice Brother Sikong has peak divine Lord Realm divine soul. So how can the Dark Soul Pearl be effective? How could she know that the level of the soul-suppressing pearl was much higher than this Dark Soul Pearl? With Dustless's means, adding extra stuff was too easy. Yi Yuan cracked a smile and said, "Lie down." Sikong Xiu seemed to have forgotten his pain, immediately laying on the ground like a dog. "Go lick White Light's shoes properly. Lick until it's clean," Yi Yuan ordered. The current Sikong Xiu was exactly the same as the White Light before, obeying Yi Yuan's orders involuntarily. Furthermore, this Dark Soul Pearl only suppressed the divine soul. Hence, what he was doing, he was perfectly aware. Otherwise, White Light also would not have such a strong sense of humiliation after recovering his freedom. Sikong Xiu crawled to White Light's side like a dog and really started licking White Light's shoes. Very soon, White Light's shoes were licked very clean. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The Dark Soul Pearl returned to his hand. Sikong Xiu's eyes also recovered clarity. He looked at Yi Yuan, eyes bloodshot from anger as he said, "Punk, you dare to humiliate me like this? I'll fight it out with you." White Light raised his feet and directly kicked him flying. Yi Yuan looked at him coldly and opened his mouth to say, "Now, feel humiliated? Do you feel what my brother experienced?" Sikong Xiu clutched his chest and gritted his teeth and said, "Pooh, how can he, a lowly brutish animal, be mentioned in the same breath with me?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Is that so? What difference was there between you and an animal just now? As long as I'm willing, I can make you be an animal for life. Do you want to try it?" Sikong Xiu's face changed, eyes revealing a look of fear. This guy in front of him was simply a devil. Seeing Sikong Xiu keep mum, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You relax. I feel it utterly beneath my dignity to use an animal like you. Doing these is purely in order to humiliate you. I'll let you know that the outcome of bullying my brother is very serious." Now you're useless. So tell me everything you know about the Bamboo Groove Void Realm situation. Chapter 1780 Heart of the Void Realm. 1780 Heart of the Void Realm. Tell you? Heh, dream on. Even if I die, I won't tell you anything. The current Sikong Xiao was already close to going mad. His dignity was already utterly ravaged. His hatred toward Yi Yuan also reached the peak. But Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "You misunderstood. I didn't have the intention of listening to you speak. What you say, I won't believe it either. So, I'll see for myself." Sikong Xiao froze when he heard that and laughed wildly as he said, "You want to soul search? Haha, my spirit-controlling sect is most proficient in the divine soul path. My realm is also a lot higher than yours. You actually said to me that you want to soul search? Ignorant fool." Yi Yuan looked at Sikong Xiao very calmly and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Is that so?" Bang! Yi Yuan directly stomped Sikong Xiao to the ground with a foot, divine soul pouring into his sea of consciousness frenziedly. Sikong Xiao's realm fell greatly, but his divine soul was still very powerful. Logically speaking, it was totally impossible for Yi Yuan to want a soul search. Sikong Xiao naturally thought so as well. His soul force also poured out frenziedly, wanting to directly extinguish Yi Yuan's divine soul. But right at this time, a mysterious energy was directly pumped into his sea of consciousness. His divine soul seemed to be instantly frozen, unable to move at all. That sort of feeling was like having his hands and feet bound up. He could only pass. Silently watch Yi Yuan's divine soul searching willfully in his sea of consciousness. Sikong Xiao was overwhelmed with shame and anger. All of his secrets were displayed in front of Yi Yuan unreservedly. When the spirit-controlling sect disciples saw this scene, each and every one of their faces changed drastically. Yi Yuan really succeeded. This young man in front of them was too scary. Who on earth was he? After a slight while, Yi Yuan's divine sense withdrew, his eyes revealing a ruminating expression. "Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Kill you." Sikong Xiao pounced over toward Yi Yuan with a roar. Ning Tianping flashed, directly sending him flying with a slap. The current Sikong Xiao was already an arrow at the end of its flight. With Ning Tianping's current skills, dealing with him was easily accomplished. "A trash like you wants to kill His Excellency," Ning Tianping said disdainfully. Yi Yuan looked at Sikong Xiao and said with a cold smile, "Your spirit-controlling sect is really worse than animals. White Light, Tianping, Tiger Heart, kill all of them, spare none." This spirit-controlling sect committed many evils and had utterly no humanity to speak of. This Sikong Xiao was even more wicked, raping and looting, committing all kinds of atrocities. This kind of person, if Yi Yuan did not run into him, then forget it since he provoked him, Yi Yuan naturally would not be soft-hearted. These spirit-controlling sect disciples were all in very sluggish states, currently, because of summoning the guardian sacred beast. White Light, 3 people disposed of those few like chopping vegetables. "Big brother, I really didn't think that you could actually search for me until here. If not for you, I probably..." White Light's expression dimmed. Thinking of that life worse than pigs and dogs from henceforth, he could not help feeling lingering fear. Ning Tianping could not resist saying, "Brother White Light, you don't know how great a price His Excellency expended in order to find you." Yi Yuan glared fiercely and said angrily, "You talk too much." Ning Tianping stuck out his tongue and sensibly shut up. White Light was moved inwardly. With Ning Tianping saying so, how could he still not understand in his heart? "All right, don't listen to this punk talk nonsense. It's good that you're all right." Yi Yuan patted White Light's shoulder and said. White Light nodded his head and said no more. Between him and Yi Yuan already did not need to say too many feeble words to thank. If Yi Yuan was in trouble, he would likewise throw caution to the winds and go save him. Only after about a small talk did Yi Yuan know that White Light did not want to come to the Demon Divine region on his own initiative, but he was compelled against his will. Back then, after he left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, he accidentally stumbled into a grotto. White Light obtained the Tiger Clan's legacy inside the grotto and was also trapped there for as long as several hundred years. Later, White Light's strength advanced a lot, and he could finally walk out of the cave. Who knew that walking out from there, he already arrived at the Demon Divine region? Then later on, Yi Yuan knew about it. When he knew the whole story, his entire person was stunned there. He did not think that he treated Black Pupil as a brother, but Black Pupil took him to be a fool. But after hearing the Black Pupil was tortured to death by the Heavenly Tiger King, White Light also fell at ease. No matter what, Big Brother already avenged him. Big Brother, what should we do now? Did you find any useful clues from that Sikong Xiao? White Light asked. The urgent matter on hand was for the few people to find a way out. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Bamboo Groove Void Realm has a Void Realm Heart. Void Realm Hearts are a singularity that connects the Heavenspan world and Void Realms. It can continuously draw energy from the Heavenspan world without ceasing, maintaining the Void Realm's consumption. As long as one can find the Void Realm Heart, they will be able to find a way back. White Light frowned when he heard that and said, This Void Realm Heart is so important. So it definitely isn't that easy to find, right? Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, This Bamboo Groove Void Realm is an Empyrean level Void Realm. Many major sects also have true D realm powerhouses holding down the fort. Wanting to barge into the place where the Void Realm Heart is, that is simply nothing more than wishful thinking. The three people could not help drawing a cold breath when they heard. This Void Realm Heart was so important, it was definitely held in the hands of the most powerful characters. Empyrean-level powerhouses, blowing a breath, could turn a few of them into dust. Wanting to barge into the place where the Void Realm Heart was simply an impossible mission. Your Excellency, could it be that we have to keep on waiting here? Ning Tianping's expression changed slightly as he said. Yi Yuan said, Not necessarily so as well. The faction in charge of the Void Realm Heart is called Bamboo Groove Holy Temple. Under the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple, there are more than 10 true D-level sect forces. Every 1,000 years, these true D-level sect forces would undergo the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, and the top 5 of the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave will have the qualifications to become the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple's disciple. And these 5 people will also obtain the qualifications to enter the Void Heart Realm to gain enlightenment on Tao. Inside the Void Realm Heart, there are the lifetime comprehensions of the major power who created this Void Realm left behind. So it was not only an important treasure for maintaining the operation of the Void Realm, it was also an excellent place for comprehending Tao. Big Brother, your meaning is that we have to join these sects, then take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. White Light said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Not us, it's me. This Bamboo Groove Void Realm martial artist legacies are extremely ancient. The divine essence that they cultivate is also different from the Heavenspan world. When you guys arrive at the sects, as long as you utilize divine essence, you'll immediately be found out. So, the few of you wait in the Purple Extreme Hall and cultivate well. I'll bring you all back to the Heavenspan world. White Light shrugged and said, All right, Big Brother, your cultivation method is too freakish, so it is better to leave this kind of thing for you to do. He knew that Yi Yuan's cultivation method could even simulate the fiend race's fiend essence, let alone this Bamboo Groove Void Realm's divine essence. Yi Yuan carried out Soul Search on Sikong Xiao and naturally knew the exit of the Sundered Boundary. He let White Light and the rest enter the Purple Extreme Hall. He then headed toward the exit that led to the Bamboo Groove Void Realm himself. Chapter 1781, 2 Choices. 1781, 2 Choices on a broad avenue. Yi Yuan was currently walking forward slowly. On the streets, many martial artists were in groups or walking alone. The auras on these people were not weak. They were actually all Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan knew that they were going to the Shadow Moon sect to take part in the sect AS assessment. He was also the same. Yi Yuan learned from Sikong Xiao's Sea of Consciousness that among true D-level sects. Only the Shadow Moon sect was currently recruiting new disciples. There were still roughly 200 years until the next bamboo, groove, martial conclave. Yi Yuan needed to break through to the celestial deity realm as soon as possible within these 200 years. Those taking part in the bamboo, groove, martial conclave must be at the celestial deity realm. And Yi Yuan seemed to still have a very long way to go to the celestial deity realm. In the previous few years, Yi Yuan had been immersed in alchemy Dao all along, and his martial Dao did not progress much. Over these 200 years, Yi Yuan planned to cultivate with all his might and strive to break through to the celestial deity realm as soon as possible. Hey, little brother, which sect are you from? You seem like a new face here. Perhaps a burly man felt bored and moved close to Yi Yuan's side and walked alongside him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I came from a divine, Lord-level small sect. It doesn't have much reputation. The burly man smiled and said, so that's how it is. No wonder your strength is so weak. With your strength, it's probably very difficult to pass the Shadow Moon sect's entrance examination. Yi Yuan secretly smiled in his heart. This guy's personality was very straightforward, but he could also tell that this man was a straightforward character. Whatever he had, he would say, without going through his brain at all. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, I'm just here to give it a try. After all, my original sect already doesn't have anything that I can continue to learn about. The burly man said, Makes sense for you to be able to cultivate to your current realm at a divine lord level small sect. It's indeed very not easy already. However, the geniuses capable of entering the Shadow Moon sect are all 1 in a million. If you want to pass the entrance examination, you'll probably have to take several hundred more years. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Amen. If it doesn't work out, I'll do miscellaneous work in the Shadow Moon sect. When my strength is sufficient, I'll come and take part in the entrance examination again. The Bamboo Groove Void Realms territory was vast, sects standing in great numbers. These dozen over true D-level sects were Leviathans. But there were still many celestial deity-level sects and divine lord-level sections. After these sects geniuses had some accomplishments, many people would choose to enter higher-level sects. Firstly, their own sect already did not have much room for development for them anymore. Staying would only waste time. Secondly, after these disciples entered true D-level sects, once they learned something, they would take better care of their own sect. Hence, those going to take part in the Shadow Moon sect's examination were mostly true D-level disciples. Of course, there were also some small sect disciples who were mostly unknown and were also not too likely to pass the assessment. The burly man's words were not without basis. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan's combat power was far from comparable to same-rank martial artists. The burly man smiled and said, Haha, I came from the Thundercloud sect. I'm called Han Yong. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, give me their names. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Many thanks, Brother Han. I'm Yi Yuan. The two people were currently chatting when a burst of ridicule suddenly came from the side. Ha ha ha. Han Yong, you also don't take AP. And look in the reflection yourself. Just the likes of you also dare to take care of people? I'm bullying him now. So, do you dare to cover him? Yi Yuan looked sideways and saw 3 youths in bright clothing looking at Han Yong with a smile that was not a smile, having a look of ridicule on their faces. These 3 people were very similar between the eyebrows. One look, and they were 3 brothers. When Han Yong saw these 3 people, his expression could not help changing. He said in a solemn voice, Zhao Shi, what are you being COCKY for? If you have the ability, come over by yourself. I guarantee that I won't beat you to death. Han Yong turned around and whispered to Yi Yuan, This is Zhao Shu, and Zhao Shi, 3 brothers originating from Devil Elephant sect. They are sworn enemies of our Thundercloud sect. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he immediately understood in his heart. Zhao Shi said with disdain when he heard this, You're merely a hare, stronger than me. You aren't even a match for my second brother. Yet, you still dare to be insolent in front of us three brothers? Your Thundercloud sect is really trash, just sending a good-for-nothing like you out. You can only put on a front in front of some small sections. The words angered Han Yong until his expression turned livid. Zhao Shi three brothers were extremely talented. The three people's strength had always advanced at the same rate. Zhao Shi was slightly weaker, also peak 7th Firmament Divine Lord. The other two were 8th Firmament Divine Lords. Han Yong's talent was actually really good. He just recently became an 8th Firmament Divine Lord. It was just that in front of these three brothers, it was still a little worse. Zhao Shi, you dare to insult my Thundercloud sect? If you have the B.A.L.L.S. fight one-on-one with me. Han Yong did not dare to challenge the three of them, and could only use words to goad Zhao Shi. But Zhao Shi only smiled and said, after entering the Shadow Moon sect, there's plenty of time to fight one-on-one. But right now, didn't you say that you're covering for this kid? Now, I'm going to bully him. I want to see what you use to S-H-I plus ELD him with. I'm going to let everybody take a look at how trashy your Thundercloud sect is. What kind of strength you have? You don't have any idea yourself. Haven't even entered the sect, and you dare to cover people. Han Yong's expression changed, and he said to Yi Yuan, Yi Yuan, I was the one who harmed you. You quickly go. I'll block him. But Zhao Shu laughed and said, Isn't it too late to leave now? Your opponent is me. Zhao Shu's figure moved, directly facing off with Han Yong. Han Yong's strength was a notch weaker than Zhao Shu's. With his matchup, he could only accept the challenge pass, Sively. If he wanted to run, he could naturally escape. But if he ran, Yi Yuan facing the Zhao trio brothers by himself, then the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Zhao Shi slowly walked to Yi Yuan and said with an amused look, Kid, you're actually not running away. Are you scared, silly? Haha, don't blame me for bullying me. Want to blame someone? Blame Han Yong. Who asked that guy to like the posture? Yi Yuan himself also felt baffled. Walking along the streets, he could actually get into such trouble too. However, Zhao Shi's strength, he did not take it seriously yet. If he did not provoke him and bickered a few sentences with Han Yong, then forget it. Yet, he wanted to come to provoke him. Yi Yuan could only sigh in his heart. Wouldn't die if didn't court death. Everyone is going to take part in the Shadow Moon sect's examination. We'll all be fellow apprentices in the future. Why is there a need to end up like this? Yi Yuan said with a helpless look. Regarding this kind of lame fight, he was indeed disinclined to take part in it. As long as Zhao Shi himself pulled back, he would not stoop to the other party's level too. Zhao Shi laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Fellow apprentices? Ha ha, brat, you're thinking too much. With just the likes of your bit of strength, you also want to pass the Shadow Moon sect's examination? You and I are never of the same world. Hence, there's no way we'll be fellow apprentices. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Then, Zhao Shi sneered and said, Kid, I have to admire your nerves. Now, I'll give you two choices. Number 1, kneel down and yell Thundercloud sect is trash 3 times. Second, I'll cripple your cultivation, break both your legs, and let you crawl to the Shadow Moon sect. Chapter 1782 understood. 1782 understood, this kid is also pitiful to actually provoke the Zhao three brothers. Isn't that so? The Zhao three brothers are well-known genius disciples in celestial deity level sects. That kid is just a 5th Firmament Divine Lord. Do you guys think that he'll choose to kowtow or choose to have both legs broken? It's definitely to kowtow. Even if he offends the Thundercloud sect, as long as he can stay in the Shadow Moon sect and do CHO.R. Yes, there will always be a possibility of rising again. With a show to watch, quite a few people stopped their footsteps and crowded around to watch. They were currently all guessing which option Yi Yuan would choose. Of course, the majority of the people felt that Yi Yuan would choose the first one. After all, in their eyes, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to win against the peak 7th Firmament Divine Lord Zhao Shi. But Zhao Shi's words made Yi Yuan's gaze gradually turn cold. He and Zhao Shi had no grudges nor enmity. But this guy still transferred his anger to him and wanted to send him to his doom because of Han Yong. If I don't choose any, Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhao Shi smiled and said, you must choose, because if you don't choose, I'll help you choose the second one. Yi Yuan said then, I'll choose the third one. Zhao Shi froze and said angrily, I didn't give you a third option. Still not choosing? I'll help you choose. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the third one was added by me. Everybody go to the Shadow Moon sect together and partake. 1. P. 8 in the entrance examination. Isn't that good? Zhao Shi's face turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, you're toying with me? Yi Yuan said coolly, I wanted to save you a bit of face. Looks like your reputation is still considerable. If you were to get beaten by me in front of so many people, how humiliating would that be? The moment Zhao Shi heard this, he could not help letting out a big laugh as he said, you? Beat me? Ha ha! This is the funniest joke that I've heard. Kid, I changed my mind now. I'm going to cripple both your hands and legs. Let you unable to even crawl. The surrounding people all used eyes like looking at an idiot to look at Yi Yuan. A 5th Firmament Divine Lord pummeling a 7th Firmament Divine Lord? Was he trying to be funny? There was a small stage in between. This kind of fool was actually coming to take part in the Shadow Moon sect's entrance examination too. What a wonder. Zhao Shi was thoroughly enraged by Yi Yuan. He formed claws with his fingers. The world power of 7th Firmament Divine Lord gushed out frenziedly, directly grabbing towards Yi Yuan's arms. Zhao Shi had an imposing momentum. This grab was determined to succeed. Right at this time, Yi Yuan threw out a palm swift like lightning, inconceivably quick. Crack! Yi Yuan attacked extremely precisely, directly disregarding Zhao Shi's world power, grabbing the webbing between his thumb and index finger and crushed fiercely. His fingers snapped at the sound of it. Arg! A scream came over. Zhao Shu and Zhao Zhao's expressions changed. Zhao Shu was alarmed at his heart. Repelling Han Yong with one move, he glared at Yi Yuan and said, Punk, let him go. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly. Everyone all looked at this scene in incredible shock, feeling that it was preposterous to the extreme. Indeed, subduing the enemy in one move. However, it was completely contrary to what they thought. The powerful Zhao, she was actually restrained in one move. Yi Yuan gave a no. Loosening his 5 fingers, he actually let go of Zhao Shi. The 5 fingers were connected to the heart. Zhao Shi hurt until he broke out in cold sweat. He did not expect to fail miserably in a simple task, the anger in his heart already billowing to the sky. The moment Yi Yuan let go, his left hand grabbed toward Yi Yuan's throat like lightning. He wanted to take Yi Yuan's life. However, he was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than him. Crack! Another crisp, bone-breaking sound. The 5 fingers of Zhao Shi's left hand were also directly broken by Yi Yuan. Arg! Zhao Shi's mouth emitted an even more shrill scream than just now, akin to a pig getting slaughtered. Yi Yuan made his move neat and tidily, without the least bit of sloppiness. Zhao Shu and Zhao Zhao's faces changed again, and they said in anger, Kid, do you not understand our words? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I understood. Didn't I already let go? It was he who courted death by wanting to kill me. I only broke his 5 fingers, so it's already considered courteous. Zhao Zhao's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, Kid, you're very courageous to actually dare break my 3rd brother's 10 fingers. If you can leave alive today, my Zhao Zhao 2 words will be written upside down. Bang! His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan raised his feet and directly kicked on Zhao Shi's knee, directly kicking his knee joints to pieces. Another bone-piercing severe pain was transmitted to his brain. Zhao Shi's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the pain. When Yi Yuan heard, he smiled faintly and said, Your meaning is that I can only stand here and let him kill me. Who now, what do you still have to say? All around, everyone all drew cold breaths. They were all shocked by Yi Yuan's strength, but they were even more shocked by Yi Yuan's means. He actually crippled Zhao Shi in front of Zhao Zhao. In their view, Zhao Shi underestimated the enemy too much just now. That was why he would be restrained by Yi Yuan. But Zhao Zhao's strength was at the 8th firmament divine lord realm. Yi Yuan's action was undoubtedly seeking death. When Zhao Zhao saw Zhao Shi's miserable appearance, the muscles on his face were twitching. It was just that Yi Yuan's ruthlessness also made him extremely apprehensive. His expression changed several times, and he finally said, "Brat, you let go of Zhao Shi, and then I'll let you leave." By the side, Han Yong was long dumbfounded from watching. He thought that Yi Yuan would be dead for sure this time. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was so vicious. Not only did he not die, he even returned Zhao Shi's words to him, directly crippling him. Hearing Zhao Zhao's words, Han Yong's expression changed, and he said, "Yi Yuan, don't believe him." But Yi Yuan smiled nonchalantly and said, "Everyone will be fellow apprentices in the future. We'll be meeting frequently. Falling out too hard isn't good." Finished talking, he directly made his move and threw Zhao Shi over. Zhao Shu's figure moved, hurriedly catching. But at the same time, Zhao Zhao moved. His aura was more than 10 times stronger than Zhao Shi's. Han Yong blocked in front of Yi Yuan with a flash without thinking. Bang! The two people forcefully exchanged a blow. Han Yong retreated several dozen steps in a row before barely managing to stand firm, while Zhao Zhao did not budge an inch. Striking Han Yong back, Zhao Zhao did not stop in the least bit. Russ. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan. Suddenly, a youth in white slowly walked out and said to Zhao Zhao, "All right, Zhao Zhao, give me face. Let this matter go like this." When Zhao Zhao saw this person, his expression could not help changing, and he said in a solemn voice, "Young fan, this is none of your business. This punk beat my third brother until like this. Could it be that you want me to swallow the insult and endure in silence?" Yang Fan said coolly, "You also know my relations. I+P with Han Yong. If you still don't know what's good for you, then I can only take action." Yi Yuan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. He originally wanted to teach Zhao Zhao a lesson. He did not expect that someone threw a wrench in the works. But the aura on this Yang Fan's body was very powerful. He was already not far from becoming a 9th firmament divine lord. Clearly, Zhao Zhao was very wary of him. Zhao Zhao's expression changed several times, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll give you face today. But when this kid is unable to pass the entrance examination, I'll definitely take his life then." Yang Fan said coolly, "At that time, it's naturally up to you." Zhao Zhao's face fell, and he said to Zhao Shu, "Bring along third brother. Let's go." Chapter 1783 Team Up With Me. 1783 Team Up With Me. Yang Fan sized Yi Yuan up, revealing a look of curiosity. But Han Yong laughed loudly and said, "Haha, fortunately, old Yang, you came in the nick of time. Otherwise, the two of us will die here today. Zhao Zhao, this end fellow, there will come a day where I'll make him pay the price." Yang Fan shot him a glare and said, "You can really cause trouble." Han Yong cried injustice as he said, "This has nothing to do with me. I was just chatting with younger brother Yi, and those few fellows suddenly came out. But speaking of which, younger brother Yi is loyal enough. I like that. I can't SHI+ELD you, but old Yang can definitely cover you." Yang Fan shot him a glare and said, "This matter isn't over yet. Don't you forget, the Devil Elephant lineage has considerable power and influence in the Shadow Moon sect. Some people, even I can't afford to provoke them either." Han Yong's face changed, revealing a solemn expression. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he understood in his heart. It seemed like there were many factions in the Shadow Moon sect too. But it was also not surprising, with the Bamboo Groove Void Realm system, quite a few people all come from the same sect. They would naturally help one another. Provoking the Zhao Trio brothers, a single misstep, and it was provoking the entire Devil Elephant lineage's people. Humph! All in all, younger brother Yi will be my brother, Han Yong's brother, in the future. If anyone dares to bully him, they will have to ask me first." Han Yong said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Then I'll have to thank Brother Han very much. Han Yong smiled and said, but speaking of which, younger Brother Yi, your strength really makes me view you in a different light. Perhaps you can really pass the examination. In front of the mountain gate, several hundred divine Lord Realm powerhouses were gathered together. At this time, quite a few people's gazes looked in the same direction. That was a woman in a purple dress, skin akin to pale cream color, having arched eyebrows and bright red lips. She could be rated as an unparalleled beauty of a generation. That's the Bailey Qingyan of the Immortal Abode sect? Indeed, ridiculously beautiful. I heard that she's already a peak ninth firmament divine lord at less than 800 years old. This is a true genius. Coming to take part in the Shadow Moon sect's entrance examination this time, it should be for the sake of the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple slots, right? Yi Yuan was also secretly somewhat surprised. This Bailey Qingyan's talent could virtually be put on par with the Lung Qiuling that he met on the Heavenspan Mountain. Indeed, there were no shortages of geniuses everywhere. But beside Bailey Qingyan, there were still two youths. The auras on their bodies were actually not weaker than Bailey Qingyan. Those two, one is called Duan Qinghong, originating from the Cloudward sect. The other is called Zhong Hanlin, coming from the Soaring Flower sect. Coupled with Bailey Qingyan's Immortal Abode sect, these three great sects are all the leaders of celestial deity-level sects. The three of them joining the Shadow Moon sect at this time. Their goal is likely for the sake of the Bamboo Groove Holy Temple spots. Looking is enough. Bailey Qingyan, that kind of beauty, you have no chance. Although you have the appearance of a pretty boy, your strength is too weak. When Han Yong saw Yi Yuan stare at that side, he came up to beat him down without any mercy. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. When was he interested in Bailey Qingyan? Just as they were talking, a disciple dressed in Shadow Moon sect outer sect attire walked over toward Yi Yuan's side. Han Yong's expression could not help change when he saw the person. He then said in a solemn voice, "It's Song Ting. He's the Zhao brothers' senior apprentice brother." Song Ting's gaze was dark as he said, "Brat, heard that you ambushed Zhao Shi and crippled his hands and legs, making him unable to partake. 1p8 in the examination this time?" Yi Yuan attacked him extremely heavily. Even if he swallowed medicinal pills, his injury also could not recover within a short time. With Zhao Shi's situation, he was definitely unable to take part in the test this time. And the ones present currently were only Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu, two people. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Senior apprentice brother misunderstood." Song Ting's face fell, and he said, "You dare to quibble?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, "I didn't ambush him, but I crippled him openly and uprightly." Song Ting was taken aback, and then he said in great rage, "Punk, you dare to mess with me?" Yi Yuan said, "I was just saying it directly. Why? Is senior apprentice brother going to stand up for Zhao Shi?" Yi Yuan knew that they already stepped into the mountain currently. Song Ting did not dare to make a move. Kid, looks like you feel assured with someone's backing. But don't you forget, the entrance examination this first round doesn't restrict killing," Song Ting said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu behind Song Ting and said with disdain, "With the likes of these two good-for-nothings?" Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu were greatly enraged the moment they heard and wanted to attack, but was stopped by Song Ting. "Punk, you're very gutsy. I heard that you came from a small sect, so you probably don't know how powerful the Devil Elephant lineage is in the Shadow Moon sect yet, right? But you don't have a need to know either, because you can't walk out of the Shadow Moon mountain range," Song Ting said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said speechlessly, "Senior apprentice brother coming to find me is in order to let out harsh words? That's very childish." Song Ting wanted to come and see Yi Yuan wag his tag and beg for mercy. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually Ted him until he could not get off the stage. This guy definitely did not know how terrifying the Devil Elephant lineage's strength was. That was why he would be like this. However, that was not important anymore. This punk was dead for sure. Song Ting's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Good, Very good. Punk, you'll feel how terrifying my wrath is. When the others saw this scene, they were shocked until their jaws. The ground. Apart from the three great sects, the Devil Elephant sect's strength was second to none. Their powerhouses in the Shadow Moon sect were plentiful. Their power and influence could be said to be immense. But now Yi Yuan, a fifth firmament divine lord little fellow, actually dared to provoke the Devil Elephant lineage. This guy's guts were also a little too fat, right? Han Yong gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "A fine person indeed. Younger brother, you're really gutsy." Song Ting is already a half-step celestial deity powerhouse, as well as half a foot already stepped into becoming an inner disciple. However, he'll probably mobilize the Devil Elephant lineage's connections and make the disciples taking part in the examination this time all target you. Yang Fan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "You, kid, are also a troublemaker. What's the deal with yielding sometimes? Those Partic 1p. Aiding in the examination this time, quite a few people's strengths are all not beneath mine. Furthermore, the soaring flower sex relations. I plus P with the Devil Elephant sect is pretty good. He might have Zhong Hanlin take action to deal with you. At that time, even if it's me, it's hard to resist too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I would rather die standing than live kneeling. Want make me yield? No chance. Want to kill me? Come at me with your own capabilities then. The examination this time, Brother Han and Brother Yang form a team. I'll be by myself." The moment Han Yong heard, he said in great rage, "What are you saying? Speaking of which, this matter was still caused by me. How can you abandon you? If you still say this kind of words, don't blame me for falling out." Yi Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, a gentle voice sounded out by his eyes. "Do you have people to form a team? If you don't, why not team up with me?" Yi Yuan turned around to look. Who was it if not Bailey Qingyan? Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Then, following you is too dangerous. I'd better forsake you." Han Yong coughed dryly twice and said with a mysterious smile on his face. Chapter 1784 Bring you to win lying down. Chapter 1784 Bring you to win lying down. Is it for real? Bailey Qingyan actually took the initiative to invite others to form a team? That kid's strength is also too weak, right? Why didn't she find me to form a team? It's killing me with envy. Bailey Qingyan's actions stunned everyone. A heavens chosen of this generation actually took the initiative to form a team with a fifth firmament divine lord rookie. It really made people's jaws drop, especially Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin. The looks that those two people cast over were virtually going to kill Yi Yuan. Not just them. Even Yi Yuan himself also had a befuddled look and did not come back to his senses for a while. But when he came back to his senses, he said something that stunned everyone even more. "Sorry, I plan on entering the mountain alone. Miss Bailey, please seek someone more capable," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Buzz! An uproar burst out all around. Just now, everyone's eyes wished to kill Yi Yuan. But now, everyone used a look of exasperation at his failure to live up to expectations to look at him. Did this guy's brain have an issue? Didn't he see that Bailey Qingyan even rejected Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin? To be able to spend a month's time in the mountain with an unrivaled beauty, that was something that everyone yearned for day and night. Even if they died, that was also worth it. This fool actually refused. With this, it was Bailey Qingyan's turn to have an astounded look. Immediately, a hint of red flashed across her face. He actually refused her. The reason why Bailey Qingyan came to find Yi Yuan was because she was certain that Yi Yuan would not refuse. In fact, she totally never thought that Yi Yuan would refuse. But now she was so embarrassed. Said, after musing for a moment, Bailey Qingyan said, "Can I have a word with you?" It was hard to get off after riding Tiger's back. Currently, for Bailey Qingyan, this had to work whether it succeeded or failed. Yi Yuan nodded his head and came to a remote place with Bailey Qingyan. "Why did you reject me?" Bailey Qingyan had a baffled look. her words carrying tender bashfulness, full of puzzlement. In her view, no man should be able to refuse her charm. Yi Yuan's mind was like a clear mirror, but he smiled and said, "Miss Bailey, a straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. You feel that my strength is meager and want to make use of me to shake off those two people's pestering. You feel that I hanker after your beauty and would agree to you without a word, or that I can pass the first round assessment under your protection. But I have to say, you miscalculated. If it were others, they would definitely agree without hesitation. But what Yi Yuan thought was a lot more than others. Bailey Qingyin's reliance was not worth a single cent in front of him. He did not need beauty, much less the protection of Bailey Qingyin. So, he could be aloof if he had no selfish desires. While Bailey Qingyin was beautiful, what she had in mind did not have much temptation to Yi Yuan. Therefore, she miscalculated. Bailey Qingyin suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan's mind was ridiculously clear-headed. She understood that Yi Yuan was negotiating terms with her. With your strength, if Song Ting is bent on dealing with you, there's absolutely no way you'll survive. If you follow me, you can pass the first round assessment very effortlessly. Bailey Qingyin was very puzzled. She felt that Yi Yuan did not have reason to reject her terms at all. Song Ting's threat just now, Bailey Qingyin took it into her sight. She felt that Yi Yuan would definitely need to seek protection under such tremendous pressure. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's strength was meager. If she formed a team with Yi Yuan, anyone would be able to tell that she just wanted to shake off Duan Qinghong, two people. To Yi Yuan, her addition could let Yi Yuan pass through the round even easier. In other words, as long as he followed her, Yi Yuan could win by simply not doing anything. Seeing the first round assessment practically did not have the least bit of suspense. But Yi Yuan refused. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "That's my own business. Moreover, Miss Bailey is too self-confident. Seeing the first round assessment isn't as hard as you imagine." Bailey Qingyin sneered to no end in her heart. The first round was not hard. That was said to her, Bailey Qingyin. Bailey Qingyin was very smart. She understood what Yi Yuan had in mind very quickly. Yi Yuan clearly saw through her thoughts and wanted to coerce with this, negotiating terms with her. Bailey Qingyin drew a deep breath, but her tone turned cold as she said, "I already said it. I can't take it back anymore. Speak. As long as you form a team with me, you can state your terms." Yi Yuan was speechless. Bailey Qingyin's self-importance was too high. He really did not want to team up with her, but Bailey Qingyin thought that Yi Yuan wanted to coerce her with this. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "I don't have any conditions. If Miss Bailey insists on forming a team with me, why not play a melody on the zither for me and get rid of the loneliness in the mountains?" To Yi Yuan, with or without Bailey Qingyin's addition, it did not matter at all. But the beauty already stopped so low, he really could not refuse. Hence, that was why he agreed to Bailey Qingyin with such an excuse. Yi Yuan learned from Han Yong that Bailey Qingyin's zither skills were unparalleled. It was just that there were scanty few who could hear her zither sounds. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan said so. Bailey Qingyin was slightly taken aback. The flush on her face grew redder as she said with bashful anger, "The despicable villain." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, "If you can't even satisfy this bit of request, then forget about it." Bailey Qingyin was helpless and said angrily, "Fine, consider it that I suck. You, bed in your hands. This incident today, this Bailey will remember it." Yi Yuan was somewhat perplexed in his heart. Just playing a song on the zither, was there a need? When the two people returned, everyone's eyes concentrated on Yi Yuan. This guy is so shameless. Looks like he really said yes. That act just now was probably loosening the line to rein it in better later, right? This guy is really despicable and shameless. Yi Yuan and Bailey Qingyin standing together. Everyone immediately understood in their hearts. Toward Yi Yuan's impudence and shamelessness, they also had grieving and indignant faces. It was as if a fresh flower was stuck on a cow dung. Even though they all knew that Bailey Qingyan was merely making use of Yi Yuan. Before long, a celestial deity powerhouse stepped out of the sky and said to everyone, "For you all to want to join my Shadow Moon sect, you must pass two rounds of examination. This first round is to hunt fierce beasts in the Shadow Moon mountain range. Now, you're free to team up, but each squad mustn't exceed 3 people. Fierce beasts killed in teams are only half of those killed individually. This hunt, killing isn't restricted. As long as you all have the strength, you can H fierce beasts from other people's hands. All right, now, the first round assessment begin." Following that celestial deity powerhouse's word of command, the martial artists entered the Shadow Moon mountain range in a single file. When everyone saw Yi Yuan together with Bailey Qingyan, they could not help having envious looks. And in the crowd, when Song Ting saw this scene, his gaze was incomparably sinister and ruthless. "Punk, you think that after hiding behind a woman, you can escape the fate of death? Haha, you're thinking too much. Even a genius like Bailey Qingyan also can't stop my devil elephant sect's intention to kill you." Chapter 1785 Beg Me. Chapter 1785 Beg Me. A ray of cold light flashed past. The swift and fierce sword energy directly dismembered a late-stage rank 4 fierce beast. Yi Yuan hugged both arms and was taking it easy with nothing to do by the side. "Go take the heavenly demon crystal." Bailey Qingyan's face was cold as frost as she ordered Yi Yuan. Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, she would get angry. Yi Yuan found it funny in his heart. This S was still angry with him. Ever since entering the Shadow Moon mountain range, Bailey Qingyan had never shown Yi Yuan a good attitude, but he did not refuse, walking over and retrieving the heavenly demon crystal neat and tidily. After the demon core within divine rank demonic beasts evolved into heavenly demon crystal, inside the heavenly demon crystal contained the lifetime essence of the fierce beast. Along the way, they already killed 3 late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. Seemingly intent on exhibiting her powerful strength, Bailey Qingyan practically killed with 1 sword when she encountered fierce beasts. She wanted to see shock from Yi Yuan's eyes, but she was disappointed. Yi Yuan's performance was incomparably calm, but this kind of composure became sitting idly and reaping the fruits of others' labor in her eyes, sharing her achievements with no qualms of conscience. This made Bailey Qingyan very unhappy. "Look at you showing off. Do you really think that I can't take care of you?" Bailey Qingyan sneered in her heart. The next day, the 2 people ran into a late-stage rank 4 fierce beast very luckily once again. Yi Yuan hugged both arms calmly, waiting to watch the show. Bailey Qingyan suddenly said, "I'm tired. I'll leave it to you." This was merely a newly ascended late-stage rank 4 fierce beast, equivalent to a 7th firmament divine lord martial artist. For Bailey Qingyan to want to kill it, it was naturally very easy. But now, she deliberately wanted to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you're tired, rest for a while. I'll be right back." Bailey Qingyan was very disdainful in her heart and said with a cold smile, "Pretend. I'll see when you can pretend until." Although this Zilong Cloud-Eye beast has just entered late-stage rank 4, 8th firmament divine lords also have to expend some effort to deal with it. In a while, I'll watch you beg me to take action sobbingly. Swuz. H. Plus sword rose, sword fell. That Zilong Cloud-Eye beast was virtually cut down under Yi Yuan's sword without the least bit of strength to resist. When Bailey Qingyan saw this scene, her gaze involuntarily turned sharp, revealing a look of surprise. How can this guy be so strong? If it were Bailey Qingyan herself, she could naturally do it to this extent. But Yi Yuan was just a 5th firmament divine lord. This guy actually had the strength to jump realms in battle. Yi Yuan retrieved the heavenly demon crystal, came in front of Bailey Qingyan, and said with a faint smile, "Miss Bailey, are you rested enough?" Bailey Qingyan's expression was somewhat ugly, and she said in a cold voice, "Have you seen before someone rests so fast?" No. Yi Yuan smiled and said, like this, huh? Then let's rest for a while more. As he said, Yi Yuan sat down not far from Bailey Qingyan and sized her up with interest. Bailey Qingyan's brows furrowed slightly, and she said with displeasure, looking at what? Keep looking, and I'll dig your eye. ALLS out. Actually, Bailey Qingyan normally did not have such a cold personality. On the contrary, she was different from those iceberg beauties. Her temperament was rather warm. It was just that in her warmth, it exuded pride and keeping people 1,000 miles away, making people unable to look directly at her. But now, when she faced Yi Yuan, she was unable to be calm at all, and also could not display that kind of pride at all. Toward Bailey Qingyan's threat, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all, but smiled and said, Miss Bailey, can I ask? So many examinees, but why did you pick me? Bailey Qingyan gave a cold snort and said, I felt that you had quite the backbone. That's why I picked you. I didn't expect that you're a despicable villain who takes advantage of others' perilous state. Yi Yuan immediately understood when he heard that. Looks like when Song Ting threatened him, Bailey Qingyan just happened to see it. That was why it would attract her attention. Taking advantage of others' perilous state, is it? Miss Bailey finding me. Isn't it in order to make use of me to shake off those people's horror? Mint? Your action mounted me onto the fire to barbecue and provoked that kind of powerful adversary at the same time. Do you think that it's me who took advantage of someone's perilous state? Or was it you who harbored ulterior motives? Or is it that you feel that with your charms, I wouldn't refuse you at all? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Bailey Qingyan's expression changed. She did not expect that Yi Yuan saw it so thoroughly. Yes, if it were others, even if they clearly knew that they were being exploited, they would also agree to it willingly. But Yi Yuan would not. That was why there was that scene of rejection. With me around, they naturally don't dare to do anything to you. Bailey Qingyan defended herself through sophistry. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this kind of words, Miss Bailey can use them to bluff a 3-year-old kid. Your 3 major sects are powerful. For the 2 of them to want to kill me, they don't need to personally make a move at all. Moreover, with Miss Bailey's horizons, would you care about the life and death of an insignificant character like me? Bailey Qingyan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. She suddenly discovered that this fellow seemed to be quite different from the rest. Although Yi Yuan's age was not old, he was calm when encountering matters, totally different from the average young person. Indeed, she might give a heads up afterward because of today's matter, but would not really be concerned with Yi Yuan's life and death at all. Duan Qinghong, they all getting Yi Yuan killed afterward was also something within expectations. Haha, looks like this kid still has quite the self-awareness. The 2 people were just talking when suddenly a cold laugh sounded out. A figure dashed out of the woods. Zhong Hanlin. Bailey Qingyan's dark brows furrowed slightly as she said, this guy appearing, he clearly did not have any good intentions. Zhong Hanlin used a pair of greedy eyes to look at Bailey Qingyan and said with a smile, Junior Sister Qingyan, wait until I kill this toad. Then I'll come and catch up with you. Done talking. He turned to Yi Yuan and said, Punk, you should never have ever formed a team with Junior Sister Qingyan. That instant when you agreed, you should have known your outcome, right? When Yi Yuan heard, he was speechless for a while and said, I rejected her. It was her who insisted on teaming up with me. Zhong Hanlin smiled coldly and said, that's also one of the reasons you deserve to die. Junior Sister Bailey's invitation. You should feel overwhelmed by flattery and honor. But you actually made her unable to step down the stage in front of so many people. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. When Yi Yuan heard, he was amused for a while and said, your meaning is that no matter what, I have to die. Zhong Hanlin smiled slightly as he nodded and said, yes. That moment, when Junior Sister Bailey came to find you, you're destined to die. Want to blame? Blame your fate for not being good. Zhong Hanlin had a high and mighty appearance, P.R.O., announcing Yi Yuan's death sentence. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart to no end. In the eyes of this kind of so-called geniuses, life was worthless. As long as they were willing, they could determine other people's life and death as they pleased. Putting it bluntly, he was looking at Yi Yuan's strength being meager and that he was easy to bully. If Duan Qinghong was here, he absolutely would not dare to say so. Yi Yuan's gaze looked at Bailey Qingyin, and he said coolly, "You're planning on looking on with folded arms?" Bailey Qingyin's expression alternated between green and red. But at the thought of Yi Yuan's hateful expression, she felt annoyed in her heart. "Beg me, as long as you open your mouth, I'll take action," Bailey Qingyin suddenly said. Chapter 1786 You Should Thank Miss Bailey. Chapter 1786 You Should Thank Miss Bailey. Bailey Qingyin's words made Zhong Hamlin have a stunned face. Why did these words sound like coquettishness between lovers? Zhong Hamlin felt jealous, and his killing intent towards Yi Yuan immediately strengthened several degrees. Yi Yuan was taken aback and turned to Zhong Hamlin and said, "You get started then." Making him beg Bailey Qingyin, that was impossible. A man must have a backbone. Bailey Qingyin was taken aback and said in exasperation, "You, this guy, want to keep up appearances to cover up your predicament. Zhong Hamlin's strength isn't what you can imagine." She felt that she could finally take Yi Yuan down a notch. She did not expect that Yi Yuan would rather be killed than be willing to beg her. This made her feel a loss of face. But Yi Yuan said without a care, "Is that so? Maybe he isn't as strong as imagined." These two people, one chiming in after the other, Zhong Hamlin felt that he was very redundant. And this also made him very enraged. "Reckless and blind thing, you could go die already." Zhong Hamlin gave a furious roar, suddenly throwing out a palm. The powerful world power of ninth firmament, divine, Lord instantly crushed over from all directions towards Yi Yuan. Blazing sun, astral palm. Bang! The place where Yi Yuan stood was immediately leveled to the ground. Zhong Hamlin revealed a look of disdain and said, "Can't stand up to a single blow." An inexplicable hint of sadness flashed across Bailey Qingyin's eyes. She also did not know why she actually had a feeling of emptiness. "This is your strength? Doesn't seem to be much." Yi Yuan's figure slowly walked out of the void and was actually completely unscathed. Zhong Hamlin's face revealed a look of disbelief as he said, "How is this possible?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I said before, maybe you're not as strong as imagined." Zhong Hamlin's face fell, and he said angrily, "Punk, don't get smug too early. I didn't use my full strength at all, just now. Now, I'll let you take a look at my true strength." While talking, Zhong Hamlin brandished his long spear. It was shockingly a celestial deity, mystic treasure. His aura surged to the sky. His entire person was like a long spear, the momentum Astonis. Plusing. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, revealing a rather surprised look. This Zhong Hamlin's strength was indeed formidable. The moment this domineering spear momentum came out, Yi Yuan felt the pressure that came from head-on. With his current strength, he was still not Zhong Hamlin's match. But Yi Yuan was not worried. That evil spirit, which Dustless subdued, did not even fear First Firmament celestial deity powerhouses, let alone a puny little Zhong Hamlin. He was just about to release the evil spirit, but saw Bailey Qingyin move daintily. Soft cloud, heavenly sacred spear. Right at this time, Zhong Hamlin's overbearing spear suddenly thrust out. Mist wave traceless sword. Bailey Qingyin's sword energy was overwhelming. Russ. Plussing over with a diagonal stab, facing off with Zhong Hamlin's certain kill spear. Bang! Two mighty, peerless geniuses exchanged blows at this moment. The intense divine essence undulations obliterated everything in the middle. Zhong Hamlin and Bailey Qingyin each retreated more than 10 steps before barely managing to stand firm. As a bystander, Yi Yuan took the two people's strength into his sights. Even though the two people looked to be evenly matched in strength, Zhong Hamlin fighting to a draw with Bailey Qingyin with his domineering spear already lost by a hair. Zhong Hamlin completely did not think that Bailey Qingyin would actually suddenly rush out. At this time, his expression was livid as he said, "Junior sister Qingyin, you actually attacked me for this good-for-nothing?" Bailey Qingyin said coolly, "You should leave. He's my companion, so I won't let you kill him." Zhong Hamlin's face changed when he heard that and said, "You wouldn't really be interested in this kid, right?" Bailey Qingyin's face turned cold, and she said, "That has nothing to do with you. Still not going? Don't blame me for not being courteous." Zhong Hamlin was angered until he stomped about in a frenzy. Carrying his long spear, he pointed at the Yi Yuan behind Bailey Qingyin and said, "Kid, if you're a man, step forward and have an open and above-board battle with me. What kind of man are you considered, hiding behind a woman?" Yi Yuan had both hands behind his back as he said calmly, "You should be thanking Miss Bailey. Otherwise, you would already be a dead man now." When Bailey Qingyin heard these words, she could not resist rolling her eyes. Why were the words said by this guy so unpleasant? "I saved you currently, all right? It was fine if you were not grateful. You still wanted a posture." Although Yi Yuan dodging Zhong Hamlin's palm just now surprised her a little, she did not think that Yi Yuan had the ability to deal with Zhong Hamlin, let alone talk about killing him. When boasting, at least come up with a draft, okay? Zhong Hamlin sneered and said, "Is that so? I'm standing right here. Come kill me if you have the capabilities." "I really want me to kill you." A cold light flashed across in Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said coldly, "You really want me to kill you?" Bailey Qingyin was speechless. Interrupting Yi Yuan's words, she said, "All right, Zhong Hamlin, you go. He and I are currently teammates. If I can't even bring him out, it will be very bad for my reputation. Whatever grudges you guys have, talk again in the future. But right now, no way." Zhong Hamlin gritted his teeth when he heard that. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he said, "Fine then, I'll let this punk live a little longer. A month later, I'll definitely take your life." Finished talking, Zhong Hamlin's figure moved, disappearing. Bailey Qingyin turned around and looked at Yi Yuan crossly as she said, "Will you die if you don't brag? Based on your strength, can you kill him?" Yi Yuan just smiled and did not explain much. But this scene was even more of a guilty conscience in Bailey Qingyin's eyes. This guy was clearly hiding behind her, putting up a bold front. There were no words along the way. Bailey Qingyin was very upset with Yi Yuan and naturally could not be bothered to acknowledge him. Yi Yuan naturally would not court a rebuff, so he also did not take the initiative to talk. Even Bailey Qingyin herself could not understand why she would take action to save Yi Yuan that day. On the road after that, when encountering powerful, fierce beasts, it was still Bailey Qingyin acting to dispose of them. But Bailey Qingyin was very certain that Yi Yuan indeed had the strength to jump realms and battle. Ordinary newly ascended late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts, he could resolve them. And this also surprised her greatly. With Bailey Qingyin's talent, jumping realms and battling was naturally not an issue. But when she was 5th Firmament Divine Lord, dealing with a peak 6th Firmament Divine Lord was already her limit. A 7th Firmament Divine Lord was absolutely impossible for her to defeat. But Yi Yuan clearly had the strength. No wonder this guy was so Kentucky. There's a cave here. Perhaps there are fierce beasts inside. Bailey Qingyin said with joy. Along the way, the fierce beasts that they encountered were not considered many. And 2 people forming a team required even more heavenly demon crystals. Hence, that was why Bailey Qingyin would be so excited at finding a place where there might be fierce beasts. Either way, she was bold, stemming with superb skills, and did not fear fierce beasts either. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Go in and take a look then." The 2 people did not walk for long when 3 bra's bell-like eyes appeared in the 2 people's light of sight. Roar! An earth-shaking loud roar echoed out, making the 2 people's hearts shock. Bailey Qingyin's expression changed, and she cried out in shock. "This is a 3-eyed jade bristle beast. Looking at this aura, it's already almost breaking through to rank 5. Quickly run." Finished talking, Bailey Qingyin's figure leaped, speeding hastily toward the cave entrance. Chapter 1787, Who's Saving Whom? 1787, Who's Saving Whom? In the darkness, a black figure dashed over swiftly, catching up to the 2 in a blink of an eye. Bailey Qingyin knew that she could not escape and could only turn around and deal with it. "You quickly run. I'll deal with him." Bailey Qingyin barked charmingly. Yi Yuan did not escape, but looked at Bailey Qingyan in surprise. This S was actually going to sacrifice herself to save others? At this time, with Bailey Qingyan's hatred toward him, shouldn't it be leaving him behind to feed the tiger's mouth, and then escape by herself? Bailey Qingyan's strength was powerful. Sword Dao laws crisscrossed wantonly within the cave. But, facing the powerful three-eyed jade bristle beast, she was still more than a magnitude weaker. Under the powerful impact of the fierce beast, Bailey Qingyan's orderly style was thrown into chaos very quickly. Suddenly, the three-eyed jade bristle beast's third eye suddenly lit up, emitting a ray of terrifying beam. Bailey Qingyan's expression changed. It was already too late to want to avoid it. That guy should have already escaped, right? There must be something wrong with my head. Why would I abandon myself to save him? This was the final thought in Bailey Qingyan's mind before becoming unconscious. Bang! That beam of light directly struck Bailey Qingyan. Bailey Qingyan's body flew out backward, falling heavily to the ground, unconscious to the world. Roar! Defeating Bailey Qingyan, the three-eyed jade bristle beast emitted a heaven-shaking roar once more. It was as if declaring its might. He walked over toward Yi Yuan step by step. The powerful aura was virtually cruise. Plussing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan completely ignored him, slowly walked to Bailey Qingyan's side, picked her up, and walked over toward outside the cave. Roar, roar. The three-eyed jade bristle beast was clearly enraged by Yi Yuan. This tiny human actually did not pay attention to him. He raised his giant claw and smacked down toward Yi Yuan. In his view, this claw going down, Yi Yuan would definitely be smacked into a paste. But right at this time, a terrifying aura came out of Yi Yuan's body. This aura, even he felt a chill. Bang! The three-eyed jade bristle beast was directly blasted flying. Bailey Qingyan slowly opened both eyes. Everything in front of her became clear. I'm not dead yet. Bailey Qingyan looked around. There was no one, and also no shadow of the three-eyed jade bristle beast. Who saved me? Could it be that the Shadow Moon Sect's powerhouse just happened to pass by here? My injuries are all healed. Bailey Qingyan was full of doubts. She clearly remembered that she was severely struck by the three-eyed jade bristle beast. Her injuries very serious. But now, not only was she saved, her injuries even recovered. Of course it was me who saved you. You wouldn't naively think that some savior will appear, right? A voice rang out. Yi Yuan's figure walked out of the cave, not far away. Bailey Qingyan was slightly stunned. This guy actually did not run away? Or was it that after running away, he came back again? Of course, regarding Yi Yuan's narrative, she would not believe even if beaten to death. With just you, the three-eyed jade bristle beast can shred you with one claw. You still want to save me from under his hands? Bailey Qingyan said disdainfully. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Otherwise, who else do you think can save you? Bailey Qingyan smiled coldly and said, Of course it's the Shadow Moon Sect's powerhouse. You take the credit of others. It's in hopes of moving me, then getting into my good graces, right? You're thinking too much. Yi Yuan was speechless when he heard that. Please, it was you who was thinking too much, okay? But since Bailey Qingyan thought so, he could not be bothered to explain either, and casually threw a few fruits in front of Bailey Qingyan. Bailey Qingyan's expression changed, and she said, These are jade citron fruits? Yi Yuan said coolly, To be able to have the three-eyed jade bristle beast protected, it's naturally good stuff. We are teammates. These few are yours. Don't say that I don't share profits. Bailey Qingyan looked at Yi Yuan and could not help getting a big shock as she said, You broke through? She discovered to her amazement that Yi Yuan's aura became much stronger. He actually broke through to 6th Firmament Divine Lord in one stroke while she was unconscious. Yi Yuan's realm had long already reached peak 5th Firmament Divine Lord. Finding these jade citron fruits at this time, breaking through was naturally something within expectations. It was just that in Bailey Qingyan's view, this breakthrough was also a little too casual. Even if one obtained the jade citron fruit, they also could not immediately turn it into strength. Jade citron fruits contained immense spiritual energy. It was even stronger than the medicinal effects of some medicinal pills. If consumed too many, the martial artist would not be able to digest it at all. Even if one was about to break through, they also had to go into close seclusion patiently to slowly refine before it could convert into strength. But it shouldn't have been too long from when she went into a coma until now, right? This broke through like this? How could she know that after Yi Yuan obtained the jade citron fruits, he directly ate them like fruits? With the chaos heaven-span canon's overbearingness, it was naturally all refined, converging into the divine vortex. You refine the jade citron fruits first. This way, you should be able to break through to the peak ninth firmament divine lord realm, Yi Yuan said coolly. Bailey Qingyan felt that it was a little too dramatic. Encountering the three-eyed jade bristle beast, she even thought that she was dead for sure. Who knew that in a twinkle, not only did she not die, her strength could even go up a level. Bailey Qingyan collected her emotions and started refining the jade citron fruits. After several days, Bailey Qingyan slowly opened both eyes, her gaze revealing excitement. Refining a jade citron fruit, her strength already broke through to peak ninth firmament divine lord. Confronting Zhong Hanlin again at this time, Bailey Qingyan had absolute confidence in defeating the other party. TSK, indeed, well-deserving of being a proud daughter of heaven. Your effects of refining the jade citron fruit is even better than I imagined, Yi Yuan praised. Bailey Qingyan's talent could virtually rival Lung Qiuling's already. In this void realm, she was absolutely a first-rate genius. Even Zhong Hanlin, they all were unable to be mentioned in the same breath as Bailey Qingyan too. After all, their ages were much older than Bailey Qingyan. Bailey Qingyan had a proud look and said coolly, "That's of course. The Bamboo Groove Holy Temple slot. I must obtain it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then when the time comes, we'll become opponents." Bailey Qingyan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said, "You want to take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave too? Stop joking. You wouldn't think that you're invincible under the heavens after you broke through becoming a sixth firmament divine lord, right?" Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head as he said, "Are you all, these geniuses, always so condescending? There's still more than 200 years' time away from the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. Who will emerge victorious is still unknown." But Bailey Qingyan said very calmly, "Over 200 years, to people like you can at most promote to become a ninth firmament divine lord. Even if you're exceptionally talented, there's also not a trace of hope of breaking through to half-step celestial deity." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "It's useless to say more for now. Let's wait and see." Bailey Qingyan also considered herself to be important and did not argue. Instead, she asked, "There's already not much of the 1 month's time left. The heavenly demon crystals in our hands are not considered many. It's a little troublesome now." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about this. Someone will come and deliver heavenly demon crystals to us." Chapter 1788, Can T Even Win a Hand? Chapter 1788, Can T Even Win a Hand? Did you guys hear? That guy who formed a team with Senior Sister Bailey seemed to have been kicked out by Senior Sister Bailey. Of course I heard. So do you want to go and find him too? I heard that people who went to find him were all pilfered until not even pants remain in the end. This guy is also too ferocious. I didn't expect that his strength is so strong. However, he also can't jump around for much longer. I heard that Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin both went to look for him. Bailey Qingyan capitalized on that her strength was powerful. The places she went were all very dangerous. Otherwise, she also would not have run into such a powerful existence like the three-eyed jade bristle beast. That kind of place the martial artists encounter were naturally few. The moment Yi Yuan and Bailey Qingyan separated, it attracted a large group of people to come over and encircle him very quickly. These people all thought that his strength was meager and purely wanted to take a bit of advantage. Who knew that they tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing the rice, and was robbed clean of heavenly demon crystals by Yi Yuan instead. At this time, In an open area, Yi Yuan was blocked by more than a dozen powerhouses. These people's auras were all powerful. They were actually all 7th and 8th firmament divine lord powerhouses. Among these people included Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu. Yi Yuan, I'll see where you're going to run this time. Zhao Shu had an appearance like he had cornered Yi Yuan as he said these words smugly. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. When did I say that I was going to run? I'm here, waiting precisely for you all to deliver yourselves to the doorstep. Zhao Zhao sneered and said, waiting for us to deliver ourselves to the doorstep? A toad yawning, what high-sounding sentiments. You wouldn't say that you're waiting here to S and A T C H our heavenly demon crystals, right? Yi Yuan nodded his head solemnly and said, looks like you're not too stupid. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, this group of people all revealed amused looks. Did this guy's head have a problem? Zhao Zhao shook his head and laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, breaking through to become a 6th firmament divine lord, is this your alliance? You wouldn't really think that defeating third brother by fluke, you can similarly defeat me, right? Kid, I have to say that you're very naive. Zhao Shu also laughed loudly and said, truly an ignorant fool. Why do you think that Han Yong was so wary of my big brother? My big brother fused water and fire, 2 kinds of laws, and it's hard to find an opponent in the same rank. Moreover, we have so many people, each one has a higher realm than you. How dumb are you to say words that have such an exaggerated opinion of your abilities? The Devil Elephant lineage's force in the Shadow Moon sect was very powerful. Furthermore, they themselves had many affiliated sections. These people were all the Devil Elephant lineage's elites. Among these dozen over people, there were even quite a number of 8th firmament divine lords. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent look, is that so? Then you all attack together. Let me witness your strength. I'll only use one hand. Hope that you all don't disappoint me too much. Finished talking, Yi Yuan placed his left hand behind him with a very proud look. The Devil Elephant lineage's disciples all had stunned faces. This guy was really crazy. One hand dealing with so many people? Even Duan, Qinghong, the 3 of them also did not dare to be arrogant. Right? Ha ha. The genius Yi Yuan wants to witness the strength of us rookies. Everyone, don't be polite. Take good care of him. He's so impressive, so we mustn't let him down. All keep your chins up. Zhao Zhao laughed loudly and said. When everyone heard that, they immediately let out a series of loud guffaws. This fellow, his strength isn't strong, but his tone is even bigger than the heavens. This is called as having ambition loftier than the heavens, but life thinner than paper, right? Ha! Everyone, go easier, loosen up his bones and joints well for him. If he's beaten to death at once, it won't be fun. Zhao Zhao waved his hand grandly. Those Devil Elephant lineage's disciples all had shocking momentums, each displaying their abilities and Russ. H.I. Plussing over towards Yi Yuan. Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus several figures arrived at the same time. It was all blade lights and sword images all around Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan was as steady as Mount Tai. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's right hand shot out like a spirit snake, directly grabbing at that disciple who rushed over from head-on. Crack! That disciple's wrist was directly snapped by Yi Yuan, his weapon falling onto the ground with a clank. While the other people's frantic attacks danced wildly around Yi Yuan, but not one landed on Yi Yuan. Smack! Yi Yuan gave a slap with a backhand, directly flinging it onto another disciple's face, immediately sending him flying out several thousand feet away. The present Yi Yuan already utilized spatial law to a transcended degree. For ordinary attacks to want to land on him, it was simply even harder than ascending to heaven. Unless their strength was much greater than his, then they could use powerful world power to suppress spatial law. Otherwise, there was only the outcome of being abused. These Devil Elephant lineage's disciples were mostly 7th firmament divine lord. In terms of realm, they were only that tiny bit stronger than Yi Yuan. But the thickness of Yi Yuan's divine essence was much stronger than even seventh firmament divine lords. Overwhelming laws, overwhelming cultivation realm, this was a totally mismatched battle. It was only to see tragic screams ring out, causing Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu, two people's expressions became livid. Spatial law. It's spatial law. No wonder this guy dares to be so arrogant. It turns out that he actually comprehended spatial law. Zhao Shu cried out in shock. Zhao Zhao's expression was very grim. Yi Yuan's might far exceeded their imagination. Attacked together. Zhao Zhao gave a cold cry, figure shooting out explosively. Zhao Shu's expression also changed, and he followed closely behind. Twin dragons spitting pearl. Swift wind sword art. Among these people, it was clearly Zhao Zhao and Zhao Shu whose strengths were the strongest. The addition of the two of them made the overall strength go up a large step. However, Yi Yuan laughed coldly, forming a sword with his finger, and suddenly pointed. The two enormous dragons that Zhao Jian condensed with the power of water and fire, two mighty laws, were directly scattered. Following that, he clamped two fingers and actually directly clamped down on Zhao Shu's sword. Zhao Zhao was akin to being struck by a heavy blow, spewing out a mouthful of blood mist, figure flying out backward. Yi Yuan's two fingers were like iron pliers. Zhao Shu used all of his strength, but could not pull it out at all. This is the strength of your devil elephant lineage? Really disappoints me. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Zhao Shu's face flushed red. No wonder whether it was because he used too much force, or was it because of Yi Yuan. All in all, it was very humiliating. Previously, Song Ting even said that the devil elephant lineage was not to be trifled with. But they sent out more than a dozen people and actually could not even beat one of Yi Yuan's hand. This result truly made people perspire from Imbara. Meant. Truly a bunch of tras. Plus so many people, and you actually can't even deal with a sixth firmament divine lord. At this time, a cold snort sounded out. The words were full of disdain. That punk comprehended spatial law. No wonder he's so arrogant. With the strength of these trash, defeat is also within reason, another voice sounded out. Two figures, one north and one south, slowly walked out of the woods. When Zhao Zhao saw these two people, he could not help being overjoyed. Duan Qinghong, Zhong Hanlin. These two people arrived. Then Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law, the result was also the same. Having the devil elephant lineage's #1 person around, Yi Yuan was too weak to stand up to compete with them all. Zhong Hanlin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Punk, there was junior sister Bailey protecting you the last time. This time you won't be so lucky."